Our main character is completely broke, unemployed, and has zero luck in love, but he's ready to risk everything to keep his childhood orphanage from shutting down. Going by the name Jeju, he dives straight into a mysterious tower, prepared to face whatever horrors await him. This strange realm crawls with endless deadly beasts, including a group of bizarre little critters known as the Popoa. These three creatures effortlessly gobble down hundreds of pounds of solid rock daily, forcing Jeju to force-feed himself stones just to keep up. Whatever you do, don't let their adorable, fluffy look lower your guard. Their outer coats are so absurdly tough that regular weapons can't even scratch them. Given how weak he is right now, our guy doesn't stand a chance against even a single one of these things. So taking on all three simultaneously is basically a suicide mission. To make matters worse, they can instantly smell even a single drop of blood from one of their pack. The second you harm one, the rest will instantly rush in to tear you apart, making any sneaky one-on-one tactic completely useless. With no other options on the table, Jeju's only path forward is to act like he's one of them. He literally copies every single move they make without questioning it. At the end of the day, his entire motivation for jumping into this death trap was pure, cold cash. Making it back alive as a tower returnee is easily the quickest shortcut to generational wealth. This all started 7 years back when an unexplained colossal tower suddenly materialized on Earth. Ever since, random citizens have been getting yanked inside without any warning. Out of everyone taken, barely anyone made it back out, leaving the horrors inside a total mystery. The survivors keep their mouths completely shut about the tower, yet they all emerge with supernatural abilities that instantly turn them into celebrated figures shaping modern society. In short, climbing out of that tower means massive corporations will throw endless piles of cash at your feet. Feeling like a total nobody, Jeju wanted nothing to do with that madness, until he learned his beloved orphanage would go under in 3 short years without serious funding. A flood of childhood memories from the shelter instantly rushed through his head. He realized that grinding 10 jobs around the clock wouldn't even cover a fraction of the debt they owed within that time frame. His only real salvation was somehow clearing the tower as a returnee. Right as that desperate thought entered his head, his smartphone suddenly went wild with alerts. Assuming he'd been hit by malware, he almost ignored it. But his curiosity won out and he clicked the top video. To his absolute disbelief, the guy on screen was his identical twin. The man was slicing his way through floor after floor of high-stakes combat. Jeju knew for a fact he had never recorded anything even remotely close to this. Then, the sudden entrance of the Popoa creatures immediately locked in his focus. He recalled hearing that exact monster name slip out during an interview with a past survivor. Watching his future self conquer the pinnacle of the spire proved beyond doubt that this footage was sent straight from his own future. Since the initial clip was time-stamped 2 years ahead, that marked the exact moment he'd be pulled inside. Determined not to waste his foreknowledge, Jeju put his body through brutal daily workouts. He studied and memorized every single trick, route, and enemy habit shown in the recordings. Armed with a complete walkthrough of the future, conquering the tower felt like an easy win. Yet when the designated date arrived, lingering doubts still gnawed at him. All he could do was hold his breath and hope the summoning gate would actually open. The entire fate of his home rested entirely on whether this gamble paid off. Right on cue, the mystical gate finally materialized in front of him. Without a second thought, he marched straight into the light. When prompted, he boldly locked in the hardest difficulty available. A sudden rush of vertigo washed over his entire body. Once his vision cleared, he realized he was standing inside an underground mine. Lucky for him, this exact starting cavern had been featured in his future guides. He pulled up his floating status window to check his status. The display was bare bones, displaying only his active quest and an audience counter. Turns out, his audience consisted of high-ranking veterans watching from higher levels. These high-level survivors can tune into lower-floor streams and send monetary tips to promising rookies. It's basically an investment scheme for them, since backing a climber who clears major milestones pays out massive gold dividends. Even if most were just tuning in for cheap amusement, Jeju didn't care as long as it helped his run. Noticing people trickling into the lobby, he gave a polite greeting to the chat. "Welcome in, boss. Thanks for stopping by the stream." A user going by The Love instantly threw a gold coin his way. Jeju wasted no time popping open the store menu. Impressed by his quick reflexes, the backer tossed in 3 more coins and asked if he planned to blow them instantly. He smartly replied that he'd hold off until he scouted the exact monsters he had to deal with. That level-headed approach won over the spectator, earning him an official channel follow. Naturally, Jeju made sure to thank his new sponsor with maximum energy. With 50 minutes left on the countdown, the donor decided to hop around to other channels for a bit. "Catch you later, big bro. Don't forget to swing back by." He was putting on his best customer service voice strictly because of how valuable follows are here. Inside the tower system, Every viewer is locked to supporting only a single creator at a time. Backing someone new means actively cutting ties with whoever you were following before. Plus, hitting the 100,000 follower milestone unlocks a massive exclusive jackpot. Within minutes, his viewer counter had already climbed into the double digits. Picking hard mode was paying off, since high difficulty naturally pulls in curious crowds. Normally, fresh rookies get completely buried in the directory without any views. As the timer ticked down to 0, the chat exploded with hype about whatever was about to spawn. He fully understood what was coming, but played dumb to keep up appearances. The viewers couldn't outright spoil the spawn either, or the system mods would ban them instantly. He had previously assumed past survivors were just being selfish with information, but his future guides revealed an omnipotent admin enforcing total silence. The survivors were clearly gagged under threat of death, which explained why the outside world knew nothing. While he was lost in thought, the final seconds bled away. He gave his chat a heads up that he'd have to lock in and ignore the screen once combat started. The audience respected the professionalism, and his original sponsor popped right back into the room. The countdown officially hit 0. The mission prompt flashed: clear out every hostile target in the zone. Right beside a massive rock, 3 swirling summon gates sparked to life. Given how tiny the openings were, he wondered if small goblins or kobolds were rolling out. Before he could finish that thought, 6 wide, cute eyes blinked out from the darkness. He stood completely motionless, rendered totally speechless. It wasn't because of their cute looks, but because behind those fuzzy faces lay razor-sharp fangs capable of biting through solid steel. Even his own stream chat immediately wrote him off as dead meat. A single beast might be survivable, but facing all 3 at once was a guaranteed death sentence. Their fierce pack loyalty meant isolating one was totally off the table. Jeju totally got why the chat was panicking, even though he already held the answers. He kept up the act, naively asking his chat if these critters were actually dangerous. His top donor announced he was checking out other channels, which Jeju assumed was a polite way of leaving for good. He racked his brain to recall every specific behavioral detail about the Popoa. They weren't naturally violent predators, but watching them loop around the stone while completely ignoring him felt eerie. He cautiously took a slow step forward to gauge their reaction. They weren't pouncing on him, but their defensive posture made it clear they were watching him closely. Starting a brawl was the last thing he wanted, knowing he'd get shredded in seconds. His best play was figuring out what they actually wanted. He fell into step right behind them, marching around the boulder in sync with their pattern. Right around then, he noticed his original sponsor had unexpectedly tuned back in. The guy was probably shocked to see that Jeju wasn't a puddle of blood on the floor yet. At the same time, our protagonist finally pieced together the creature's real motive. All they cared about was stuffing their faces with that glowing mana mineral. All that circling was just their quirky pre-meal ritual. He was totally in tune with their vibe at this point. Their relaxed posture showed they finally considered him part of the squad. If his future intel was correct, they were about to offer him a bite of that stone. Just as expected, they ground to a sudden halt. They bared those nightmare-inducing fangs. The rock-solid magic ore shattered like glass under their crushing jaws. His stomach dropped watching them eat, but he had to swallow his pride and dig in if he wanted to live. He broke off a chunk of stone and forced it into his mouth. To his shock, the mineral wasn't tough in the slightest. It basically dissolved on his tongue like rich chocolate. A massive wave of raw power instantly rushed through his veins. In less than 10 minutes, the entire boulder was reduced to dust. Right after, a soft blue aura began radiating from his skin. The viewers spammed the chat telling him to freeze, right before the Popoa launched into the air and happily bounce all over him. A blue quest notification screen immediately materializes. Access to the second floor was officially unlocked. Jeju couldn't help but let out a burst of hysterical laughter. He laughed in relief at surviving the impossible, right before his consciousness cut out completely. The little critters immediately started chirping and nudging him to snap him awake. A confused spectator in chat asked if beating a floor by sharing lunch with monsters was even allowed. Jeju opened his eyes only to find 3 fuzzy faces staring straight into his soul. He shot up in an instant panic. He muttered to himself, wondering if he really just blacked out in the middle of a trial. The little guys solemnly bobbed their heads in confirmation. Jeju asked if they'd actually been concerned for his safety. The adorable critters beamed back at him with big smiles. They vigorously nodded their heads yes. Jeju gently stroked their fur and thanked them for keeping watch. The stream checked if he was still breathing, bursting into laughter watching him treat terrifying monsters like household pets. Jeju got back to his feet to address his viewers. He saw messages flying across the screen faster than he could track. That's when his eyes drifted over to his active viewer count. His stream had already surged past 127 live watchers. He completely lost his mind in shock. His excited yells rang out across the entire cavern. After catching his breath, he told his chat that this was pure luck, and that he never would have made it without the Popoa carrying him. Internally, he confirmed his suspicion that those glowing minerals were indeed high-grade mana stones. While the creatures survived on regular pebbles, mana crystals were basically gourmet candy to them. Knowing the chat would get suspicious if he seemed like an expert, he acted like he was completely winging it without a clue. He explained that he only sucked up to them because he thought they were about to rip his head off. The quest prompt said to eliminate hostiles, not murder them, so he figured befriending them was a valid loophole. He claimed that bonding with them required matching their energy, so he just mirrored their steps and got insanely lucky. He assumed that even if people were skeptical, they'd just write it off as dumb beginner's luck. To maintain his rookie cover, he resolved to act completely clueless about the completion loot. As he prepared to move to the next floor, the chat began screaming at him to collect his clear rewards first. Jeju feigned total confusion until a helpful viewer told him to open the rewards tab in his interface. Out of thin air, a glowing reward crate began rendering before him. A mysterious chest dropped down, leaving the entire stream bewildered. Jeju announced to the stream that he was cracking the chest open. Sitting inside were 3 completely distinct loot items. He instantly realized these drops didn't match what he had seen in his future recordings. Rather than standard blade rewards, the chest contained minerals. The Popoa immediately started hopping all over him to get a look. He gently told the little guys to chill out for a second. As it turned out, one of the drops was a high-tier mana stone. While you can purchase them later on floor 10, this rock was way too precious to just feed to the creatures as a snack. This single crystal had a staggering price tag of 5,000 coins. He promised them he'd treat them to something even tastier down the line. The viewers urged him to hurry up and inspect the remaining loot. Our main guy picked up a strange ticket from the chest. It happened to be an official name change voucher. He told chat he wasn't sure if it was useful, but stashed it away and kept moving forward. The final reward was a small bag stuffed with currency. The moment his fingers touched the pouch, the money vanished directly into his balance. Jeju announced to his stream that it was time to step onto the second floor. He started leading the way, but the Popoa suddenly darted off in another direction. The 3 of them bunched tightly together against a far corner. Jeju called out, warning them that the exit wasn't over there. He couldn't figure out what had triggered their sudden change in behavior. He chose to trail behind the critters to see what they found. They parked themselves right in front of a solid stone wall. Unleashing their massive jaws, they literally started chewing their way through the rock. Jeju realized their sharp noses had picked up a scent buried in the stone. The little guys turned back and made sounds calling him over. Our boy immediately got the hint. He crouched low to squeeze into the newly made tunnel behind them. He noticed the crawl space was far tighter than it looked. Yet weirdly enough, the tight squeeze didn't bother him at all. He wondered why scraping against jagged rock felt completely painless. In fact, the pressure of the stones felt almost like a soothing massage. The chat yelled at him to get a move on, which he agreed with, until his own hand began radiating light. Seeing his limb light up sent him into an instant panic. He frantically wondered what kind of crazy mutation was taking over his body. It was the exact same energy surge he felt after devouring the mana stone alongside the glowing critters. Shaking off the shock, he decided to keep crawling deeper. In reality, Jeju recognized this phenomenon as the early manifestation of night power. The 5th floor is traditionally where climbers unlock their specific combat classes. The aura flowing through his veins mirrored a knight's inner energy, reinforcing the physical body with pure aura. Jeju tightened his fingers, casually pulverizing solid stone into powder. Moments later, he crawled out into the chamber where the critters had stopped. Eagle-eyed viewers in chat immediately spotted an object on the floor. Jeju leaned in, wondering what kind of secret loot was sitting there. He picked up a gleaming silver necklace, noting to chat that it looked like high-end equipment. The Popoa grumbled at him for taking the shiny treasure, but Jeju ignored them to inspect the stats. It was an ultra-rare protective charm capable of granting immense luck and saving the wearer from fatal blows. Its official rarity grade was ridiculously high for an early game item. The entire stream went wild with shock, and our protagonist was just as stunned. The viewers couldn't believe a supposed rookie could instantly identify god-tier gear on sight. In the future video, Jeju had relied on this exact talisman to survive the 15th floor, but he had managed to score it way ahead of schedule this time. His top fan, The Love, dropped 10 coins and ordered him to equip it immediately. With the chat hyping up the big donation, Jeju equipped the necklace, expressed his thanks, and announced he was returning to the portal. Approaching the blue teleporter with the 3 creatures waddling alongside him, he asked if they were actually planning to tag along. Seeing all 3 nod vigorously, Jeju decided he didn't have the heart to abandon them here. The viewers chimed in, saying he was basically untouchable with his new lucky talisman equipped. Pumping himself up, Jeju took a deep breath and stepped firmly through the portal. He emerged on the other side, shielding his eyes from a fierce gust of wind before gazing up at his surroundings. Sprawled out before his eyes was a massive coliseum arena overlooking the tower. Jeju just stood there in absolute awe of the breathtaking scenery. He walked over to a nearby stone wall to inspect ancient text etched into the surface. The system interface instantly translated the engraving for him. Never forget the blood spilled by those remembered as heroes. He found the quote unsettling and ominous, until another line of text caught his eye nearby. The carving stated that true effort holds both honor and shame. He reflected on just how accurate that harsh truth really was. Hard work doesn't guarantee equal outcomes for everyone in life. He might have started with 0 advantages, but trying his hardest was still the only play he had. Without warning, another system notification flashed across his vision. It warned him that the trial would begin in 10 minutes, requiring him to hold out against monster waves for half an hour. Knowing he couldn't afford to waste a single second, he prepared to gear up immediately. He immediately pulled up the system's store to buy equipment. On this brutal difficulty setting, worst-case scenario meant fighting fiery red bears, while a better role would pit him against sea serpents. A red bear burns with continuous flames, meaning his only hope would be stacking armor and enduring the 30-minute timer. A sea serpent is devastating, but severely handicapped once dragged onto dry land. All he'd really need to do was evade its heavy tail swings. He prayed for an easy draw, but past experience told him things rarely went according to plan. Even so, he did his best to keep his spirits up. Surely the system wouldn't throw an impossible death trap at me right away, right? And right on schedule, the combat trial commenced. A massive summoning rift tore open directly ahead of him. At first glance, the opening looked small, making him think he rolled the sea serpents. Then it widened rapidly, shifting his guess to the dreaded red bear. But the rift kept expanding to absurd proportions, casting a gigantic shadow that engulfed him entirely. The gate swelled to a colossal scale. Jeju freaked out, horrified by the absurdly massive gateway. Cold terror immediately gripped his chest. A mountainous foot slammed down onto the arena, revealing a gargantuan dragon turtle. The entire chat spammed in disbelief, wondering why a raid-tier beast was on floor 2. Hoping to avoid a slugfest, Jeju burned his remaining 300 coins on a sturdy one-handed battle axe. The weapon materialized in his grip as the chat called him crazy for trying to fight it. Jeju recalled from the future video that aggressively participating in stream raids unlocked hidden bonus rewards. The Titan turtle braced itself to crush him, and our crazy protagonist charged straight at the giant without hesitation. The beast swept its massive leg and slammed him into the dirt as viewers called it game over. Yet through the rising dust, Jeju pushed back to his feet, having actually gouged a clean wound into the monster's hide. Knowing he couldn't one-shot this tank, Jeju planned to scale its shell to test the limits of his newly boosted strength. Watching the beast snort heavy steam, it was clearly furious at taking damage from a pest. The creature fired a devastating shockwave of raw energy. Jeju threw himself sideways just in time to evade the blast. While a red bear's hit could be guarded against, he was already memorizing the dragon turtle's attack tells. If he could actually bring down this behemoth, the payout would be astronomical. The beast only grew more enraged with every missed strike. Jeju darted through its massive legs in a zigzag, darting straight for its blind spot from behind. Raising his battle axe high, he drove the blade deep into its flesh like a lumberjack splitting a tree. The giant turtle lets out a low, agonizing groan. It swings in for another strike, but Jeju effortlessly slips out of the way. Knowing he'll be toast if the monster reads his rhythm, he quickly scrambles out from beneath it. He can tell the creature is actively analyzing how to corner him. The beast pulls its limbs back inside and shuts its shell tight to regenerate. What makes a dragon turtle such a nightmare to fight is its attack pattern. Tucked away inside that impenetrable shell, it can recover from practically any wound. People start pouring into the stream in droves, totally hyped by the spectacle. That's when Jeju spots his golden opening. He vaults straight onto the beast's back and grabs onto one of the spikes. He actually managed to scale the beast by using its own leg as a stepping stone. Anyone fighting a dragon turtle would assume climbing its back is safe, but those shell spikes are basically live explosives. He has to pinpoint its weak point before time runs out. A viewer tries warning him about the explosive spikes, but Jeju has already locked onto the target. He winds up with his axe, but his first swing barely makes a dent, so he hacks at it again until a chunk of the spike breaks off. The chat goes crazy, dying to know what kind of insane plan is running through his head. The dragon turtle thrusts its head out, glaring toward its shell with pure fury. Jeju suspects the beast might try smashing into a wall to knock him loose. This is literally his only shot. Hoping the gamble pays off, he brings his axe crashing down on the spike one last time. The monster roars in sheer agony. A colossal explosion erupts on the spot, blanketing the arena in smoke while the chat is left wondering if he survived. Our boy strolls right out of the haze, and the chat explodes into celebration, with everyone pretending they believed in him the whole time. The beast finally goes still, and Jeju stares at the carcass, realizing just how reckless that gamble was and how close he came to failing. He was literally inches away from getting blown to pieces by that blast. All of a sudden, the monster's jaw twitches and its eyelids slightly part. Jeju wastes no time putting it down for good, bringing his axe down in a decisive final blow. With the trial cleared, the path to the third floor unlocks, alongside a sweet hidden reward. Yeju savors the victory as the stream chat goes wild with hype. One of the little papwas starts hopping around happily, prompting Yeju to ask if they'd like to feast on the remains. Since tower monsters are packed with mana, their corpses are basically a 5-star buffet for creatures like them. Jeju lets them dig in, which leaves the viewers baffled at how the creatures understand him, grossed out by their massive mouths, yet still in awe that he actually took down a dragon turtle solo. The viewers immediately start flooding the chat, claiming he has to be running hacks. Knowing nobody would buy it if he claimed it was dumb luck, Jeju just plays it cool and brushes it off like light work. He tells them he simply felt he had the shot, so he took it. To be fair, his audience isn't tuning in because he showers them with fan service. They're hooked on the sheer madness of his battles and the unbelievable way he clutches every situation. And the numbers speak for themselves, pulling in nearly 200 live viewers while only on the second floor. A smirk forms on his face as he suggests they finally take a look at the loot. While he's at it, he also cashes in his milestone reward for crossing 100 followers. Jeju decides to inspect the floor clear reward before anything else. The chat starts whining, asking why the floor crates keep giving out useless-looking rocks. He bags 500 coins along with a handy subspace backpack. He considers it a pretty decent haul, so the viewers really have no right to complain. Mana stones seem unimpressive without seeing the detailed stats, and given that they're useless until past the 10th floor, their frustration makes total sense. To cut the complaining short, he quickly shifts focus straight to the hidden reward. The chat panics over how casually he's holding it when they spot the glowing heroic grade upgrade rune sitting in his palm. Knowing just how valuable the item is, Jeju safely pockets it for future use. Out of nowhere, a blinding headache strikes him, leaving his vision spinning, so the chat urges him to grab his loot and advance to the next floor to recover. Jeju tells them he's going to quickly look over the available blessing choices first. Blessings grant passive stat buffs, but while mana helps mages study spells, it's basically dead weight in the early stages. He locks in his selection and calls out his pick, sending the entire chat into fits of laughter. Unlike knights and combat mages who dominate early on, researching pure magic is a confusing grind with minimal payoff at low levels. It's largely written off as a non-combat utility role meant to hang in the back and buff allies. Regardless, this is only the early phase of his run. He recalls that player from the video who crafted a mana gauntlet, a total prodigy of a magic engineering brawler. After all, any real gamer knows that RGB lighting makes everything 10 times cooler. While he knows how to forge equipment, replicating a masterpiece on that level is a whole different story. For now, he simply cradles a Popway in his arms. He figures if he puts his back into it, maybe he can craft a decent copy down the line. Pushing those thoughts aside, he notes how much the Papua seem to enjoy their dragon turtle feast. He begins making his way out, having hit his physical limit for this floor. With everything settled, he steps straight into the waiting portal. Arriving on the next floor, 2 massive statues loom in dead silence. He mentions feeling completely refreshed. Every single scratch has vanished, but the chat immediately accuses him of acting for drama. Right on cue, a system notification flashes into view. The third trial is ready to begin, where the dormant guardians will challenge him, and surviving the timer is his only way out of eternal imprisonment. He notes how much tougher the earlier floors were compared to the video, yet this third floor seems identical. Just as he wonders about the matching difficulty, a voice suddenly cuts in, thanking someone for a stream donation. The stranger announces to his stream that he finally cleared his way to the third floor. Yeju wonders if this guy is his actual trial partner, while the stranger looks equally baffled. The setup was the same because this particular challenge is designed as a co-op trial. The man extends a hand, and Yeju notices a visible tremble in his grip. He clearly went through hell back on the second floor. Yeju greets him and returns the handshake. The guy mentions he's a fellow streamer and lays on the compliments, leaving Yeju suspecting he barely survived his last fight. The man pulls his hand away, and Yeju completely understands his nerves. After all, this is the very first human soul he's encountered inside the entire tower. The newcomer confesses he's totally inexperienced, which the chat agrees is completely typical for a beginner. He introduces himself as Yon Seok. Yeju gives his own name in return. Seok notes how unusual and cool of a name that is. Just then, something beside Yeju catches his eye. He asks if the little creatures sitting on his shoulders are called Papwa. Yeju assumes his stream viewers must have tipped him off. Seok mentions his viewers are losing their minds trying to figure out how Yeju managed to get here. Yeju clarifies that the creatures tagged along since the first floor, and just as Seok nods in understanding, the whole room begins to tremble. One of the massive stone statues starts advancing straight at them. Jeju cuts the conversation short, telling him they'll catch up later. The statues bury their giant axes into the stone floor as the trial timer begins ticking upward. Jeju reasons that if the floor mechanics haven't changed, the Guardian's weak spots should be identical to the guide. These Guardian statues protect the third floor arena, which is widely regarded as where the real challenge of the tower kicks off. Easy mode only spawns a single statue, while normal spawns a pair. Hard difficulty also throws 2 Guardians at you. He casts a quick glance to his flank. Unless you destroy both simultaneously, whichever one drops first will immediately start regenerating. The Guardian's eyes flash a sinister red, and the stream notes how many challengers get wiped at this exact wall. The Guardian swings down its heavy weapon, smashing the floor and unleashing a blinding shockwave of debris. Seok is terrified by the sheer force and looks around frantically to see where Jeju went, only to find him already sprinting full throttle straight into the Guardians' faces. One of the giants brings its massive shield down, trying to crush our protagonist under it. Seok screams Jeju's name in pure panic, but when the Guardian lifts its guard, only shattered stone remains where he stood. Jeju had already flanked behind it, vaulting airborne while surging mana directly into his limbs. He drives his weapon deep into the Guardian's leg, toppling the giant and snapping its arm in the fall. But before it hits the ground, the second Guardian catches its falling partner. Jeju knows he can't afford to waste a single second, since hesitating will just let the damaged statue regenerate. Refusing to let that happen, he bolts in again at top speed, targeting the monster's leg with another fierce blow. Seeing fractures spread across the statue's leg, he winds up for one final strike. The stone leg shatters under the barrage, sending both giants collapsing in a tangled heap onto the floor. A thick blanket of dust fills the room, leaving nothing but a lone pillar standing in the background. After scanning the perimeter to confirm the kill, Yeju drops down from the monster's head. Seok rushes over, completely stunned, asking who on earth he really is, but our guy just brushes it off with a laugh. Suddenly, one of the fallen Guardians gives a twitch. Yeju's instincts flare as his eyes flash red, screaming for Seok to drop to the floor. A surprise projectile comes ripping straight towards Seok, catching him totally unprepared. Yeju screams at him to stay low as a spear hurtles inches from his face, barely ducking out of the way in the nick of time. They both look back only to find the Guardian pulling itself right back onto its feet. Its eyes are still burning with that menacing red glow. Jeju didn't anticipate the spear throw, realizing that simply grounding them won't finish the job. They're going to have to completely destroy them. Once the smoke settles, the entire chat is completely flooded with praise for how insane his skills are. Jeju bolts forward once more, leaping right at the Titan and locking eyes with its massive shield. Gripping his axe tight, he drops into a runner's stance and explodes into a dead sprint. He unloads a crushing swing directly into the beast, slicing clean through its core. The behemoth collapses instantly, and Jeju lands smoothly right across its fallen frame. Suddenly, the remaining Guardian lunges forward, snatching the broken fragment just as Jeju leaps clear. With zero space left to evade, he quickly weighs his next move. There's literally no time to second guess. He has to end this immediately before the shattered statue can piece itself back together. He kicks off the floor, launching into another brutal axe swing. The statue's arm gets cleaved clean off, crashing to the floor right as Jeju lands beside it. Surveying the wreckage, he watches the giant's glowing red eyes flicker and finally go completely dark. He has officially shut down the trial's judgment protocol. Just like that, donations come raining in across the stream. He explains to the chat that while breaking the red eye was the original strategy, outright smashing them got the job done anyway. He remarks that the fight dragged on longer than planned, wondering why the exit portal hasn't appeared yet. Right then, Seok calls out to grab his attention. Yeju wonders what the guy needs now. Seok asks for a quick chat, but Yeju tells him he's already burned way too much time on this floor and needs to push ahead immediately. He promises they can catch up later, leaving Seok standing in the dust. Heading toward the temple, Jeju climbs the stone steps and notices a scroll resting on a nearby table. Unrolling it, he reads a grim tale of people awaiting doom. Starving cries, fallen spirits roaming the empire, and a mad emperor ringing a victory bell while beheading his own returning general. It ends with a chilling warning. Any traveler reading these words must never, under any circumstance, anger the emperor. Jeju admits he doesn't have the full picture yet, but it's clearly a major clue for the 5th floor. Right on cue, the floor portal finally activates. He announces he'll collect his rewards before stepping through, receiving his gift box a second later. He notices it's only a single coin pouch, when normal mode usually hands out 3. It turns out to contain 5,000 coins for clearing the 3rd floor. He admits he was stressed when he saw just one pouch, but the payout turned out to be huge. By now, his channel sits at 201 live viewers, 138 followers, and nearly 6,000 coins in his bank. That sudden viewer spike likely came from Seok's audience crossing over. Besides, if the 5th floor gives good coins, he can dive even deeper into magic engineering. He turns around only to realize the Papua have gone dead silent. Then they begin shivering violently on the floor. They collapse right where they stand, looking utterly drained. Worried they might be ill, he asks the chat if anyone knows what's wrong with them. A viewer chimes in, guessing they might just be hungry. Jeju immediately doubts that possibility. They literally just stuffed themselves on dragon turtle shell back on the 2nd floor. Just to be certain, he unzips his pack and holds out a mana stone for them. The Papua weakly shake their heads, turning it down. So yeah, hunger definitely isn't the problem. A viewer named The Love sends a 20 coin tip, advising him to push through to the 5th floor first. Jeju drops a thank you and mulls it over. He remembers there's supposed to be an NPC on the 5th floor who can treat the Papua. He stands up and announces he's rushing straight to the 4th floor for his little guys, when COK suddenly shouts for him to hold up. He's completely winded from sprinting to catch up. Jeju lets him know he's dealing with a bit of an urgent situation at the moment. COK admits he's probably being a nuisance, but he just had to express his gratitude for getting him through the trial without a scratch. He bows and gives Yeju his heartfelt thanks for everything. A bit taken aback by the genuine praise, Yeju gives an awkward little cough. He tells him not to sweat it, promising he's happy to lend a hand whenever possible. COK's face brightens with relief upon hearing those words. With that settled, Jeju walks into the portal, figuring their streams will likely cross paths again. Stepping inside, he finds himself locked in a rune-sealed temple with a strict 6-day countdown. Jeju feels that describing this place as merely trapped is putting it mildly. This place is practically designed to be your grave. Even if you stock up on food using coins, your stamina and resources can only hold out for so long. Approaching the wall, he estimates there must be hundreds of crystals set up for hard difficulty, so he decides to browse the floor shop first. The shop's stock rotates and tailors its gear based on the current floor. Unlike earlier stages, the 4th floor store sells rations rather than weapons or armor. Since he doesn't need supplies right away and the clock is ticking, he opts to hoard his coins. He wants to save up for the future, especially with his sick little companions needing help. To beat the 4th floor, he needs to decode the characters on each crystal, solve the sequence, and align the correct colors. Every time you tap a crystal, it cycles to a different color. That's the core mechanic of this puzzle. Jeju chuckles at how brutally he used to struggle with this exact puzzle back in the day. He reaches his hand out and presses the first crystal. Every rune corresponds to a specific shifting sequence of hues. Originally, trying to memorize all these bizarre, alien glyphs was an absolute migraine. So his big breakthrough was simply converting each glyph into a numeric value. The difficulty is definitely about to ramp up from this point forward. The truly infuriating gimmick on this floor is that untouched crystals will randomly flip colors on their own. To him, however, it's nothing more than an oversized, annoying Rubik's Cube. He rapidly taps through each one with precision. Yeju glances upward. Right on cue, the entire grid of crystals lights up in sync. Phase 1 is cleared, and everything is unfolding exactly as he planned. At this speed, he can easily finish the whole trial within an hour. So he stays locked in and blasts through the remaining puzzles. As the clock ticks, the chat loses its mind, amazed that he's already about to clear it. Yeju exhales a satisfied sigh. Virtually every single tile flips to a radiant blue. And that's the final piece of the puzzle. The gateway to the 5th floor swings wide open. A chatter named D can 123 jokes that with this brain power, he could ace the Korean SATs in 20 flat minutes. Yeju thanks the chat, playing it humble by claiming he's really no genius. The Love drops a message congratulating him on the clean clear. Yeju thanks the chat and heads over to check his rewards. He scoops up another fat pouch of coins. Having crossed the 10,000 coin mark, he can finally purchase that hero tier skill book. The Papua are looking weaker by the minute, so he can't afford to waste time. He locks in and prepares to ascend to the 5th floor. He managed a lightning fast clear, but he reminds himself to stay composed and disciplined. He's determined to prove he's on an entirely different level on the 5th floor. The trial of the 5th floor is officially underway. The moment this phase begins, the audience is locked in with no way to jump streams, while our guy is put on a strict 7-day timer. He's set to take over an influential persona persona in the crumbling empire of Astrode, alongside another player who's being dropped into a different vessel. Clearing the trial boils down to two options: trigger his assigned storyline conclusion, or hunt down and execute his rival. Yiju opens his eyes within the royal fortress, finding himself seated and inhabiting an unfamiliar form. He starts flipping through a personal journal detailing the past decade of this prince's miserable existence. As a young boy, he merely wished for a magical creature on his birthday, only to receive a harsh slap and a soul-crushing glare from his own father. Following that humiliation, he secretly constructed an underground lair right beneath his quarters, totally hidden from the emperor. When he tried paying Fordrick a gold piece for his assistance, the man turned down the money, swearing instead to secretly provide him with exotic beasts. For the first time in years, the young prince believed he could finally rest peacefully. This tragic background belonged to none other than Kaeli Du Toprax, the second prince of Astrode. Eventually, the ruler caught wind of the hidden pet and mercilessly slaughtered it. Falling into drunken despair, he began assaulting random citizens in the alleys, earning himself the terrifying title of the Executioner. Having gathered all the background info, Yiju firmly shuts the journal. His mission objective is to claim the throne, but with a strict caveat, staging a violent coup is completely off the table. He grumbles internally, feeling like the trial is setting him up with an impossible task. Out of everyone in the realm, why did he have to end up as a disgraced royal with practically zero claim to the throne? Sticking to his original plan as a magic engineer would have made this trial a total walk in the park. With the fifth floor trial underway, the broadcast rules immediately lock into place. Time dilation warps reality so that an entire week spent here equates to barely a minute in the outside world, giving his viewers free rein to step away. The rules lay out two straightforward victory paths: either fulfill the designated storyline ending, or wipe the rival streamer off the map. However, leaking any detail about these conditions will result in immediate annihilation for everyone involved. He warns his arguing chat to knock it off, dropping a ban threat if they refuse to behave. Right then, an interactive interface materializes before his eyes. He's instructed to select his desired power archetype. His choice will directly determine which societal identity he assumes in this world. Prioritizing top-tier attributes guarantees him possession of a high-ranking noble in Astrode. Opting for magic lands him the role of a premier imperial wizard. Going with magic engineering makes him a prestigious platinum-tier engineer. Pumping pure physical strength turns him into an elite imperial guard. Alternative paths like assassin or high-tier support exist, but their abysmal stat distribution makes them virtually unpickable. Yiju considers this a complete no-brainer. Without hesitation, he reaches out to lock in magic engineering. Instead, the interface completely glitches and forces him into the magic beast class. The system finalizes the erroneous decision and binds him to the beast tamer role. Yiju screams in protest, demanding his engineering build, but gravity gives out and drops him straight through the warp portal. He's left completely baffled as to how he got saddled with such a ridiculous specialization. Still, he knows panicking won't help, and there's still time to formulate a strategy. If his storyline objective proves straightforward, he can simply power through it. Under normal circumstances, an engineer wins by crafting a signature device, but if things get overly complicated, murdering the other player is always on the table. Day 1 of his 7-day trial is all about synchronization, making thorough study of the prince's memories his top priority. A sudden rap on the wooden door breaks his concentration. He calls out to identify the visitor, ordering them to escort Fordrick inside immediately. Having read the journal entries, he wants to gauge Fordrick's true motives face to face. Fordrick steps into the room, inquiring if His Highness summoned him concerning the newly acquired creature. Anticipating the request, Fordrick mentions he already prepped the specimen, adding that it was captured in the Northern Territory. With a slight nod, he rolls a heavy iron cage into the room. He then rips off the heavy fabric cloaking the bars. Papuas are infamous for their bloodthirsty temperament, but these specific ones were oddly docile, making their capture effortless. Yiju admits these creatures slipped his mind, though he can't help noticing how sickly and frail they appear. Fordrick admits even the trappers couldn't explain the creatures' diminished state. They appear to burn through mana crystals at an alarming rate, prompting Fordrick to promise strict supervision. Turning his focus back to Yiju, the aide changes the subject. He presses the prince about the intense mana pouring off him, demanding to know what transpired during his month-long northern excursion. Yiju brushes off the concern, assuring him that his physical condition is perfectly fine. Fordrick flatly rejects the excuse as absurd. Anyone harboring this concentrated volume of energy would have burst into pieces instantly. By pure fortune, it hasn't killed him yet, but since the mana seeped into his brain, it's artificially suppressing his emotions. and any escalation could prove fatal. Fordrick solemnly cautions him that taking in any further magical power might be permanently locked off. Yeju casually nods, saying he'll take the warning under advisement. Accepting the prince's dismissal, Fordrick prepares to depart. Right before exiting, he drops a final caution about the first prince's shady maneuvers and urges vigilance. Yeju offers his thanks for the heads-up, stating he'll transport the creatures down to the hidden cellar himself. Fordrick stood as the prince's sole loyal ally, having served as an elite knight under Kaeli's late mother, Empress Praetza. After her death, he hung up his sword and dedicated his entire life to serving as the young prince's personal attendant. So, as it turns out, that eerie mental composure he felt was entirely manufactured by the magic crystals. Under regular circumstances, staring down that dragon turtle would have terrified him out of his mind. Regardless, the first prince's shady schemes mean an eventual clash is unavoidable if he wants to take the imperial crown, exactly as predicted in the journal. Without warning, the stone wall grinds open, exposing a concealed stairway leading underground. He descends into the darkness, walking past an array of subterranean cages. A glowing notification interface flares to life beside him. Far from being wild or exhausted, Kaeli's captive beasts brighten up with genuine joy the moment their owner approaches. The little Papuas tilt their heads up at him with eager eyes. Yeju decides to leave them locked in for now, unwilling to risk exposing them to external chaos. He offers the creatures a quick apology, reassuring them that the confinement is purely for their protection. He contemplates buying a skill manual for the Papuas, and the best thing about skill books here is that studying them isn't even required. All the knowledge gets downloaded directly into your consciousness, making mastery instant. A low-level beast skill forms, though in truth, it offers barely any tactical value for these Papuas. It wasn't a game changer, but hey, it costs next to nothing. With that squared away, he only had one remaining destination to check off. His rival almost certainly picked a combat role like knight or sorcerer, while chief mages hole up in research labs. Knight commanders stick to the training yards. To secure the grand trial rewards, he has to pin down and neutralize that streamer's freedom of action. Elsewhere across the grounds, a warrior is relentlessly running through sword drills. He cleanly cleaves practice dummies in half with smooth, repetitive slashes. He lets out an arrogant chuckle, marveling at how insanely overpowered he feels. This player goes by the name Li Xianyi. He's only absorbed a couple of skill books, yet his muscle memory feels like the result of decades of intense swordsmanship. His proficiency meter was actively climbing with every single casual movement. He counted himself blessed, considering his bold choice of high difficulty on the first floor showered him in massive stream donations. He shredded monsters with his kendo background on the second floor, and on the third, he shamelessly used a fellow player as a human shield to speedrun the clear. He worried that dirty trick would kill his viewership, but ironically, his popularity and stock soared even higher. Though he scraped through the fourth floor with barely half an hour to spare, his live chat suddenly starts spamming warnings about an approaching figure. The viewers immediately spot the newcomer's regal attire, confirming he's an actual high-ranking Imperial. The man walking in is none other than Second Prince Kaeli. With his chat frantically telling him to bow, he drops to his knees and delivers a theatrical greeting about how honored he is to meet royalty. Kaeli bids him rise, offering polite praise for his dedication to Imperial training. Xianyi smoothly plays along, claiming he's merely doing his duty. In his head, he assumes every smart streamer would naturally gravitate toward being a powerhouse knight or sorcerer. Xianyi's role is Grand Master Black Lion, a legendary bladesman with zero tolerance for deceit. Role-playing that rigid persona felt awkward initially, but mimicking the locals helped him blend in seamlessly. He casually asks what could possibly drag His Highness out to a grimy, sweat-soaked training ground. Kaeli mentions he suddenly remembered the knight's favorite vintage of liquor. He brings up how the swordsman supposedly broke down crying at last year's banquet when his drink wasn't served. He was planning to send a crate over, but since he doesn't drink, the exact name slipped his mind. This unexpected test sends Xianyi straight into full panic mode. He frantically pleads with his live viewers to throw him an answer. He bluffs and throws out the name Pure Tail, praying the prince falls for it. Kaeli nods like it rings a bell, assuring him a delivery will arrive tomorrow. Relieved, Xianyi expresses deep gratitude, swearing his total devotion to the realm. Then, as if struck by an afterthought, Kaeli mentions one more little detail. Out of nowhere, he looks right at him and asks for his real Korean name. Xianyi takes a fearful step back, convinced this royal is totally unhinged. He demands to know the prince's true identity, but Kaeli smugly retorts that what you see is what you get. Xianyi notes that he showed up without a single guard, questioning why he's recklessly wandering solo. He's bewildered how he got exposed despite his acting, but Yeju coldly asks why he owes him any explanation at all. The truth is simple. The obsessive original prince documented every single detail and person in his private journal. Xian Yi snarls, asking what his chat had to say regarding the prince. His viewers called the second prince a useless fraud who would drop from a single clean sword slash. Yiju fires back, saying he sensed that shallow, foul arrogance radiating off him the second he walked up. Xian Yi unsheathes his blade, snarling that the prince is about to pay with his life. Out of nowhere, Fordrick sprints into the courtyard, demanding to know what madness is unfolding. He urgently checks on the prince to make sure he's unharmed. He roars at the swordsman for daring to bear steel against royal blood. Yiju quickly intervenes, waving it off as a harmless request to test the Grand Master's blade skills. Fordrick points out that the stance reeked of murderous intent, though Yiju secretly recalls baiting the guy on purpose. He warns Xian Yi to watch his step, reminding him that treason carries the penalty of being drawn and quartered by wild horses through the capital. Terrified by the brutal threat, Xian Yi scrambles to apologize. Fordrick orders him to clear out, noting that he's only sparing him because His Highness intervened. Thoroughly spooked, Xian Yi bolts from the training grounds. Fordrick notes how bizarrely the knight was behaving, but Yiju turns it around, asking if Fordrick was simply trailing his movements. He adds that hearing Fordrick speak like that brings back memories of the past. A wave of sorrow washes over Fordrick's face. He calls it a painful reminder, since his memories before pledging his sword to Empress Praetza are practically gone. Kaeli nods with understanding. He explains he was merely killing time out of boredom, and tells Fordrick not to fret and carry on with his duties. Fordrick concedes, leaving him with a final warning that crossing paths with the first prince would spell massive trouble. He turns and walks off, leaving Yiju to his own devices. Having burned more hours than intended, Yiju resolves to push his visit to the magic engineering lab to the following day. He reaffirms his determination to secure his desired ending, confident that a winning strategy exists. Elsewhere, Xian Yi grabs the requested intel files, feeling like fortune is smiling upon him. He had been sweating bullets earlier, knowing full well that a royal execution order would end his run on the spot. His chat steered him to the archives to dig up background dirt on the second prince. Flipping through the dossier, he spots records detailing all the beasts under the prince's care. The stream chat flags an entry showing 3 Papuas linked to a single caretaker, reminding him of the aide from earlier. When Xian Yi asks if this guy's real name is critical, the chat confirms it and directs him toward the outer gates. There's a hidden chapel located around that perimeter that he urgently needs to reach. Xian Yi suddenly pieces together that the shortcut requires exposing his rival's true player name first, meaning he's in deep trouble without it. Rewinding an hour prior, Xian Yi caught sight of Kaeli strolling past and flashed an arrogant grin. Our protagonist noted he knew Xian Yi was snooping, to which the rival smugly called him a celebrity and dropped his real name, Kim Yiju. Seeing the visible shock on Yiju's face, Xian Yi became certain he nailed the bullseye. He dashed away into the distance, leaving a bewildered Yiju standing there. Sprinting at full speed, he vows to survive this trial and rushes toward the 5th floor's hidden secret revealed by his viewers. Pushing past the shrubbery, he relies on the intel that naming his competitor at the altar grants an instant clear. Taking the fast pass forfeits juicy skill growth opportunities, but stat grinding is completely useless if he ends up dead. Xian Yi dunks his hands in the sacred basin and drops to his knees before the stone deity. A system prompt flashes across his vision. Initiating a trial of wisdom, it commands him to declare the true identity of his co-participant. With supreme confidence, Xian Yi bellows our protagonist's name. The prompt verifies the input and requests a final confirmation. Instead of a victory chime, a violent shockwave rips through the sanctuary. The submission was dead wrong, and now demonic entities are triggered to strip away every single skill in his arsenal. Xian Yi hits the dirt in total disbelief, screeching in horror over how his flawless plan blew up in his face. Just a bit earlier, Yiju was secretly laughing at how brainless his rival was, while his chat caught on that he had already set a trap. The second he entered his quarters, Yiju dug into his pack and retrieved a special consumable. His viewers were losing their minds, wondering how on earth he knew about that hidden sanctuary mechanic. Yiju ripped a name change scroll, officially registering his player identity as Kim Yiju 2 under his Grand Master's standing. He calculated that he'd need to master 5 fundamental techniques from the first sword order. Since the rival flunked the wisdom trial, every bit of his hard-earned skill progress was wiped clean. A full skill reset forces a player to rebuy every single manual from scratch. Without wealthy whales in your stream bankrolling your recovery, reaching the finish line becomes impossible. And realistically, no viewer would waste their hard-earned cash on a clown like him. Yiju defended his silly alias to the chat, arguing he had to pick something on the fly. The viewers completely ignore his logic and roast his uncreative naming sense. A sudden disturbance echoes right outside his chamber doors. He swings the door open and demands an explanation. The sentries report that Lord Royance is requesting an immediate audience. Xian Yi steps forward, asking if the prince can spare a moment. Our protagonist casually invites him inside. The second the door shuts, Xian Yi slashes his blade in a fit of rage, spewing curses. He screams at him to confess his true identity. Yiju calmly responds that he already gave him his true answer. Losing his mind, the man grabs a chair, hurls it straight at Yiju, and screams at him to quit mocking him. Our lead sidesteps the projectile without breaking a sweat. Xian Yi readies his sword again, barking that things were bound to get bloody anyway, and they'll see who bites the dust first. Yiju evades every strike with zero effort, internally mocking how pathetically sluggish the guy's swings are. He seizes both of his wrists and slams him face first into the floor, while Xian Yi thrashes and shrieks to be released. The live stream goes wild, in complete shock over his incredible hand-to-hand combat prowess. Yiju leans down and warns him that he's only breathing because he's still a useful pawn, so he better not confuse mercy with weakness. He hurls him backward, ordering him to pack his bags and vanish if he values his neck. The beaten rival scrambles to his feet and flees in terror. Yiju assumes the guy learned his lesson and won't dare pull another stunt, so there's no need to execute him just yet. After all, he holds the power to snuff out his life at any moment. He collapses back onto his mattress, pondering how no new monarch can ascend unless the reigning emperor perishes. Even upon his death, the first prince holds the superior claim, making the optimal strategy to master magic engineering until the final day, then wipe out his streaming competitor. The downside is that taking the elimination route forces him to forfeit the ultimate completion rewards. A flashback cuts to Yiju's very first trial attempt, where he was sweating through training. He questions whether this massive battle axe was truly the right choice, complaining about its ridiculous weight. Even so, he resolves to put his best effort forward. He can't help wondering what bizarre chain of events is unfolding around him. His viewers tease him for making excuses to slack off, but Yiju immediately shoots down the accusation. He then casts his gaze upward toward the heavens. This marked day 6, the day the grand imperial judgment was set to commence. Yiju contemplates what this fateful imperial verdict will bring. He prompts his audience to spill whatever background intel they might possess. The viewers tell him to stop being lazy and go witness the event in person, since public viewing is permitted. Yiju catches chatter in the crowd about how horrifying the spectacle was, while onlookers whisper about the mysterious new figure. It turns out to be Alec, the formidable Black Wolf Grandmaster. Yiju remarks that it's been ages since they crossed paths and asks what stirred up the commotion. Sion informs him that the Imperial Tribunal is on the verge of beginning. Looking completely baffled, he shakes his head and explains that the second prince has just been locked up on charges of assassinating the emperor. The logic was somewhat there, but honestly, making a move on the second prince felt totally pointless when he barely mattered in the grand scheme. When Yiju questions if that's the reason for this massive turnout, Sion backs it up, mentioning that pretty much every single royal turned out for this. With that explanation, our guy finally grasps what kind of circus he walked into. Right at that moment, he accidentally brushes shoulders with a passerby. Turns out, it's Fordrick. He seems utterly exhausted while offering an apology to Sir Alec. Taking one good look at him, our protagonist can tell the guy looks like he has one foot in the grave. None of this was adding up. The emperor was a paranoid ruler who stationed top-tier elite knights in every shadow, so someone taking him out in one night felt ridiculously shady. To make matters even wilder, those elite bodyguards were actually shape-shifting beasts. There's no way a total pushover like the second prince could pull off an assassination like that on his own. Regardless of the theories, the impending trial would lay everything bare. Over on the stream, the live chat is already betting all their money that the first prince is the real culprit. Given the sheer scale of the scandal, Jeju notices that the court hall is swarming with people. Every major figure from high archmages and grandmasters to counts and imperial elites has shown up. Suddenly, a loud bell tolls, instantly silencing the entire room. The judge kicks off the proceedings by noting the massive gathering of high society figures in attendance. Still, he warns the room that the court of Astro treats everyone as equals, and anyone acting out of line will face immediate punishment. Down in the lower tier sits Kane, representing the voice of the common folk. Right in the middle section, Marquis Krautz takes his place. Alec can't help but picture the guy with a shiny bald head, thanks to the chat spamming that he's rocking a wig. Up at the very top, Grand Duke Magnus occupies the throne left behind by the deceased emperor. The judge commands the 3 jury members to uphold the sacred teachings and swear an oath to rule without bias. Without hesitation, all 3 give their verbal confirmation. He explains beforehand that the court expedited this trial since the suspect was caught red-handed, meaning they skipped a formal statement and have no confession on record. Therefore, this entire session is primarily set up just to put his official testimony on record. Jeju can't help but wonder if they're basically saying they don't even plan to prove his guilt. With those preliminaries settled, the judge summons the accused to the stand. Kayali shuffles forward, visibly shaking with absolute dread. He barely manages to stutter out his name for the court records. The judge flatly informs him that because the crime is already considered settled, there will be no debate on the killer's identity, and he won't be receiving legal counsel. Kayali meekly nods along, while the entire gallery whispers in disbelief over how such a timid guy could pull off something this insane. The judge then reconstructs the supposed sequence of events on the night of the murder. Around 2 in the morning, he paid a visit to the emperor's royal chambers, asking for a one-on-one meeting. The two of them sat in the reception lounge, talking for roughly 30 minutes. The judge turns to the key witness, asking if any detail in that timeline is inaccurate. The reptile man confirms it's all true, noting that when total silence fell over the room, the guardian knights grew wary and forced the doors open. And the second the doors flew open, there lay the emperor bleeding out on the floor, with Prince Kayali himself standing right over the body. A wave of shocked whispers ripples through the entire audience at that damning statement. Kayali just stands frozen in place, quivering and utterly clueless on what to do next. He nervously grips his own wrist, completely overwhelmed with panic. Pressing forward, the judge states that forensics discovered dried lapla leaf poison in the emperor's tea, matching the trace residue found all over Kayali's garments. He directly asks Kayali if a single word of these accusations is untrue. Looking completely broken, Kayali quietly whispers that it's all true. The judge concludes that this seals the deal, wrapping up the presentation of evidence. The moment he says that, the spectators break out into chaotic, angry shouting. Jeju is completely dumbfounded. He wonders if this sham even qualifies as a legitimate trial. How in the world did they wrap up a royal murder case in seconds? The entire proceeding was an absolute, shameless circus. Magnus chimes in, demanding they cut the charade short before the gods watching over Astrode start mocking them. He demands they leash the prince to wild horses and drag him through the streets for all citizens to witness, framing it as an apology to the heavens. He addresses the courtroom, asking if everyone stands with his judgment. The 3 council members immediately nod along in full support. However, Fordrick intervenes, declaring that this entire ruling is total nonsense. Magnus glares at him, questioning if he dare suggest there's a flaw in the legal process. Fordrick pushes back, arguing that even for internal royal affairs, they completely bulldozed standard procedure as if someone was desperate to speedrun the execution. He attempts to advocate for the prince, but Magnus shuts him down cold, asking if he's an accomplice in the murder. Declaring there's nothing more to discuss, he commands the guards to drag the convict away. The guards haul the prince out, leaving an exhausted Fordrick to slump back down onto the bed. The stream chat is in full meltdown, screaming over what in the world just happened to Jeju. Jeju, meanwhile, is sitting there questioning what kind of lunatic world he ended up in. There was zero chance he was just going to sit back and swallow such ridiculous injustice. He makes a vow to conquer this tower, march straight into Astrode, and teach the administrators a very loud lesson. Just like that, Jeju snaps awake back in reality. He pieces together that the vision he just experienced was Kayali's past trial. His past self in the recording was absolutely seething over how rigged the verdict turned out. And with that, his decision is officially locked in. He spots a prime opportunity he can exploit to turn things around. Jeju dives into the archives, reading up on the history of the Beastmen. He discovers the Emperor was the reason Kayali grew fond of magical beasts in the first place, but without direct contact with Kayali, he has to piece everything together solo. He scans the journal leaf by leaf, but the deeper he reads, the more tangled everything seems. Frustrated by how brief the entries are, he decides to grill Fordrick, who conveniently strolls through the door right then. Jeju watches him walk in. He catches Fordrick's attention, mentioning there's something he needs to ask. He recalls the childhood memory of begging for a magical pet only to get struck by his father, asking if Fordrick remembers him sobbing afterwards. Fordrick admits he remembers every detail and is taken aback that Jeju is even bringing up that old memory. Jeju explains that when he questioned why his father got so furious, the Emperor just told him he'd understand one day without ever giving an explanation. Fordrick sighs, noting that under the circumstances back then, it was simply unavoidable. The scene flashes back to them heading over to see the Emperor. Jeju finally connects the dots on why everyone is so defensive, and honestly, it checks out. Losing Pretza drove the Emperor into sheer paranoia, firmly convinced someone murdered her, causing him to cut ties with everyone around him. It proved just how madly in love he was with his wife, meaning there was no way he harbored genuine hatred for the son she left in his care. Fordrick doubles down that in those days, his father had no other choice, since the magical beast he requested for his birthday posed far too great a threat for a little prince. Jeju gets the message, cutting back to him arriving at the guard station. He gives his viewers a heads up that he needs full concentration, announcing he's shutting off the live chat. He tells them not to get salty about it, since they can talk all they want once the meeting is done. With the stream muted, he locks in and steps completely into character as Prince Kaoli. Ditching the timid, depressed royal persona, he intends to put on a show bold enough to rattle the emperor himself. He addresses the sentry, noting how early they're on duty working hard. He makes it clear that he demands an audience with the emperor. Both guards immediately push back, stating private audiences aren't allowed at such an ungodly hour. They stand firm that 0 exceptions will be made. Seeing the Beastmen bodyguards refuse to give an inch, Kaoli raises his voice, loudly demanding to see his father. Out of nowhere, muffled sounds ring out from deep within the quarters. The massive door immediately swings wide open. A guard steps out, politely asking him to step into the lounge and wait. Stepping across the grand room, he constantly repeats in his mind that his identity is Kaoli. He locks eyes with his father, Radiac, who remarks how intriguing it is that his son sought him out. Kaoli claims he just dropped by to see him, prompting his father to scoff and ask since when he ever cared. Our protagonist fires back that he's always harbored those feelings. Radiac scoffs, telling him empty words hold no weight without proof. Jeju answers that he understands the emperor placed beastmen around him solely out of concern for his safety. He adds that taking it as fatherly devotion, it's only right for a dutiful son to follow his father's lead. Of course, in truth, the only reason he even knew about the Beastmen was because the stream chat spoiled it. The Emperor smirks with a condescending laugh, asking if that little speech is all he came to deliver. Jeju then requests that he dismiss the Beastmen guards so they don't catch wind of their talk. When Radiac asks why he should even entertain that, our guy admits the real topic is a bit too awkward to speak in front of others. The room turns dead quiet with crushing tension, but the Emperor waves the Beastmen away regardless. He tells him he has his attention, so he'd better spit out what he really came for. Jeju lays it out. While those rings hold command over the Beastmen, the one sitting on his finger right now is a complete forgery. Radiac sits upright, calling it a bold claim and warning him that such a wild accusation requires ironclad proof. Jeju clarifies that, to be exact, he knows the exact identity of whoever is holding the authentic ring. He brings up Prince Sloane's praised conquest on the plains 3 years prior, reminding him of how the drunken first prince spilled wine over his father during the festivities. Radiac scoffs, asking if he honestly expects to sway him with some piece of paper. Kaoli replies that the report is merely the setup, and he's about to fill in the missing pieces. He explains that when the first prince pulled out a handkerchief to wipe away the wine, he swiped the authentic ring and swapped it with a replica hidden on him. His father brushes it off as wild theories, questioning how on earth he plans to verify any of it. Jeju reminds himself to keep his cool, telling him there's no need to prove it since he's already certain and just felt like sharing the truth. The Emperor roars with laughter, admitting he hasn't cracked up like that in ages. Our protagonist boldly points out that the Emperor only has a handful of days left to live, prompting a stunned Radiac to admit he never expected him to know that secret. He notes that playing dumb all this time only to drop the bombshell now means he must be after something, and Jeju doesn't deny it for a second. He wants the throne for himself. His father sternly reminds him that this empire can only ever have one ruler at a time. Our guy casually responds that he's well aware, which is precisely why he needs his father to hurry up and drop dead. Meanwhile, in another place entirely, a viewer cracks up watching our protagonist's insane broadcast. He calls him an absolute madman, genuinely amused by how unhinged the guy is. Claiming he's been waiting ages for someone this wild, he drops a donation of 100 coins. User One Punch attaches a voice message with the super chat, screaming Jeju's name and telling him to beat everyone down, earning a quick thanks from Jeju. He chuckles, noting it must suck that he locked the chat and basically forced them to pay just to send a message. Opening his eyes, he announces it's time to grab a bite for breakfast and pick up some brand new skills. Making his way to the workshop, he's hyped up about finally mastering the art of magic engineering. That excitement is cut short when Sloane suddenly blocks his path, demanding to know what he's doing there. Giving his brother a smug grin, Kaoli flips the exact question right back into his face. Sloane complains that he's gotten way too mouthy, sneering that their father must have tossed him some pity allowance. Meanwhile, Kaoli deduces that Sloane likely got nervous about his stolen beast-controlling ring and raced over to pry into what Kaoli told the Emperor. Kaoli casually remarks that he dropped by at dawn, adding with a smirk that it feels like somebody snitched on him. Sloane mocks him for acting tough after years of hiding behind maids, raising a hand to smack him across the face. Before he can swing, Bran, the royal master craftsman, steps in and tells him to knock it off, demanding to know why they're creating a scene outside his shop. Sloan barks at him to stay in his lane, but Bran fires right back that it's his doorstep. So it is his business, and the prince is the one acting like an ill-mannered brat. He reminds him that he isn't the emperor yet, so he has no right throwing his weight around demanding respect. And if he can't handle people talking back, he shouldn't go picking fights on someone else's property. Grinding his teeth in absolute fury, Sloan swears he'll remember this humiliation, boiling inside that Bran dared to clown him in front of Kayali. Bran tells him to do his worst because he couldn't give a damn. Tossing in a parting shot, he warns that an attitude like that will land him an early grave. Sloan balls his fists, swearing he'll execute Bran the second he takes the crown, before storming off in pure frustration. Kayali thanks Bran for stepping in, though Bran brushes it off, saying he just wanted to shut down the annoying racket. When Kayali mentions needing a favor, the craftsman immediately cuts him off, stating that if he's asking for a hit on the prince, the answer is no. Kayali clarifies it's nothing like that, making Bran chuckle and joke that if he asked again, he might have actually agreed, before telling him to stay out of trouble if he's going to snoop around. Jeju ponders it for a second, relieved that at the very least, he didn't make a terrible first impression. Walking into the workshop, the thick stench of grease and the organized chaos scattered around confirm this place is legit. Out of nowhere, a system prompt flashes in front of him. Because he entered a magic engineering zone, the shop has officially unlocked magic engineering skill tomes for purchase. He wonders if taking the magic track triggered this, noting that out-of-class skill books cost an arm and a leg. Merely seeing the skill name sets the live chat off into a frenzy. As he begins stacking items in his cart, the chat loses its mind, spamming refund demands and screaming why he's blowing points on completely useless trash. Jeju warns them to shut it before he starts dropping bans, proceeding to activate the skill tome anyway. A system ping confirms that basic magic engineering has been successfully unlocked. Suddenly, a wave of nausea hits him from cramming 4 complex skills into his head at once, his brain struggling under the overload. He realizes that despite the knowledge dump, he can only copy basic blueprints without real crafting mastery, meaning he'll have to grind levels the old-fashioned way. And to pull that off, he'll need to stick around this workshop for the foreseeable future. With a clear strategy set, he gets right down to business and raps firmly on the inner door. Bran asks what he wants, and Jeju responds that he has a small favor to ask. The smith invites him in, and Jeju steps through with a polite pardon. Meanwhile, walking back through the palace corridors, Sloan stews over the news of Kayali's private talk with their father. He initially suspected Kayali was cooking up a scheme behind his back, but concluded the wimp hadn't changed a bit. He scoffs, thinking pathetic Kayali should have stayed buried in his quarters, since the only crown he'll ever see is 6 feet underground. Even so, he can't shake the nagging question of why Kayali was poking around a dirty workshop in the first place. When Jeju asks to use the workshop, Bran shuts him down, warning that if he's here to play games, he can walk. Magic engineering is serious business, not child's play, but Jeju counters that he knows his fundamentals and, though a bit modest about it, genuinely grasps mechanics and thermodynamics. The smith finds that pretty intriguing. He dips his pen in ink and tells him to stay put for a moment. He scribbles a complex formula down onto a parchment. He challenges him to see if he can solve it. When Yeju casually says yes, the man pulls up a chair and gestures for him to sit. He explains that this magic circle is standard in the Latin Empire, and tasks him with cracking its equation. Kayali notes to himself that this mineral functions just like steel in magical craft, instantly identifying the 3 components within the circle. Without missing a beat, he starts penning down his solution. In no time at all, he wraps up the test. Bran remarks that it's only 50% right, causing Jeju to sweat over whether he blew his shot at using the forge. However, Bran follows up by admitting that even for half credit, his unique interpretation was remarkably sharp. He gives him full permission to use the workshop whenever he pleases, as long as he treats the place with respect. After all, finding a youngster with a genuine passion for magic engineering is rare, let alone a pampered prince. Seizing the moment, Kayali asks if the master would take him on as a student. Bran promises to keep the first prince far out of the way, giving Jeju the perfect chance to focus on his training without any annoying interruptions. He tells his live chat to hang tight with him, even if things get a little slow on stream for a while. Between all the rigorous studying and daily events, the week blazes past until the countdown shows just a single day and 16 hours remaining. Suddenly, Fordrick comes sprinting in, shouting for the prince in complete panic. He drops the shocking news that the emperor has actually been executed and put on display. Right then, Jeju knows the dreaded 5th day is officially here. Fordrick declares he's going to look into what happened, but before he can take a single step, royal guards burst in shouting that second Prince Kaali Dudaprox must submit to divine justice. Fordrick immediately steps up, demanding to know what the hell is going on. The bailiff pushes to the front and proclaims he's here to arrest the man responsible for Emperor Radiac Dudaprox's death. He adds that considering how massive this crime is, they're going to drag the criminal in for a brutal interrogation regarding his treason. Jeju smirks on the inside, noting that the trial hasn't even begun, yet they've already labeled him a cold-blooded murderer. It's crystal clear to him that this bailiff is completely bought out by the first prince. The guards bark orders to drag the prisoner out immediately. Fordrick tries to block them, arguing they can't haul the prince away without showing a shred of actual proof. Moments later, they find themselves standing inside the very same courtroom from his past run. The judge strikes his gavel to bring the room to order. He delivers the identical opening monologue word for word just like before. Watching everything play out, Jeju realizes the clerk's dialogue and the entire sequence of events match the recorded video perfectly, like a scripted destiny. The court demands that he step up and state his identity for the record. Looking across the hostile spectators, Jeju truly understands the sheer despair the original Kaali must have endured. The deck was stacked completely against him. Virtually every noble sitting in the hall was firmly in the first prince's pocket. He'd been thrown into an arena where not a single soul backed him up, having already been condemned before the trial even kicked off. He marvels at how anyone could keep from trembling in a setup like this, wondering how he's going to dismantle this trap. In the gallery, Fordrick squeezes his fists tight, losing his mind with worry over his master. The clerk fires off the exact same question from the recording, and Jeju catches on immediately. The magistrate inquires whether the gathered evidence verifies the charge. The court official nods back, claiming all the facts are locked in and verified. Jeju sees right through the charade. This whole sham of a trial was carefully engineered from day one to pin the blame on him and ruin him forever. Without hesitation, the judge proclaims him guilty of the crime. He explains that medical examiners discovered lethal poison laced throughout the tea the emperor consumed. Jeju cuts in and asks if the court is even willing to let the defense speak. Caught off balance for a second, the judge reluctantly grants him the floor. Jeju clearly and firmly states that he had nothing to do with his father's murder. Magnus pounds his fist onto the bench, scoffing that simple denial is utterly laughable. He presses for hard proof, snapping that without evidence to back it up, this hearing is done. Jeju openly concedes he has no physical evidence on him, but reveals he brought something even better, a witness. He boldly wagers his own head on the line if anyone can poke holes in his witness's testimony. Magnus mocks him, remarking that since it's the condemned man's dying request, they might as well indulge him, and orders the fourth witness brought in. Suddenly, Radiac himself comes storming straight through the courtroom doors. The entire hall gasps in disbelief, people clutching their faces as pure shock washes over the room. Every single person believed the man was in a grave, yet there stood the living emperor in broad daylight, rocking his unmistakable royal necklace. Radiac scans the sea of trembling faces before him. He sarcastically remarks how wonderful it is to see everyone thriving, pointing out how cozy they all got with Sloane during his brief stint running things. Magnus is frozen on the spot, his mind totally short-circuiting. He can't even begin to process the reality unfolding right in front of his eyes. The old emperor was supposed to be 6 feet under. Turning his focus, Radiac locks eyes straight on the Grand Duke. He brings up whispers about how handsomely Magnus has been doing for himself these days. Then with a venomous glare, he asks since when the emperor ever had to crane his neck upward to speak to a subordinate. Panicking instantly, Magnus scrambles out of the high judge's chair. He trips down the dais stairs alongside the rest of the terrified nobles. They throw themselves onto the stone floor, desperately crying out praises to his imperial majesty. They plead for him to lead the realm once more for the lasting glory of the empire. Jeju clocks that the old man is having the absolute time of his life, while his stream chat goes completely wild over the emperor's swagger. Radiac brings up the fact that regional taxes have spiked out of control across the board. He glares down at Magnus, who is shivering uncontrollably against the cold tiles. He declares the Grand Duke's conduct completely pathetic. Even so, he commands the Duke to get on his feet, pointing out that the entire nobility is watching his pathetic display. Magnus stumbles up, while the stream viewers celebrate him finally getting roasted like he deserved. The audience immediately breaks out into arguments over who legitimately deserves to inherit the crown now. Radiac offers to hand down the final judgment himself, and Magnus practically trips over his words, agreeing to accept any decree. The ruler looks around at all the pale, horrified expressions in the room. He cheekily acknowledges that his dramatic arrival ran a little behind schedule. But now, the actual reckoning begins. He commands Krauts to give him a quick summary of what this kangaroo court was doing before he walked in. The aristocrats trade terrified looks, sweating bullets and having no idea how to save themselves. Kraut starts kicking himself for ever getting in bed with Magnus. He flashes back to begging the Duke to ensure his future was protected. Back then, Magnus had promised him smooth sailing as long as he placed his trust in him. He knows deep down that blinding greed was the only reason he dove into this mess. Kraut fumbles over his words trying to explain the charges, but Radiak shuts him up, stating he's heard quite enough nonsense. Instead, he points at Kane and demands a straight answer. Kane outlines that Prince Kaali was brought up on charges of killing the monarch, and the court had just granted the defense permission to summon a witness. The Emperor takes over right there and formally pronounces Kaali completely innocent. Nobody in the chamber has the guts to utter a single complaint. Reviewing the mess created during his absence, Radiak remarks that Magnus has racked up a mountain of serious crimes. He declares that effective immediately, Magnus is stripped of his title as a holy judge under Goddessmer. He asks if that's understood, and Magnus simply hangs his head and mutters an agreement. The Emperor replies that it's good they're on the same page, because now he's going to lay out his terms. For starters, the man had sworn to preside over court cases without an ounce of personal corruption. He delivers a stinging slap across Magnus's cheek, reminding him he was ordered to manage the nobility and keep public peace duties he completely botched. The surrounding lords stand frozen in pin-drop silence, shuddering at every sharp crack across his face. Radiak adds that on top of all that, Magnus colluded with Sloane, acting like a filthy parasite draining his own homeland. Magnus desperately babbles that it's all a giant misunderstanding, claiming he stayed awake at night stressing over the starving people. Radiak cuts him down, asking why a supposed saint would rubber stamp a policy hiking the cost of 10 staple grains this season and deliver it directly to Sloane. Magnus's jaw drops, completely petrified that Radiak had uncovered his secret deal. The Emperor tells him flat out that his excuses lack even a shred of genuine accountability. He summons the 4th and 5th Masters, instructing them to treat Magnus as a first-degree traitor and haul him like a stray dog into the lowest dungeon abyss. Magnus wails that he's being framed in a massive conspiracy. Radiak merely gives a cold nod, ordering his guards to haul him out. Magnus keeps screaming and pleading as he gets dragged across the floor. Radiak pauses, reflecting on that word conspiracy. As it turns out, this entire plot had already been brought to his attention. 4 days earlier in his private chambers, Radiak had looked at Jeju and asked if the kid was genuinely ready to put his own life on the line. Jeju hadn't hesitated for a second and owned it immediately. When the Emperor pressed for details, Jeju explained he was utterly sick of tolerating his arrogant idiot of an older brother. Radiak had questioned what getting annoyed had to do with playing with death. Our protagonist laid it out. If the Emperor supposedly fell, the first prince would instantly jump at the chance to eliminate Kaali and tie up loose ends. The Emperor asked why that was a problem for his plan. Jeju countered that simply dodging the threat was child's play. He wanted to thoroughly humiliate his brother on a public stage by turning the murder charges right back on him in an open trial. Radiak remarked with amusement that Kaali seemed to have engineered a scheme to flip the entire trap to his benefit. Kaali had grinned, pressed a hand against his chest, and promised that he had thought through every single detail. Back in the courtroom, Radiak mirrors that very gesture, declaring the sham concluded, setting Kaali completely free and ordering First Prince Sloane locked in chains for the attempted assassination of the Emperor. As the guard sees Sloane, he kicks and screams like a toddler, whining with every step and rattling off the same tired excuses over and over. Once he gets shoved into the defendant's box, the stream viewers spam that the tables have completely turned. Sloane rages, shrieking that this whole mess is just a wicked scheme orchestrated by that bastard Kaali. Radiak barks back, demanding to know if Sloane even recognizes the man standing before him as his father. He scolds him for completely lacking basic imperial respect and decorum. Sloane immediately grovels for the Emperor's mercy, shooting death glares at his brother, while Jeju simply rolls his eyes and sighs. Right then, a new notification flashes across his floating chat screen. It's the same viewer from before, publicly apologizing for trash-talking his choice to study magic engineering. The protagonist gives a satisfied smirk and flicks the window away. Radiak proclaims that the genuine trial is about to start, but Jeju raises his hand and asks the Emperor to hold on for just a moment. He reminds the room that he was the one sitting in the hot seat 5 minutes ago, and if anyone wonders whether he feels aggrieved, you bet he does. Whispers ripple through the hall, everyone stunned that a prince would dare cut off the Emperor unless something monumental was at stake. Radiak merely grins, giving his son the floor to proceed. Kaali bows in gratitude, stating he wants to personally present the evidence of Sloane's treason while giving him one fair shot to defend himself, unmasking the real criminal in front of the entire court. Radiak readily gives him the green light. The entire gallery is left with their jaws on the floor. Jeju offers his thanks, thinking privately that under the old regime, acting this bold would have gotten his head chopped off on the spot. But knowing this whole show was arranged behind the scenes, he declares the formal trial officially underway. He spins toward his brother and sarcastically asks him to confirm if his name really is Sloan, instantly sending the guy's blood pressure through the roof. The MC sternly reminds him that under sacred law, staying silent will be treated as an immediate guilty plea with an instant sentence. Gritting his teeth, Sloan bites back his rage and confirms his name. Kayali drops the hammer, asking bluntly if Sloan orchestrated the assassination attempt on their father. A suffocating hush instantly blankets the entire courtroom. Just as Jeju prepares to ask again, Sloan pounds the railing, barking out that this is nothing but a sick joke. Jeju calmly asks if he has any proof to refute the accusation, well aware that baiting an arrogant noble like Sloan will make him lose his temper, and right on cue, the prince breaks into mad laughter. He laughs like a lunatic, demanding to see actual evidence while mocking Kayali for trying to cosplay as the emperor. He leans in and taunts Kayali, asking if he's truly that desperate to steal the imperial throne. He lies through his teeth that he has no clue who orchestrated the assault, sneering that if Kayali drops to his knees and begs right now, he might show some mercy. Kayali slaps his hand aside, coldly reminding him that he's standing in a solemn hall of justice. He muses to himself that had he remained the gullible prince of the past, he probably would have walked right into that trap and trusted his brother again. A memory flashes back from his old journal entries around his birthday. Back then, his father was never pleased, and young Kayali wanted nothing more than to win his approval. When he had turned to his brother for guidance, Sloan put on a fake smile and urged him to request a magical beast, claiming their father adored them. But bringing that request only earned him a brutal backhand from his father. Fordrick had consoled him afterward, promising to dig into what actually went sideways. Painful flashbacks continue flooding his mind. Every single scenario had been engineered from behind the scenes to frame him as the family disgrace. In his despair, Kayali had incinerated every magical beast with his own bare hands and vanished into a grimy commoner tavern where nobody knew his face. He had made a secret vow to raise magical beasts in the shadows, before picking a drunken brawl with local hunters by chucking his drink right into their faces. When he finally came to after getting beaten to a pulp, Fordrick was sitting steadfast right by his bedside. Ever since that day, he had closed off his heart to humanity, convinced that magical beasts were infinitely more trustworthy than any person alive. Snapping back to reality, Jeju locks his eyes firmly on Sloan. He announces that the trial will move forward, and Sloan smugly agrees to examine the evidence and call the beastmen to give their testimony. The protagonist calls the witness to take the stand. Sloan insists on interrogating the beastman knight personally, slipping a hand into his coat and fiddling with a ring on his finger. He asks the knight who was lurking around the banquet, fully confident that since his ring controls beastmen, making the witness lie will be a cakewalk that sends Kayali straight to his doom. The beastman opens his mouth to speak, but instead of the scripted answer, he addresses the first prince directly. Sloan is instantly thrown into utter confusion. The beastman takes a solemn vow under the name of Endian, goddess of victory, swearing upon his honor as an imperial knight. Radiac pipes up from his throne, teasing Sloan about why his face suddenly looks so sour. He asks if something went wrong, while the authentic ring on the Emperor's own hand flares with brilliant light. Sloan realizes with mounting dread that the Emperor's master ring has completely hijacked his control. Caught in the act, he frantically ducks to hide it, causing the ring to slip right out of his handkerchief. The artifact rolls directly to our MC's feet, who picks it up and smirks that Sloan was kind enough to deliver the smoking gun without anyone having to dig for it. This indisputably confirms that Sloan was the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the Emperor. Holding the ring high, the MC remarks on how strangely familiar it looks and invites His Majesty to weigh in. Radiac inspects the artifact and confirms he knows it all too well. It's a duplicate of the commander ring forged by the master artisan brand to command the beastmen. He scoffs that it's just a cheap counterfeit knocked out by some foolish apprentice who swiped his master's blueprints, warning Sloan to quit tarnishing the crown's name. Jeju then asks if he has permission to pass the formal sentence, and the Emperor gladly gives him the go-ahead. Sloan grits his teeth in pure fury, shrieking that he rejects this proceeding and that the court is violating standard imperial protocol. He screams that he won't be judged by a powerless bastard, before publicly blasting all the nobles for sitting there playing dumb after taking his bribe money. Jeju thinks the idiot has completely snapped by shouting his own bribery crimes out loud, but turns calmly to face the assembly. He calls out to the crowd, asking if anyone in the entire hall still wants to speak up on Sloan's behalf. Not a single person makes a sound. Kayali announces that since nobody has objections, he will hand down the final judgment with the court's blessing, knowing the result was written in stone. He commands the guards to lock Sloan in chains, but then pauses the execution to state that he has one personal message to deliver to the convict first. Because he was dragged through the mud earlier with baseless slander, he intends to return the favor in full. His Majesty happily waves him forward to do as he pleases. Jeju gives him fair warning that this is just a fraction of payback for all the misery Sloane inflicted on him over the years. Sloane stares back, completely dumbfounded. The protagonist steps into range, cocking his arm back and warning him that this strike is going to sting. He channels a burst of raw mana into his palm and launches a vicious slap straight into Sloane's cheek. He announces that strike one is for spitting on the sacred laws of the Empire. He exploited his royal status purely for selfish greed, which was utterly disgraceful. Jeju follows it up with a brutal right hook to his jaw, adding that for his own lust for power, he attempted to slaughter their own father. That isn't just a failure of duty, it is utterly revolting. With his personal score settled, he transitions smoothly back to the official sentencing. The accused has engaged in treasonous acts entirely unworthy of royalty. Every subject in the empire must witness his crimes, and he shall be strapped behind wild horses and dragged across the length of the realm. Furthermore, his transgressions will be laid before the gods to seek divine atonement, granting this court an honorable resolution. Jeju senses that he's standing on the final threshold of his main objective. Radiac agrees the punishment fits the crime and turns to ask the rest of the gallery for their consensus. Shivering in terror, the entire assembly nods along in complete submission. With full backing, the Emperor issues the ultimate decree. The second this hearing concludes, Sloane will be bound to war horses and dragged through the territory. Afterward, his severed head will be mounted at the highest tower of every major city for a full 30 days. May this stand as an unyielding lesson that nobody sits above the law of the Empire. Sloane is dragged out bawling his eyes out, leaving the Emperor and Kaeli standing alone at center stage. As Radiac gets ready to conclude the session, Kaeli speaks up once more. He requests permission to address him not as a court investigator, but simply as the second prince of the realm. Radiac inquires if this concerns the trial, to which Jeju admits it doesn't, but stresses it's an urgent matter that must be voiced right now. He offers a quick apology for digressing, explaining that he's taking this stage because the very leaders steering the Empire are all assembled under one roof today. Radiac wonders what he's getting at, and Jeju boldly declares he will shoulder the burden of all the gods watching over Astrode, asking for the right to officially stand as the true son of the Empire. He would take on the divine pantheon himself and carve his legacy into this realm. In essence, he was asking the highest authority in the land to pass the torch over to him. Radiac bursts into an amused smirk, chuckling at how utterly wild this pitch is. The prince's pitch made practically zero logical sense and lacked any real rhetoric. Yet for the very first time, Radiac found himself thoroughly entertained by every word. He chuckles toward the gathered assembly, admitting he never dreamed things would play out in such an entertaining fashion today. With that, he issues his very last decree as the ruler of Astrode. He formally hands over the crown and the title of Emperor of Astrode to the second prince, Kaeli Du Toprax. Jeju breathes a sigh of relief, thinking the nightmare is over, but suddenly the entire world loses all its color. Out of nowhere, time itself grinds to a complete halt. Looking down, he notices his hands slowly fading away into thin air. As his surroundings vanish around him, a thought strikes him. Could the test administrator really be behind this? A system alert flashes right before his eyes, officially congratulating him for conquering the 5th floor. When Jeju questions if he's speaking to the administrator, the system straight up confirms it. He asks what this is all about, and the system offers him an administrator position, endlessly spamming the same proposal on multiple floating screens around him. Jeju begins to sweat, especially when the system threatens to wipe him out if he declines, yet he rejects the offer without a second thought. Every single floating screen disappears in an instant. The system questions if he has no fear of what's coming, prompting Jeju to clap back and ask if it was really just threatening his life a second ago. The administrator mentions that it'll see him up on the 10th floor, before asking if he's ready to advance to floor 6. Reality snaps back into motion, dropping Jeju right back into Kaeli's shoes. Processing the whole encounter, he glances at the stream chat only to see everyone talking about how the broadcast cut out. Radiac rests a hand on his shoulder, remarking that this was Kaeli's wish all along, but catches his confused expression and asks if Emperor Kaeli has something on his mind. Jeju quickly offers an apology, to which Radiac replies that he'd better mean it, since he's no longer the Emperor looking down on him, but simply his father talking to his son. Jeju assures him that he'll watch his step going forward. Radiac announces that this is a day worth celebrating, demanding everyone start drinking so the historic moment isn't wasted. By nightfall, locked deep inside the Imperial dungeons, Sloane finally realizes his situation is completely hopeless. Unable to wrap his head around how badly things went, he glares at Sage, snapping to ask if he's mocking him. Sajay simply holds his head in frustration, thinking this is the worst time for drama, while his chat frantically spams him to get it together. He tries to reassure his viewers, but right at that moment, a system prompt flashes, declaring his trial a failure. Other challengers already cleared their objectives, and his direct rival has already claimed the throne. As a penalty for his defeat, his very body will be repurposed as a catalyst to wipe out the realm. Hearing this, Sajay loses his mind in sheer terror. Meanwhile, Jeju strolls through the palace while his stream chat goes wild, discussing how crazy the 5th floor turned out to be. The surrounding nobles bow respectfully, offering their formal congratulations to the new sovereign. Jeju asks himself whether the grand feast has already kicked off. Even though Radiac gave him the green light, his only goal is to wrap up his tasks and make a swift exit. A few moments later, he finds himself standing in front of an enormous doorway. He enters an art gallery packed with paintings, leaving his stream chat scratching their heads about what he's up to. Jeju paces forward with composure until his eyes catch a sight that freezes him on the spot. He mutters to himself that all he needed was to be the first one to reach this spot. Whenever he watched those old records, he'd shed tears over Kaali's tragic fate, swearing that if he ever hit the 5th floor, he'd do right by him. Closing his eyes, he reminds himself that people are counting on him and it's time to move forward. Even though this reality was fabricated and he was never truly Kaali, he sincerely wishes that Kaali finds peace wherever he might be. He pulls open the heavy door and rejoins the Emperor alongside the residents of this realm. With barely 17 hours remaining, Kaali ends up utterly exhausted, pathetically gasping for water while his chat roasts him without mercy. Jeju had overdone it at the celebration the night before, unable to turn down a single toast, so he stumbles up to go puke his guts out. He cuts the broadcast feed in a rush, leaving his viewers staring at a blank screen for several minutes. Jeju breathes easy knowing he dodged an embarrassment, remembering that blind mode cuts off both video and mic while leaving only text active. The chat keeps asking what's going on, urging him to start spending all the coins they showered him with. Our boy realizes the coin stash totally slipped his mind because he was distracted by Bran's drinking wagers. That's when he spots an odd detail. His balance sits at a massive 16,500 coins, leaving him stunned over just how much money his viewers threw at him yesterday. At that exact moment, a generous fan drops an insane 10,000 coin donation, applauding his stellar performance. Yeju is floored by the generosity, bowing in gratitude and swearing to give it everything he's got. He figures he might as well explore a little longer before wrapping up the 5th floor for good. As he lingers outside a chamber, a voice from within invites him inside. It turns out to be Radiac, calling out to his boy. Jeju thinks to himself that he finally has a chance to face him privately. Radiac advises him to get some sleep given the heavy duties ahead, but Jeju insists there's something they need to discuss first. Radiac can tell there's something weighing heavily on his mind. Jeju plays it down, claiming it's just a random thought that came up while jotting in his journal. He recalls being scolded as a boy for hoarding magical creatures. Even though it's water under the bridge, he was curious why his father exploded with such fury back then. Radiac seems taken aback that he remains clueless, and that Fordrick kept his mouth shut all this time. He decides there's no point in hiding the truth any longer. He reveals that when he inspected that strange pet collection, he discovered dangerous, artificially tampered beasts hidden among them. Jeju finally pieces it together, while Radiac notes that he planned to investigate quietly since a kid like him had no business handling such monsters. He quickly realized someone was framing the boy, and Kaali probably already knows the culprit's identity. He was overwhelmed by conflicting feelings, which was why he lost his temper so violently. He saw glimpses of the boy's late mother, specifically that innocence that allowed malicious people to take advantage of her. He adds that if all his questions are answered, he should leave and prepare for his busy schedule. Jeju nods and prepares to take his leave. Just as he reaches the exit, he mentions having one final message. Calling out to his father once more, he thanks him from the bottom of his heart for raising and loving a flawed son like Kaali to the very end. Radiac exhales a deep, emotional sigh. Hiding his expression behind a book, he grumbles that his son has gotten entirely too soft since taking the throne and will need a proper lesson down the road. Meanwhile, Jeju swings by Bran's workshop, pointing out that he delayed all his royal duties just to drop by. He claims he has no need for fancy knight mana skills when magic engineering gets the job done better. Bran is stunned by the attitude and barks back, asking who he thinks he's talking to. He's in disbelief that the royal heir of the empire is hanging out in a dingy workshop like his. Jeju explains he came to say thanks and check on how he's doing, but Bran tells him to drop the polite act. Bran admits he was genuinely concerned after watching Jeju pass out during their wager, making Jeju apologize sheepishly. Bran cuts through the chatter, guessing that the prince is actually here to pick up the custom gauntlet. He cautions that the gear is dangerously volatile and urges him to be careful, wondering aloud where on earth anyone would even dare wield such a hazardous weapon. Jeju turns to depart, encouraging Bran to stay healthy and keep crafting incredible inventions. Bran stands there speechless, baffled that the Supreme Emperor would show such humble respect to a craftsman. He mutters that anyone looking on would assume this was their final goodbye. Jeju walks out of the workshop loaded with his newly acquired gear. He reflects on the fact that clearing the 5th floor will erase this reality, resetting Kaeli's tragic downfall back to its original course. He can only pray that the time he spent inside this world held some genuine value. Meanwhile, down on the 3rd floor, a player named Beek Jinha whines about the brutal difficulty, cursing while searching for the exit portal and lamenting how he's putting his life on the line. An ancient record states that for the first time in imperial history, a truly righteous and incorruptible ruler had risen wise, courageous, and daring. Every commoner sang his praises, while the nobility offered unyielding devotion and reverence. Grand festivities broke out across every corner of the empire. The text warns future travelers never to exploit the kind heart of Astrod's emperor, signed warmly by Fordrick, the butler who never loses his smile. Strolling through the corridor, Yeju figures it's time to check up on the Papua. He immediately calls out for Fordrick. The butler arrives promptly, asking if his master needed him. Yeju asks if he discovered what was causing the Papua's strange behavior, but Fordrick admits he's still unsure. However, with no signs of aggression and everything appearing stable, Jeju dismisses him. Since the coast is clear, he heads over to visit the creatures in person. The tiny creatures were resting in their cage before snapping awake all at once. The moment they spot him, they burst into happy squeals. Jeju unlocks their enclosure, pleased to see how well Fordrick looked after them. They immediately start licking his fingers before leaping onto him for an affectionate embrace. While Jeju cuddles them, the stream chat points out how fiercely these creatures snap at anyone else, completely jealous of his bond with them. Jeju informs his viewers that he has unfinished business to attend to and pauses the stream once more. He lets the little beasts roam around the room and takes a seat at his workbench. He recalls Bran's warning regarding how volatile the device is, knowing that a single slip-up could trigger a disaster. Patching one component immediately ruins another, creating an endless loop of mechanical failures. Reynold, the legendary magic engineer from the archive videos, was a pioneer whose work fundamentally revolutionized the craft. While he's nowhere near Reynolds' level of genius, he refuses to throw in the towel. With 10 minutes remaining, Jeju whispers that he's wrapped it up and it ought to hold together for now. As he pumps his mana into the gauntlet, it illuminates with a radiant glow and unleashes an intense wave of power. Jeju catches a slight delay in its response, but recognizes it's vastly superior to what he initially anticipated. Right as the timer hits 0, the stream unpauses and chat floods back onto the screen. Jeju apologizes to his audience, admitting he lost all track of time. With a mere 5 seconds on the countdown, he reverts back into his true appearance. A glowing gateway manifests right in the middle of his room. As the final seconds tick away, the passage leading to the 6th floor swings wide open. A massive wave of fresh viewers instantly rushes into the broadcast. Jeju announces that he's locking down the chat for anyone with less than 12 hours of watch time. He tells the crowd to chill out so they can inspect the stage rewards together. A colossal reward chest descends right out of the sky. It easily stands as the largest loot box he's received so far. Viewers begin spamming donations left and right, forcing Jeju to set a minimum cap. He assumes newcomers won't drop 500 coins, but Luca immediately throws 1,000 at him, pleading for an account unbanned. Jeju brushes off the plea entirely and proceeds to crack open his reward. Inside the chest rests a pristine set of clothing. He notes there are no item stats attached, assuming it's just regular apparel. That's when it dawns on him that the admin is blatantly mocking him. It was a subtle nod from the admin, signaling they know he's the Kim Yeju from the old video archives. He shrugs it off, warning himself not to act recklessly. Meanwhile, one of the little Papua tries taking a chomp out of the shirt, only to look thoroughly disappointed upon discovering it isn't an edible stone. Yeju announces that he's moving on to unlock the next item. This time around, he pulls out a pair of heroic-grade Rotonto boots. Slipping them on, he still can't wrap his head around what the administrator's grand scheme is. Now, there's a specific reason the stream chat isn't celebrating this heroic drop. As it happens, these boots have a terrible reputation for being nearly impossible to handle, making the Yiju from the video wonder how bad they could truly be. Just as he begins tripping over his own feet, he groans upon realizing he can't get the hang of them either, and was forced to just watch the other players manage. Locking in, he channels his mana with precision, reshaping the clunky footwear into comfortable sneakers. He tells everyone it's all good, secretly thinking they feel pretty comfy despite their awful reputation. Reaching in for the final reward, he scores a sweet 5,000 coin bonus. He originally planned to invest in new skills, but with this much bank, he can afford that target item on the 10th floor. Heading into the 6th floor, the next trial was strictly a team-based mission. Knowing the other players would make a fuss over his popwa, he unzips his backpack so they can hide inside. Every single pop hops straight in without hesitation. With his prep complete, Jeju decides it's showtime and activates the portal to the 6th floor. The moment the 4th party member stepped through, the 3rd trial officially initiated. The arena was the forest of the evil spirit, tasking them with surviving 5 full waves of monsters. A knight begins briefing the squad on the mission, stopping when he spots our protagonist approaching. He asks if he's freezing and waves him over to warm up by the campfire. Jeju figures he's the final arrival and introduces himself to the squad. He takes note of a muscular knight, a mage-type player, and a girl sitting off by herself in the corner. She glares back, asking what he's gawking at and whether he's never seen a person before. Jeju offers a quick apology, saying he just liked her mask, fully aware beforehand that she had a prickly attitude. The knight intervenes, reminding everyone that regardless of personal feelings, they have to clear this stage as a unit. So with a fresh member present, he proposes they all do a round of introductions. He takes the lead, introducing himself as 26-year-old Young Kang Hyuk, who works as a personal trainer abroad. He plays the knight class on hard difficulty. Next is Park Jin-soo, the mage, who states he'll do his part but won't babysit anyone, insisting they split up the moment it's finished. Yiju senses bad blood between those two, while Hyuk prompts the younger girl to speak up next. Lee Saiha goes next, claiming she won't reveal private details, but she knows how to dish out and take a beating. Finally, all eyes shift to our main man. Yiju introduces himself, stating he's an ex-convenience store clerk who plays as a magic engineer. The moment those words drop, the entire party loses their minds. Hyuk yells out that magic engineers are completely useless in combat. He asks what he was smoking and if his stream chat trolled him into that class, but Yiju confirms it was his own call, sending Hyuk into a total meltdown. Saiha chimes in, saying they can carry the run themselves and that the old man is stressing over nothing. Hyuk snaps back that she's only talking tough because she's a naive rookie. Jinsu sides with Saiha, telling everyone to get a grip and formulate a strategy. First off, they need to evaluate the environment around them. A dense fog encircles the area, appearing ordinary at first glance, but feeling as solid as a stone wall upon touch. Since Hyuk and Saiha are close quarters combatants, they take point at the front. As the mage, Jinsu handles long-range artillery, leaving the magic engineer on lookout duty to assist if things go south. Hyuk reluctantly agrees to the setup, still grumbling about lacking another genuine fighter. Yiju privately understands their skepticism, knowing how poorly players on this floor view magic engineers. Regardless, everything is proceeding without any surprise twists so far. He monitors the countdown, counting 7 seconds until wave 1 hits. And just like that, the trial kicks off. A sinister shadow steps out from within the mist. The viewers instantly clock that something is seriously off. Hyuk unsheathes his blade, bracing for battle. He asks if he should initiate the attack, but the team urges him to hold his ground. Both Jinsu and Saiha warn him that their respective stream chats are screaming danger. Dripping with cockiness, Hyuk boasts that he was the 6th Grandmaster of Floor 5. He insists the first strike decides the victor, but suddenly, a massive tentacle whips out and snatches the spirit. Hyuk freaks out, shocked by how terrifyingly dense the beast's body feels. The tentacle lashes out like lightning, disarming his sword and wrapping around the veteran in the blink of an eye. Hyuk desperately pleads for his life, but the beast drags him straight up to its grotesque maw. Saiha screams at the guy to pull back to the rear line right now. Despite his wounded hand, the man delivers a desperate, full-power kick against the monster. The creature slips back into the mist as Hyuk continues shrieking in panic, eventually collapsing to his knees. As he looks up, a massive, grotesque cockroach beast is towering directly above him. Jeju immediately identifies them as Cleaner's creatures native to the 6th floor. Despite being bottom tier in the demon realm, their combat power rivals monsters from the 25th floor. For fresh awakeners who barely stepped onto the 6th floor, this is nothing short of a guaranteed massacre. Sure, This was supposed to be a team mission, but he never imagined the admin would spike the difficulty through the roof like this. Hayek is frozen in sheer terror as a massive cockroach towers right above him. The creature angles its head, locking onto its prey, and pounces directly at him. Hayek completely loses his cool, totally certain that his time is up. Out of nowhere, an arm shoots forward and catches the beast firmly by the horn. Siha looks up and lets out an annoyed sigh from behind her mask. The giant bug goes wild, flailing aggressively to get out of her grip. She tightens her grip, winding up a strike so devastating it obliterates the monster's head and launches its massive body backward. Her immediate reaction is just whining about how filthy her outfit got. Swinging around to face the old guy, she asks if he was begging to die, pointing out she explicitly told everyone to hold up because things seemed fishy. In her eyes, someone that useless was only getting in the way. She storms off, muttering under her breath about how irritated she feels. She absolutely despises pathetic adults who run their mouths without having any real skills to back it up. Yiju recalls from past footage that Siha had already made a huge name for herself as an awakened. She glances his way, catching sight of his gauntlet and recognizing the telltale signs of magic engineering. She quickly dismisses him, assuming he's just another weak, uninteresting nobody. Yet, a nagging sense of déjà vu lingers in her mind. She gets the strange feeling their paths have crossed at some point. Yiju approaches the fallen cleaner to inspect it, glad he managed to avoid exposing his own strength. Meanwhile, someone hopping over from her broadcast drops a fresh comment. Her chat radiates the energy of doting parents cheering on their kid, and Yiju knows his own audience isn't anywhere near that wholesome. When Jinsu tries asking what happened on the 5th floor, Siha immediately shuts him down, telling him to mind his own business. His viewers complain that the broadcast is getting dull, instantly pivoting into a debate about whether the monster qualifies as an arthropod. Off to the side, Hayek lies curled up on the floor, thoroughly broken in spirit. Yiju checks in to see if the pain has dulled at all, and Hayek gives a faint nod. Yiju instructs him to hold still so he can examine the damage. He extends his mangled hand, while the stream comments casually point out that people were actually entertained by watching him lose his fingers. Giving a quick heads up that this will sting like hell, Yiju powers up his gauntlet. Hayek screeches in agony, but Yiju calmly reassures him that the searing pain beats bleeding to death. Jinsu chimes in, asking if he personally crafted the gauntlet through magic engineering and remarking on how ridiculously hard that must have been. Yiju confesses it was a nightmare to assemble, but obviously doable. Siha observes from the sidelines, privately convinced that magic engineering is basically all the same basic gimmick. Jinsu suggests that given her crazy combat display, she ought to lead the vanguard while he covers her from the back. The pair quickly realize that Hayek is paralyzed with trauma. The way he is right now, he's just dead weight waiting to cause problems. Without missing a beat, Wave 2 kicks off as a pair of massive roaches burst through the mist and sprint right at the group. Siha rockets into the air, cocking her fist, and instantly turns the first bug into paste with one clean hit. The surviving roach freezes, suddenly processing the carnage. Before it can even flinch, she blitzes forward and buries her knuckles into its skull, sending the chat into a complete frenzy. With the second wave wrapped up, a 30-minute timer starts ticking before Wave 3 begins. While Siha throws another fit over her ruined gear, Yiju watches in silence, impressed by how casually she soloed both monsters. Her reputation as a melee genius clearly wasn't just empty hype. She had coasted up to the 4th floor purely on stream donations, but on floor 5, while roaming around like an average citizen, she crossed paths with a hidden master who unlocked her latent power. From then on, her tiny frame paired with absurd brute strength made her legendary, and Yiju knew they were essentially from the exact same cohort. Jinsu reasons that if the count doubled to 2, Wave 3 will likely bring 4. Meaning the girl has to anchor the front so he has breathing room to cast his magic. He was banking on their defense so he could finally contribute something useful. Before long, the countdown hits 0. The trio braces for a fight, but surprisingly, only 2 roaches emerge. Confused by the low count, she decides to just drop the targets in front of her anyway and rushes in headfirst. Yiju gets a bad gut feeling and questions if she's walking into a trap. Jinsu asks if he's sensing the weird vibe as well, totally agreeing that this makes no sense. Right at that moment, our MC spots a sudden movement. A lethal projectile shoots straight for his face. This wave wasn't limited to just 2 creatures. Another pair had crept up from the rear. Jinsu screams for him to back off, conjuring a fireball and hurling it at the monster, only for the attack to do 0 damage. He completely panics, shrieking that his spell was useless. Yiju orders him to get behind him and dives headlong into the clash. Up ahead, Siha is trading blows with her targets, silently wondering if the rear guard is holding up. Right on cue, Jinsu's terrified screams reach her ears. She whips around and is stunned to see reinforcements, giving her opponent the split second it needs to strike. Knowing she won't have time to hit back, she can only brace for the impact. Instead of taking a hit, warm monster blood suddenly drenches her. A crushing fist had punched clean through the creature's body. As the corpse collapses, Yiju calmly asks if she's holding up all right. He had intervened earlier because he knew novice mages get instantly overwhelmed during their first encounter with cleaners. The remaining pests immediately turn their focus toward him. They possess bullet-fast linear flight and rock-hard carapaces. Flip the perspective, though, and those are literally the only tricks up their sleeve. After he caves in one monster's skull, the last one actually starts retreating in fear. Our protagonist flashes forward in an instant and finishes the job without breaking a sweat. He assumed Siha had her side under control, until he looks over and sees the real situation. Seeing that she's about to get overwhelmed, he preps his gear. Triggering the propulsion on his boots, he bursts across the ground at insane speeds, arriving in the nick of time. Siha is left totally speechless, unable to even process what just occurred. Now that wave 3 is done, an awkward silence hangs heavily between them. Yiju silently hopes she just ignores the whole thing and avoids looking him in the eye. Once they gather by the fire, he asks Jinsu if he has any higher tier magic in his arsenal. Jinsu sheepishly admits that what he used was already his strongest spell. Besides, he's baffled by how a magic engineer could move quicker than an actual knight. Hayek tries giving an empty pep talk about doing their best, earning nothing but weird, unimpressed stares from the other three. As the break timer winds down, Yiju stands to his feet. 8 cleaners spawn this round, which feels manageable on paper. However, Jinsu warns that they're getting pinched from both flanks, forcing everyone into a defensive stance. Yiju realizes the trial didn't just tweak the enemy types. The numbers aren't doubling each wave there, multiplying exponentially. The system clearly wants to make their survival as brutal as possible. He lands a direct hit on one bug, while Siha rapidly crushes another. In the background, Hayek is sprinting in terror from a single pursuer. And just like that, Wave 4 is brought to an end. A sense of dread washes over the group as the math for Wave 5 sinks in. 16 squared equals a horrifying horde of 256 cleaners. Jinsu loses his mind, mentioning his viewers flooded the admin with complaints only to get completely ghosted. Panic sets in, and the team starts bickering back and forth. Yiju stares down at his gauntlet, knowing there's only one extreme measure left to take. He stands up immediately and barks orders for everyone to drop to the deck. If staying alive is the goal, they have to follow his lead without question. He primes his weapon, funneling an overwhelming surge of raw mana into the mechanism. Sensing the insane lethal aura, Siha tackles the other two straight into the dirt. Yiju fires a colossal energy cannon, the monstrous recoil shoving his whole body backward. He feels the energy threatening to tear him apart, but he knows everything rides on this one strike. Pushing the output past the red line, the blinding beam disintegrates every single target in front of him. Jinsu is left completely floored that an entire horde vanished in a single attack. Siha stares in disbelief, desperately trying to figure out who this mystery player really is. Without warning, Yiju's legs buckle underneath him. He casts the smoking gauntlet away, violently hacking up blood. Yiju realizes he drastically overcharged the blast beyond his limits. Even with a magic core slotted into the gauntlet, the output was too demanding. His mana pool was completely bone dry, and only his special blessing kept him from blacking out entirely. Regardless, the 7th floor trial was officially conquered. The rest of the group scrambles over in a panic to see if he's alive. Siha calls his name with genuine worry, asking how bad his injuries are. Jinsu notes that he clearly overextended, while Yiju weakly insists he's totally fine. She fires back, asking how anyone spewing blood could dare claim they're alright. Yiju shrugs it off, explaining it was simply an unavoidable side effect of the weapon. Jinsu steps in, telling her there's no need to stress out that hard. She looks away defensively, insisting she wasn't worried about him in the first place. The stream explodes with people asking about his true identity, while his veteran viewers step in to shield him. Yiju tells the group to proceed forward while he takes his time opening his loot. He internally questions why everyone is sticking around when the mission is already finished. Hayek tries to give his 2 cents on the fight, but Siha abruptly talks over him to address Yiju. Pulling off her mask, she calls him a creepy old man for interacting with her and demands his real username. Yiju asks why she even cares to know. She explains that her chat is blowing up, claiming his handle doesn't show up anywhere. That's when it clicks that he recently swapped his stream tag. Judging by the comments, both of their communities are rock solid, unlike the disloyal viewers in Hayek's stream. Doubtful that many people would migrate to his channel, he gives her the info just to see her face, telling her to simply slap a 2 at the end of the name. At the same time, he mutes all incoming alerts for new followers. When Hayek complains that his whole audience is ditching him, Yiju goes ahead and locks down viewer entry on his channel. He reasons that shutting out Hayek's crowd leaves him with fewer viewers, making follower milestones trickier to hit. He waves it off, figuring it doesn't matter much since clearing the floor was the main priority anyway. Hayek thanks his chat for returning and vows to step it up, terrified by how close he came to total broadcast death. Jinsu mentions that lingering here is pointless, so they ought to claim their rewards and bounce. One by one, they all crack open their reward chests, leaving Yiju as the final person to reveal his loot. He assumes his reward won't stand out much in a crowd, but just as Siha asks if they've crossed paths before, his chest slams onto the floor with an ominous thud. The entire room goes completely silent in shock. They debate whether the loot is scaled by combat contribution, though Siha's chest looks totally standard like the rest. Yiju had a feeling this would happen, and everyone is left staring because his box looks entirely on another level. Hayek mutters about how unfair it all feels as Yiju pops the chest open. Inside lies the legendary gloves of Latanto. Yiju figures that if the tower is handing it over, he might as well accept it. Everyone's jaw drops at the hero-grade rarity, even if its actual utility seems questionable. The rest of the squad turns back to inspect their own gear. Hayek tries begging him to remove the channel restriction, but Yiju shoots him down, saying his core viewers would revolt. Hayek convinces himself that Yiju was actively trying to poach his fanbase to grow his own stream. Yiju then cashes in his 5,000 coins, and the remaining chests dissolve into thin air. The squad thanks him for the carry, admitting that if they knew the loot was this crazy, they would have grinded out the 5th floor as well. They express hope about running into him again on the upcoming floors. Hayek just shakes his head bitterly and steps through the portal without uttering another syllable. Yiju figures this was merely an initial encounter, and whatever happens down the line is anyone's guess. He plans to scoop up the gloves once the heat dissipates and proceed upward, resting his pack on the floor for a moment. Right then, the bag suddenly unzips. The Papua eyes flash wide open, and they leap out into the open. Yiju realizes they mistook the gloves for a snack, instantly blocking them while shouting that armor isn't food. The 3 little creatures immediately start pleading with puppy dog eyes. Siha steps up to ask what these weird pets are, catching him totally off guard. Taking a closer look, she gets completely captivated by their cuteness, instantly fawning over them. Yiju calls out to her, and with flushed cheeks, she starts to bring up the past, only to turn toward the exit and warn him that they aren't done talking yet. Yiju is left completely baffled by her dramatic exit. He snaps back to reality, realizing he's burned through too much clock and needs to ascend immediately. He orders the little guys back into the bag, telling them to quit nibbling the gear since it's time to go. Someone in chat tries dropping spoilers about Floor 7, only to catch an instant ban. Meanwhile, up on Floor 7, a man steps up to a stone wall, muttering about psychological mind games and declaring that the show is about to begin. The second Yiju makes contact with the floor's gateway, the teleportation magic engulfs him. 2 participants enter the arena, fulfilling the room's required player count. A wall of text lays out the rules regarding the multi-armed statue, but Yiju's attention is quickly stolen by the person standing beside him. The guy shoots him an icy, piercing glare. Yiju spots his face and instantly knows who he is. From his past life memories, he remembers how vile this person truly was, but the man calmly states he won't attack as long as Yiju stays out of his way. Yiju questions how he could murder innocent bystanders who had 0 involvement with the trial. Ignoring the inquiry, the man simply invites Yiju to team up with him, sending chills down Yiju's spine as he realizes how psycho this guy truly is. The stranger then asks him to introduce himself. Yiju shares his handle and asks for the man's name back. He introduces himself as Han Jisuk. Yiju inquires about his background before entering the tower, but Jisuk smirks, noting he hasn't even reviewed the trial prompt and is already running an interrogation. Yiju grits his teeth, remembering this was the top guy on his list to punch right in the face. Even though knowing him from past videos gives an edge, he remains the absolute worst nightmare of an opponent. He knows Floor 7's trial is called Lie Detector, a psychological duel where you must either bust your foe's deception or feed them one of your own. With everything set, the system officially announces the commencement of the game. Yiju asks whether he entered the tower by choice or was pulled in by chance, but Jisuk dodges the inquiry. Once Yiju pushes the issue, he eventually confesses that he walked in voluntarily. Yiju offers a brief thanks, studying him carefully from the corner of his vision. Yiju calculates that if he wants to trap Han Jisuk in a lie, he has to frame the perfect psychological trigger. Since he's already on his feet, the man announces he's stepping over to the next tile. And right on cue, the prep timer expires. The giant statue rotates its limb, aiming right at Jisuk, commanding him to pose a question before the 60-second timer runs dry. He asks Yiju if he was already aware of his identity before setting foot in the tower. Yiju balls his fist, realizing his earlier startled reaction had practically given away the answer anyway. Yiju answers with a flat no, gambling that Jisuk lacks hard proof and won't be certain. Instead, Jisuk smashes the trigger, immediately declaring it a falsehood. As the judgment resolves, the construct's third eye glows a vivid blue. The statue then shifts turn, directing Yeju to ask his question before time expires. He asks Jisuk if he'd hesitate to execute someone for a trial, to which Jisuk chills him by saying he wouldn't think twice. The guardian's eyes remain shut tight, confirming the truth. Jisuk grabs the judging orb for his next turn. He asks Yeju point-blank if he had prior knowledge of the 7th floor's trial mechanics. Yeju fires back defensively, asking what kind of garbage theory he's cooking up. Unfazed, Jisuk slaps the input, once again calling it a lie. Immediately following, the statue's eye snaps open. Yeju is stunned by just how much information this psychopath deduced in mere minutes. His initial flash of hatred upon seeing Jisuk likely leaked way too much intel. On top of that, Jisuk probably caught the fact that he didn't even bother reading the trial board upon arrival. Locking eyes with him, Yeju asks, "What if the person you had to murder was your own wife?" Jisuk scoffs that the scenario is ridiculous, but Yeju corners him, demanding a straight answer. The man tries to dodge by asking how Yeju would even know his marital status, but Yeju firmly commands him to just answer. Jisuk states that he could never bring himself to lay a hand on his precious wife. Yeju instantly calls his bluff and slams down on the judgment button. One of the statue's ancient eyes blazes a fiery, unmistakable red. Jisuk questions whether Yeju was already aware of his marriage. Yeju bluntly admits that he knew all along. With the statue remaining completely still, his answer is verified as pure fact. Taking back control, Yeju declares that the next question belongs to him. He asks whether Jisuk would ruthlessly end his own wife's life if she ever entered the tower and dared to block his path. Whether that would justify cutting her down and tossing her corpse aside without a second thought. Jisuk snaps back, claiming Yeju has completely crossed the line. Yeju presses on, demanding to know if he genuinely has it in him to execute her. He understands that the trial doesn't just check basic facts. It reads a person's deepest convictions and inner intent. Jisuk insists that he could never bring himself to commit such an act. Yeju retorts that if genuine love actually existed between them, that response is an outright falsehood. He sets the stone back down to trigger the judgment. The moment the question was posed, Jisuk definitely contemplated it internally, and Yeju knows all too well that he wouldn't hesitate for a second. As the verdict arrives, the statue's eye flashes with a threatening crimson glare. Jisuk just breaks into laughter, finding Yeju's little psychological trick surprisingly amusing. Looking Yeju in the eye, he openly admits that this run through the tower is actually his second playthrough. That single confession puts Yeju on extreme high alert. Yeju outright refutes his claim as a bluff. Jisuk acts like he understands, warning Yeju to stop gambling with his own survival. With that smug remark, he drops the stone back into position. The chamber trembles violently while the system processes the final judgment. The massive stone figure hoists its battle axe high, aiming directly at him. All three crimson eyes blaze to life as the demonic entity readies the execution order for hand Jisuk. Total panic sets in as Jisuk scrambles to comprehend how his scheme completely backfired. Over a crackling phone line, the administrator offers him the post, promising the power to grant his every desire. Yeju had already made his stance clear, having fully separated himself from the man seen in the recordings. The trial judges based purely on genuine internal belief. If Yeju had truly considered this run as his own second journey, Jisuk would have secured the win. However, that figure in the clips was never who he actually was. Uncontrollable terror washes over Jisuk as he begins to shake. Out of nowhere, a shadowy tentacle shoots up from the ground, pinning his arms tightly. Paralyzed with fright, he watches the stone colossus march directly for him. Desperate and horrified, he begs Yeju to reveal his true identity. Our main character casually replies by asking if that detail even makes a difference at this point. The panicked man yells back that it matters more than anything to him. Yeju simply shrugs it off, telling him he has no clue. Thinking back to what came before, he asks what actually drove Jisuk to ascend this death trap. Is staying alive truly the sole motivation behind his climb? Jisuk brushes it off, claiming that everyday existence was simply too dull. He claims he is completely numb, devoid of all emotion regardless of the stakes. Calling him out by name, our MC reminds him that he literally murdered his own sister-in-law without remorse. Jisuk mocks the idea, scoffing at whether family ties hold any meaning inside a place like this. The MC casually drops that, funny enough, their paths had crossed way back in the past. Right at that moment, the statue tears his arm off in one brutal motion. Yeju has no idea what the fallout will be, whether Jisuk's wife, who will eventually arrive here, will feel relief or complete devastation. The relentless statue continues its brutal execution of the man. While the live chat rambles on about some random psychology experiment, Yiju silently reflects on how he just deleted a horrific future he foresaw. Releasing a weary sigh, he turns his attention back to the streaming window. With the stage officially conquered, the gateway leading up to the 8th floor unlocks. Before moving forward, he opts to inspect his hard-earned loot. The viewers flood the chat pleading for permission to speak, but he mutes them without a second thought. He reaches into the treasure box and pulls out his prize. It turns out to be the Letanto wrist guard. Having the power to negate magical spells is an insanely sought-after perk. Noticing the gear looks way too flashy, our MC tweaks its visual aesthetic to better suit his taste. Aside from the gear, the chest yields the standard pile of coins. With his inventory updated, he announces it is time to push on to the next trial. The moment he arrives on the new floor, the cap on his stream audience gets lifted. Yiju rubs his temples, groaning about how drained and headache-ridden he feels. Yet the system wastes no time demanding that he wipe out every hostile entity in sight. Ignoring the pressure, he dumps his gear by a tree and settles down to catch his breath. Just as the countdown enters its final minute, a bunch of Papua begin waddling toward his spot. Yiju briefly questions if this is some kind of coordinated ambush. Instead, the adorable critters leap straight onto his lap, with the rest piling on right after. His chat immediately turns green with envy over him being swarmed by such cute fluffballs. Yiju ponders whether his beast-taming knowledge kicked in, or if these creatures are just naturally drawn to him. He finds himself able to sense what the Papua are feeling on an emotional level. It turns out, the little fella are purely thrilled to be near him. All of a sudden, his backpack pops open, and his original trio starts slapping his back out of sheer jealousy. Yiju scolds them lightly, pointing out how risky it is to pounce on him so suddenly. Seeing their pouty little faces, he realizes they are genuinely sulking with envy. A prompt appears confirming the 9th floor is complete, prompting him to tell the little squad to step off. Watching how quickly their moods shift confirms his suspicion about their petty rivalry. This layout clearly mirrors the trick from the very first level. Because the Papua harbor no aggression, the clear condition of eliminating threats gets satisfied peacefully. Next on his agenda is claiming the stage clearance prize. Snatching a scroll drifting from the rift, he mentions he'll inspect what it holds. The lore describes how vitality from the shattered world tree will carry its essence forward to bloom anew. Right after delivering the message, the text quietly dissolves into thin air. Farin and Forden was the monumental world tree whose destruction severely twisted the destiny of Astrode. Its ruin plunged the realm into utter turmoil, setting the backdrop for the grueling trial on the 25th floor. While epic heroes treated that catastrophe as a trial to overcome, Yiju just flops onto the grass for a quick power nap. He dozes off peacefully next to the critters, wishing for extra sleep until he wakes up buried beneath a mound of Papua. They scatter and leap down the moment he pushes himself upright. Checking the time, he notes he got an hour of rest and must get moving immediately. The wild Papua squeak mournfully as he walks away, begging to follow him on his journey. Knowing the harsh conditions around the world tree would crush them, Yiju bids them farewell and tells them to stay safe. He waves off the tiny creatures with a warm parting gesture. Fulfilling the objectives on the 9th floor merely unlocks the barrier that players must physically shatter to exit. Just as he curses how petty the administrator is being, he spots someone else lingering in the area. He greets her, only for the girl to echo his exact words right back at him. She gasps in excitement, asking if that creature perched on his head is a real pop and where on earth he found something so adorable. Yiju states he needs to handle the objective first, mentally noting the distinct floral fragrance wafting from her. She giggles an apology for her distraction and asks what he goes by. Complimenting his handle, she reveals her own name as Hyen. Instant recognition flashes across Yiju's mind. Across the community, she is widely feared under her notorious moniker, the Witch. She didn't show an ounce of stress regarding the brutal floor difficulty, caring only about the Papoi. Dozens of unsuspecting climbers had met gruesome fates after being charmed by that sweet smile. Yiju questions if she can truly match all 100 buttons solo, to which she boasts that her summoned appas make it child's play. Yiju has the solution memorized and could easily blitz it alone like before, but painting a target on his back in front of Jin Hyen is a terrible idea. He begins striking the sequence of buttons steadily. A sense of unease creeps in as he senses something is off. Nearly 40 minutes have ticked away without progress on her end. There is zero chance a player of Jin Hyen's caliber is genuinely having trouble here. She is unmistakably dragging things out with malicious intent. Refusing to play along, he accelerates, hammering the tiles at blazing speed. He offers to clear her side as well, while she puts on a fake show of guilt and embarrassment. Our MC ignores the drama and brute forces the entire puzzle. Taking complete charge, he single-handedly finishes the remaining tiles. The puzzle is solved with 21 minutes still on the board. She chuckles, telling him to drop the modest act. Throwing her arms around him, she shrieks that he is completely out of his mind. Yiju pushes back, stating this barely scratches his true ability, which she likely already figured out. Deep down, down, he is absolute certain she saw through him. After all, someone with her skills could conquer all four walls in well under an hour. Right on schedule, an eerie, sly smirk spreads across her lips. He recalls a past memory of asking her how fast she finished the 5th floor. Haein had claimed it took under half an hour, blaming it on pure luck. Yet another player had called her out on the spot, revealing she blitzed it in under 10. Snapping back to the present, she bursts into uncontrollable laughter. She interrogates him directly, demanding to know who Kim Yeju truly is and whether this is his second climb. Yeju plays dumb, brushing off the accusation by stating such a feat is impossible. She shrugs in agreement, claiming her simp followers were paranoid and begged her to investigate. Yeju fires back that if he really were a second timer, she would have already assassinated him where he stands. She confesses she doubts it too, but his extreme paranoia makes her wonder if he is a regressor or reincarnator. Her viewers bought a replay pass just to analyze every second of his 7th floor broadcast. She points out that his extensive knowledge of the tower and that specific figure makes no sense for a rookie. Yeju reminds himself that she is a ruthless stalker who will hunt any target of interest all the way to the summit. Getting tangled with her would be a total disaster, but smart maneuvering could keep him safe. He tells her he is willing to share the answers if she offers proper compensation in exchange. Leaning in close with interest, she asks what his price is. Turning his flushed face aside, he deadpans that he wants the exact cloak off her back. She snaps with a sharp glare, warning him of severe consequences if he is mocking her. Without hesitation, she begins stripping off her outer layers right in front of his eyes. She mocks whether he's enjoyed his view, all while her chat explodes with thirsty comments. Yeju looks at her like she's lost her mind. All he requested was the magical garment itself. That reality check completely triggers her anger. The garment in question is an ultra-rare cloak that significantly boosts mana output. Fuming, she orders him to cough up the explanation right this second. Yeju states that none of her wild theories are even close to the truth. He explains that he simply possesses an unmatched understanding of how this entire tower operates. The whole setup was rigged against streamers, stripping their privacy while forcing them to beg for donations just to survive the climb. As a result, audiences formed toxic syndicates, leaving low-tier creators at the mercy of their donations. If he slipped up like the 6th floor loser, sadists craving blood and agony would swarm his channel. Yeju stands firm, repeating that he just holds complete mastery over the tower's secrets. When she presses whether that includes intel on other rankers, he coyly states that depends entirely on his mood. She calls him out for casually dodging the whole explanation of how he got that knowledge. With a knowing grin, Yeju whispers that it's classified, walking away and leaving her speechless. She erupts into a booming cackle that thoroughly terrifies the nearby Papua. She admits that while his story sounds absurd, it is undeniably fascinating. Besides, she has a weak spot for mysterious men full of secrets. Yeju can't help but think that her unhinged demeanor makes her nickname entirely accurate. He coldly tells her that if their chat is over, he is taking his leave. She shouts after him to drop the fake name and give his real identity, but our MC just dashes off. Upon stepping into the 10th floor territory, he is finally granted the privilege to shut down his stream. He can now spy on broadcasts from lower levels while keeping his own feed hidden from anyone under floor 20. Yeju offers a brief apology to his chat, telling them he wants to explore the surroundings alone. He instructs the Papua to lay low for a while since they would draw away too much attention. His initial priority is to scout the layout of the metropolis. Right off the bat, an eerie irregularity catches his attention. A young girl accidentally collides with an aristocrat. The impact sends her sprawling onto the pavement. The nobleman glares down with an intense scowl. Yeju sighs at the cruelty, realizing intervening here would be extremely complicated. The noble slowly extends an open hand in her direction. Instead of striking her, he gently pats her head, relieves she's unhurt, and advises her to watch her step. He tells her not to fear nobility, assuring her that in the Kaelidu Toprock's empire, sheer competence matters far more than bloodline. Yeju stands dumbfounded by the sight of an aristocrat treating a commoner with genuine kindness. Hearing the mention of Emperor Kaeli solidifies his suspicion that the timeline has been rewritten. Over at a nearby plaza, a flock of seagulls swarms around someone scattering feed. An elderly man is tossing crumbs across the pavement when a presence catches his attention. Right across from him stands our protagonist. Yeju asks if the seat is open, and the old man offers a quiet nod of approval. Remembering the recorded footage where he met the administrator at this exact bench, Yeju asks how long he has inhabited this domain. The elder sighs, admitting the passage of time has long slipped his memory. Yeju asks if his current existence brings fulfillment, but the man just drops soil into the pond, questioning if he even retains emotions. In the previous footage, the elder had offered the administrator mantle to Yeju, who had willingly accepted. Without warning, the container of birdseed slips and crashes to the ground. The flock scatters in terror as the old man tightly clamps onto Yeju's hand. Yeju braces himself, unsettled by the chilling, sinister glare radiating from the administrator. Instantly, a vision yanks Yiju back into an ancient memory. He witnesses a commander roaring orders to the sky. The warrior bellows about Taruha's unmatched pride, met by the roaring cheers of his army. Yiju deduces that this is none other than the legendary doomed fortress of Taruha. The dreaded stage for the 15th floor, Taruha, the entire battlefield had been completely overrun by abyssal horrors. Each beast is so absurdly overpowered that normal players can't even leave a scratch, and an endless sea of them floods the field. The brave soldiers hold the line, desperately trading blows with the beasts. Initially, the defenders hold firm without casualties, but the real nightmare hasn't even begun. The trial of the 15th floor is an endless meat grinder. High atop the mountain peak rests a massive, dormant flower bud. It slowly unfurls, spewing an infinite swarm of fiends from its rotten core. A relentless catastrophe programmed to continue until Taruha was reduced to ash. Yet even after the kingdom's collapse, their torment knew no end. The doomed defenders kept marching headfirst into slaughter with zero odds of survival. They parry incoming strikes only to be crushed by overwhelming counterattacks, falling by the dozens. The beasts begin crawling over the fortified barricades like ants. Yiju stares in horror until a sickening growl echoes right at his back. A ravenous demon, jaws dripping with razor-sharp teeth, looms right over his shoulder. Jolting back to the real world, Yiju tumbles backward onto the pavement. The administrator smirks, asking what it feels like to witness his inevitable doom. Yiju snaps that mind games won't sway him, but the old man claims he was simply providing a glimpse of tomorrow. Yiju fires back that he already overturned the previous prophecy, and the administrator saw it happen with his own eyes. The elder chuckles, remarking that this exact defiance makes him the ideal candidate for administrator. Yiju shoots it down, asserting he is entirely different from that phantom in the recordings. The administrator questions if he even grasps the true reason those tapes were delivered to him. Yiju concedes he has no idea, but stands firm on rejecting the proposition. He refuses to bend to intimidation and vows to clear every trial with his own strength. The old man asks if he truly lacks all curiosity about the recordings, offering to unveil the secret. Yiju invites him to speak, admitting that having intel beats being clueless. Releasing the bird from his grasp, the administrator asks if Yiju genuinely understands what an administrator's purpose is. Yiju assumes it's just someone maintaining the tower, to which the elder asks if he naively believes this entire realm was created just for player amusement. Yiju quietly shakes his head in denial. Had he truly believed that fifth floor world was just an illusion, he never would have played the part of a prince so genuinely. The administrator reminds him that plenty of other players could have easily stepped into his shoes. Yiju then questions whether several administrators can exist at once, or if it's strictly a one-out, one-in deal. The old man explains that only one can ever hold the title, since every previous keeper who abandoned the post wound up taking their own life after erecting the tower, assigning successors, and establishing the broadcast system. He poured everything he had into it, but no matter how many times he patches this wretched world up, it keeps shattering right back in his face. In total frustration, he stomps his foot, unleashing a devastating shockwave that tears across the entire room. He shouts out that the second he seals one leak, another massive tear rips open somewhere else. It feels exactly like dumping water down a bottomless void, much like that glove he put together. Right before Yiju's eyes, the old man starts completely unraveling emotionally. He describes an administrator as a fragile vessel brimming with water, lamenting that he's been forced to carry this burden for way too long. With his facial features literally melting off, he confesses that he cannot even recall why he ever agreed to take the mantle to begin with. Shifting into a bizarre pigeon-headed monster, he reveals that he's totally shattered inside, incapable of human empathy, and driven solely by the primal instinct to keep filling that vessel. Yiju wonders if every single past administrator lost their mind like this, and the beast confirms that whoever sits on that throne suffers the exact same fate. Every one of them desperately tried to keep their jars full, yet each of them ultimately fell short. Either the liquid sloshes out or the container shatters under the crushing strain, but he was built different. He carried out his duties more flawlessly than anyone who came before him. He kept Astrode in check with such precision that his jar never once fractured or spilled a drop. Yiju demands to know what on earth any of that is supposed to mean. The creature tells him this represents his destiny as an administrator, though in a strange sense it's already his history, given that he sent those video logs himself. When Yiju asks why he'd ever do such a thing, the administrator snaps back that sorting through another soul's memories is exhausting, and had it been effortless, he wouldn't be this pissed off. Yiju pieces together that his future self probably pulled all these strings without even grasping the full reason. The old entity shrugs it off, claiming that regardless of the timeline, every single Kim Yiju turns out to be identical deep down, which means his burning questions should be pretty much cleared up at this point. Yiju immediately pushes back, insisting his administrator self is nothing like him, before slipping in one final inquiry. He questions why the entire mood on that floor took such a dramatic turn right after the fifth floor trial wrapped up. The administrator erupts into laughter, praising Yiju for outperforming everyone and remarking on how eerily well his instincts fit the mantle. He points out that at the end of the day, Kim Yiju is a man who fundamentally never changes. Yiju tightens his grip, coming to terms with the reality that his personal choices altered Astro just as his future counterpart had in the recordings. Staring the administrator down, he raises his middle finger and tells him to get lost. Elsewhere in a modest room, a young woman is glued to the broadcast of Yiju's run on the earlier floor. Kang Soha, famously known as the Love, grumbles to herself, wondering who that random chick was trying to flirt with Yiju. She figures he ought to quit wasting time and get back to scaling the tower immediately. Returning to the confrontation, Yiju mocks the administrator, asking if he genuinely believed he'd just roll over and swallow all that nonsense. The administrator merely says he's in no state for further conversation, right as his physical form starts contorting horribly. His clothes collapse into an empty heap on the tiles, leaving behind a solitary pigeon that suddenly takes flight into the sky. Yiju catches on that this particular administrator wasn't the sender behind the footage after all. He ponders what could have motivated his alternate self to do it, and how on earth he handled the administrator duties so cleanly. The only way to uncover the truth is to keep pushing his way up the tower. Out of nowhere, the little Papua pop up and start affectionately licking his face. Yiju gently asks if they're just attempting to cheer him up. He recognizes that moping around isn't going to solve a single thing. While his subscriber count held up better than anticipated, viewers capped at the 10th floor are locked out of higher streams, leaving him with a measly 8 active watchers. The bulk of Seonjae's old audience consisted of 10th floor opportunists looking for a puppet to farm coins, so they all got filtered out. So he makes the call to kick off his stream right there on the 10th floor. Seeing heavy hitters like Han Jae-sok and Jin Hye-in dominating the scene, he figures drawing massive attention to himself right now is too risky, choosing to avoid the main public feed. He greets his audience, playfully asking if they've been waiting on him for long. Yiju mentions he had some private matters to wrap up and drops an apology for having muted his notifications. Sifting through a sea of incoming alerts, he sees nothing but friend requests and clan recruitments, opting to ignore the whole pile for the time being. He lets his chat know that because this is his first visit to the free zone, he's going to tie up some loose ends before pushing to floor 11, while considering hopping to a different channel. Each region gets 100 dedicated channels, and he happens to be on channel 1, where the only real distinction is which crowd logs in. Yiju realizes he's completely out of viable Meiji Tech gear, wondering if the workshop's market value has taken a hit. The chat immediately warms up, tossing casual remarks back and forth with him. Before long, Yiju pulls up directly outside Kray's smithy. His viewers immediately begin questioning where Brand disappeared to, debating if the guy was ever around in the first place. Kray bluntly informs him that he isn't accepting custom gear requests at the moment. Yiju clarifies that he's not looking for a new build, asking instead if Bran happens to be anywhere nearby. Kray snorts that if he's scouting for the Empire's greatest artisan, he'd better take his search directly to the Imperial Palace. Yiju explains he only has a quick repair job, asking if he could simply rent some workbench space and a handful of spare supplies. That unusual request instantly piques Kray's curiosity. Kray gives his name, and Yiju introduces himself in return. Kray grumbles about how Outlanders always carry the weirdest handles, while the chat has a field day clowning on Yiju. Kray then tells him to hand over the piece so he can take a look. Inspecting it, he notes that the build was clearly slapped together in a hurry, packing an insanely hazardous mana circuit. Even so, he finds the project intriguing, telling Yiju that once the repairs are done, he'll require a proper mana stone to verify functionality. Yiju agrees, saying he'll head out and hunt one down. Once you hit floor 10, an auction house feature unlocks in the community interface, letting adventurers trade gear scaled strictly to 10th floor standards. On top of standard gear listings, this place actually stocks rarities like raw magic stones. The real trap is the lack of visible stats, forcing buyers to rely strictly on their own judgment to sniff out a bargain. His eyes are set on scoring a bloodstone, but that tier of material isn't something you can just pick up on a whim. Out of nowhere, a stranger taps him from behind, asking for a quick word. The guy remarks that based on the cloak he's sporting, Yiju has got to be a spellcaster. He waves over a girl called Soyoung, totally brushing past Yiju for a brief second. He then smooth talks his way in, claiming he noticed a wandering mage who seemed out of his depth and just wanted to lend a hand. He guesses Yiju hit a dead end, trying to locate his desired loot in the free market. He cautions him against wasting his time inside, bragging that even with 10,000 coins on hand, he couldn't get through the door. Desperate to recruit a magic user, he tries to reel Yiju in, pitching that his squad has already cleared all the way to floor 20 and could effortlessly boost him past the 11th. Yeju connects the dots on how their logic works. From the 10th floor onward, climbers can always backtrack to this free zone after every push, which is precisely why seasoned veterans hang around scouting fresh recruits. Yeju politely brushes them off, saying he's good and simply has errands to run. Seoyeon clasps onto his arm, insisting he shouldn't be so cold and urging him to step aside for a private chat. Yanking his arm free, Yeju reiterates his refusal and flatly reveals that he's not even a mage to begin with. The girl instantly plays the victim, dramatically acting like he physically bruised her. Her companion chimes in that shoving her was completely uncalled for, though he'll drop it if Yeju is really that stubborn. Realizing her behavior subconsciously reminded him of Hyen and triggered an involuntary reflex, Yeju offers a brief apology for pushing her away. He strolls away while the duo continues muttering bitter complaints behind him. The guy rationalizes that if the dude isn't a spellcaster, he's totally useless to their roster anyway. Reaching the VIP auction doorway, the guards demand that the traveler demonstrate his financial standing. A system window pops up before Yeju, and he casually opts to display his coin reserves. The guard instantly changes his tone, bowing and welcoming him straight inside. The scheming duo outside are left with their jaws on the floor. Yeju gives them a nonchalant nod before marching straight past the gates. Up at the front counter, the receptionist inquires if this is his introductory visit to see Lai Nan. She requests that he fill out the paperwork accurately for identity verification. Yeju pauses for a split second before setting his pen down. He inks the document while his live stream chat relentlessly mocks his hesitation. He passes the sheet back, noting he's finished, and she promises a swift validation. She slides it through an authentication device, only for an error alert to trigger over a data mismatch. The clerk shoots him a puzzled expression. She asks if he could kindly review his registered information one more time. Without batting an eye, he just tacks the number 2 onto the tail of his moniker. She confirms the profile is approved, letting him know he's free to relax in the waiting lounge until the bidding opens. She also politely requests that he check his cloak at the counter and lower his hood for facility safety. Close by, patrons are gossiping about Emperor Kaali slashing the tax burden for regular citizens. Yeju reflects on how these NPCs shoot the breeze so naturally, admitting he can never quite get accustomed to how lifelike it feels. Suddenly, a familiar figure amidst the bustling crowd catches his eye. He approaches and greets her, saying it's great running into her once more. Siha turns and asks what brought him all the way over here. Yeju explains that there's a particular item he's aiming to bid on. He then politely asks if he can take the empty seat next to her. A server announces the event will commence shortly and offers them refreshments, though Yeju keeps it simple and orders plain water. Siha orders a mug of hot cocoa, and the staff promptly brings their drinks over. An awkward quiet hangs between them for a bit before she finally breaks the ice. She inquires about what he's shopping for, and Yeju mentions he's on the hunt for a mana crystal. He points out that he needs the core to power up the glove she's looking at. Siha simply nods and says she understands. And right after that, another wave of thick, uncomfortable silence falls over the table. Out of nowhere, she thanks him for what he did back during the trial. Yeju brushes it aside, saying he only took action to save his own skin anyway, so she doesn't owe him anything. She insists that regardless of his motives, she would have been wiped out without his intervention. Curious, Yeju asks why she always sticks to wearing that specific school uniform. She shares that this particular outfit holds deeply meaningful memories for her. Yeju acknowledges her answer, agreeing that it makes total sense. He remembers that even across the recorded logs, she never took that uniform off. And once she breaks through on the 15th floor, her strength will become an absolute force to reckon with. Thinking it would be smart to build a solid connection before her power explodes, he casually proposes they become friends. He keeps his focus entirely on her reaction. Yeju clarifies that even if they aren't best buddies in the traditional sense, they can maintain a mutual pact to back each other up whenever trouble strikes. She gives a quiet nod of approval. She officially confirms the friend invite. Taking a slow sip from her cocoa, she suddenly asks why he walked up to those papua earlier. Yeju smirks, remarking that that's classified intel only available for a fair trade. Right on cue, a loudspeaker announcement echoes through the hall, ushering all registered bidders into the main chamber. Siha stands up with an irritated groan about how tedious the whole thing is and strolls ahead. Yeju realizes he'd better move so he doesn't miss out, following her straight into the bidding hall. He takes in his surroundings, eavesdropping on the murmurs echoing throughout the room. A loud chime rings out, and a man named Raiden steps onto the stage to introduce himself as the auctioneer. He announces that this hall serves as a bridge for royalty and nobility to mingle, transcending standard social ranks, including outside travelers as well, since divine grace is extended equally to everyone. The auction rules are as straightforward as it gets. He will open with a baseline price, and if no further offers come in, the lot sells to the top pledge. Kicking off the catalog, they present a genuine Redland dragon egg that was delivered only yesterday. Yiju figures that with his monster lore knowledge, raising it wouldn't be an issue, but dragging a loud dragon around would paint a massive target on his back. Ultimately, the hammer falls on the egg at a cool 6,000 coins. Raiden moves the crowd along, revealing that they've reached the 8th listing, which happens to be shrouded in mystery. This specific pendant was gifted directly by a princess of the Clady dynasty. The only confirmed detail is that it possesses extraordinary craftsmanship and radiant beauty. Yiju wastes no time tossing out a 10,000 coin bid, convinced beyond doubt that this is the exact bloodstone he's been hunting. Yiju realizes why the official appraisers couldn't catalog the material, since a true bloodstone isn't actually a traditional mineral at all. Raiden confirms that every subsequent raise must be at least 1,000 coins. Instantly, a noblewoman holds up her paddle and counters with an 11,000 coin offer. He clocks her as Lady Gretel, the youngest heiress of a prominent magic stone syndicate, someone who allegedly had zero interest in these lots. At least, that was the rumor until she shoots a playful wink straight in his direction. Irritated by her games, Yiju fires right back and bumps the bid up to 12,000 coins. Following a relentless back and forth, the price spikes all the way to 20,000, prompting the host to check if Yiju wants to push further. He rationalizes that while the bloodstone is prime loot, passing on it here won't actually set his progress back. Out of nowhere, Siha throws her paddle in the air and drops a massive 21,000 coin bid. The two ladies plunge straight into an intense, no-holds-barred bidding clash. Raiden eventually slams the gavel and declares the ultimate winner. Siha walks away with the prize after dropping an eye-watering 30,000 coins. The session concludes right after, with Raiden giving his final thanks to the audience. Yiju feels a bit bummed about missing the bloodstone, but consoles himself with the solid mana core he bagged for 6,000 coins. As he heads toward the doors, he spots Siha lingering by the lobby exit. She scolds him for taking forever to walk out before shoving the necklace right into his hands, telling him to just keep it. Yiju stares in disbelief, asking why she's handing this over, to which she scoffs and questions his dumbfounded expression. She makes it crystal clear that she has no intention of ever asking for it back. She pieced together that it held a mana core because he completely ignored every other gem on the block until this one showed up. Besides, she points out that they're supposed to be allies now, and buddies exchange presents all the time. With that, she turns to leave, warning him not to pull any amnesia acts the next time their paths cross. Yiju scratches his head over her attitude, doubting she'd form a bond purely out of gratitude for the last test, since that was never in her character. He lets out a sigh, amused that she just blew an absolute fortune on an artifact she doesn't even comprehend. Meanwhile, Siha rolls her shoulders and stretches as she strides into the fresh air outside the building. She whispers to herself that the stubborn guy genuinely has no clue about the past. Her mind drifts back to her childhood days, remembering how she used to cry over why mandatory school uniforms cost so much money. Back in those days, right as she pushed open the director's office door at the orphanage, she crashed straight into a young man exiting the room. That same Yiju had patted her on the head, telling her to stay well-behaved and obey the director, leaving her puzzled over the identity of this generous stranger. She had knocked and stepped inside, admitting tearfully that she needed a uniform but couldn't locate any used hand-me-downs. The director had warmly assured her that it was high time she got a brand new set, and that price wasn't an obstacle anymore. That boy had anonymously donated enough cash for all the orphans to receive fresh uniforms for the new school year, bashfully asking the director to keep his name buried. Siha had asked for his identity, immediately suspecting it was the very boy she just brushed past. Snapping back to reality, she exhales a soft, nostalgic sigh. A faint smile touches her lips as she resolves that he never needs to find out. Returning to the workshop, Cray looks up surprised, asking why he's shown up so fast when he still had an entire day to spare. Yiju remarks that, despite the speed, the glove Cray is tinkering with looks vaguely familiar, yet drastically overhauled from its original state. Cray gives a hearty laugh, replying that real blacksmiths simply can't resist diving straight into the projects that hook their passion. Yiju notes his good fortune, admitting he didn't expect the job to be nearly wrapped up, and explains he came back to request a size tweak since his bloodstone ended up being rather compact. Cray waves it off, telling him not to sweat the small stuff. A single glance at the frame was enough for him to deduce that a power stone belonged in that exact socket. Knowing that different gems come in varying cuts, he simply engineered a dynamic socket that auto-calibrates to any dimension. Figuring a live demonstration beats explaining the theory, he instructs Yiju to watch closely. When you trigger this release switch on the gauntlet, the core socket pops wide open. And the moment you slide the crystal in, the mechanism clamps down and locks it in tight. So now stone dimensions don't matter at all, and swapping cores on the fly is as simple as double tapping the toggle. Hearing that, Yiju breathes a sigh of relief and asks what the damage to his wallet is going to be. The blacksmith casually waves his hand and tells him he doesn't want a single penny. Crafting a piece like this was a blast for him, and that satisfaction alone was payment enough. He tells Yiju to kick back outside for about an hour while he puts on the finishing touches. While waiting, the chat pesters him to explore the 10th floor, but he shuts them down instantly, popping open a gate to the 11th floor and making it clear that's his first stop tomorrow morning. Later that night, as Yiju is knocked out cold in bed, a tiny popboy creeps out from beneath the covers. It tries chirping at him, only to realize the guy is completely dead to the world. Sparks fly in its tiny brain, so it shifts forms on the spot and huffs a spitball straight onto Yiju's face, instantly slapping on an angelically innocent face right after. Wiping his face, Yiju asks if they're starving, but lets them know he's booting up the live stream first. The second the broadcast goes live, 200 people flood in, making him wonder if his viewers ever actually sleep. As the viewer count climbs past 227, it hits him that these folks were literally just camping in his chat room. He fishes a magic stone out of his inventory and tosses it down as a snack for the Papua. With his pets fed, he gears up and gets ready to move out. The chat immediately chimes in, asking if he's figured out a name for his brand new gear. Yiju glances down at his knuckles, reminiscing about the exchange with the smith. Back when the gauntlet was done, the blacksmith had handed it over and told him to give it a test run. Sliding it on, Yiju was amazed by how ridiculously snug and natural the fit was. Cray had noticed his grin and mentioned how obvious it was that he loved the weapon. Yiju tried insisting on paying a crafting fee, but the blacksmith straight up rejected the gold. The crafter had only a single request in return. All he asked was for Yiju to bestow a proper name upon his creation. Yiju had agreed, promising he would give it some serious thought. Snapping back to reality, he clenches his fist, determined to come up with something legendary. After all, making a promise means nothing if you aren't going to put real effort behind it. Staring at the gateway to the 11th floor, it seems like an entire world is waiting just beyond the threshold. Yet, an unseen barrier firmly blocks the path forward. To make things weirder, regular NPCs can't even perceive the gate. It's completely invisible to everyone except players. Despite swapping channels to dodge the mob, the area is still completely packed with challengers. Floor 11 kicks off heavy co-op content, making it standard procedure for players to crowd the recruitment boards and party up. He considers how convenient it would be to party up with loyal viewers from his chat. However, there's no telling what kind of twisted curveball the admin might throw his way. He has to stay cautious, because if he drags innocent teammates into an artificially boosted death trap, blood will be on his hands. Keeping that grim reality in mind, he steps up and activates the gateway. Now comes the moment of truth, selecting his challenge tier. Challengers who found their footing on the 5th floor would probably get cocky and crank the slider all the way up, while those rattled by toxic viewers would likely chicken out and lower it. None of those mental gymnastics matter to Yiju, though. Without hesitating for a second, he locks in maximum difficulty and dives straight into the fray. He touches down on an isolated island, greeted by the sound of two players passionately yelling at each other. The moment Yiju emerges from the portal, both arguers freeze and whip around to eye him up. The objective here is simple. A trio of players must work together to slay a magical monster. Spotting his robes, the girl assumes he's a backline spellcaster and waves him over to cook up a game plan. Glancing at their gear, Yiju spots a dual-blade fighter and a lancer, understanding why they'd be thrilled to finally get some magical firepower. The dude asks why a caster is rocking heavy gauntlets, forcing Yiju to clarify that despite the robes, his true class is a magic engineer. That revelation hits the guy like a bucket of cold water. The girl sighs, assuming he grasps how dire their setup is, and asks how packed his bag is with support gear. When Yiju casually replies that he only brought a single item, her jaw drops in pure dismay. Yiju figures there's no point in lingering. It's time to just wrap this clear up quickly. The group draws steel and braces for incoming combat. The guy starts frantically praying to the heavens that they don't get swarmed by a pack of sea serpents. Right on cue, a colossal shadow breaks through the rolling ocean waves. The girl lets out a string of curses, watching their absolute worst-case scenario unfold before their eyes. The guy whines in despair, regretting leaving the safety of his clan only to throw his life away here. Watching the pair lose their minds in sheer panic, Yiju's danger senses start tingling. He suspects the admin pulled another dirty trick behind the scenes, yet the surface of the water remains eerily still. He mutters that this scene feels suspiciously familiar, right as twin glowing orbs ignite in the dark depths. An enormous dragon turtle erupts from the waves, roaring as it charges straight toward the party. The other two shriek in absolute terror, while Yiju's chat throws a fit because they genuinely thought he was breaking a sweat. Yiju realizes flexing his gauntlet might turn too many heads, not to mention it could crack if he unleashes too much raw output. He orders both teammates to stand down and let him solo the beast. The guy barks back, asking what kind of madman he is, but his tone does a complete 180 the second Yiju unsheathes his axe. The towering reptile coils its muscles, locking its sights on its prey. Yiju throws out one final warning, telling them to stay clear if they plan on living through the day. The dragon turtle snaps forward, hurtling its massive frame directly at him. Recovering from the lunge, the monster lifts its snout, watching the other two adventurers scurry away like terrified mice. Yiju chuckles internally, thinking their cowardly retreat makes for the perfect distraction. Surging mana through his veins, he sprints in a blur, looping around the behemoth's flank. Pumping full power into his axe, he slams the blade against the stone-hard carapace, only for the weapon to explode into jagged shards. As he vaults back into the air with his weapon, the monster unleashes a deafening, earth-shaking roar. Recognizing that the weapon lacked the durability to withstand that hit, Yiju channels mana directly into his staff. The shattered metal begins to warp, melting into molten liquid and reforming onto the shaft. The dragon turtle repositions for round 2, shifting into its regenerative state. Yiju notices it couldn't dive back into the sea, a massive relief, since they would have had no way to chase it underwater. He shouts another warning back at the duo, telling them to stay put unless they want to get pulverized. He vaults right onto the monster's shell, thinking back to the second floor where he barely managed to scramble up, whereas now it takes a single effortless leap. The enraged turtle twists violently, shaking its massive body from side to side to throw him off. Yiju figures he has the perfect angle, especially since a target this colossal is impossible to miss. All of a sudden, the beast's entire frame begins to tremble violently. Seeing the blinding fury in its eyes, Yiju knows he has to end this fast. While he might tank a blast, those two newbies would be wiped off the map. Charging mana into the spike, he flings it skyward and bolts forward at full throttle. Launching into the air, he squares up and lines up the spike like a batter at the plate. Though his only baseball practice came from sketchy arcade batting cages, he connects dead center, sending the spike screaming into the turtle's opening and setting off a catastrophic internal detonation. Yiju lands with his back to the inferno, glancing over his shoulder to confirm the dragon turtle is completely neutralized. Letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding, he remarks on pulling it off and reverts his weapon back to its standard form. His gauntlets simultaneously morph back to their dormant state. The two spectators rush up to him, practically falling over themselves to thank him for saving their skins. They were convinced their journey ended right there, so their gratitude is through the roof. Yiju brushes off the praise, telling them it was nothing and nudging them to keep moving ahead. The guy insists on knowing the identity of their savior, but Yiju tells him a name doesn't matter and repeats that they should get going. In truth, his chat is mercilessly roasting him, turning his face red, so the moment the duo clears out, he finally checks his loot. Floor 11 played out by the book, but Floor 9 had clearly been rigged by the administrator. A reward chest plummets from the sky, granting him a coin pouch, extra bag slots, and a pile of magic stones. He cracks open the 9th floor spoils, pocketing the usual 5,000 coins, until an unexpected item catches his eye at the bottom of the container. Puzzled by how such a high-tier drop wound up in a standard chest, he pulls out the Latanto cape. He drapes it over his shoulders immediately, noticing the hem drags a bit on the ground. So, he resizes the cut and weaves a custom hood into the garment. The viewers hype up his new drip, but start questioning why no additional Latanto appeared on the 11th floor. Yiju admits he has no clue, but decides to run floor 11 one more time to test the waters. With that decided, he flips the hood over his face and gets moving. After one-shotting the dragon turtle in the next run, he confirms the difficulty didn't spike at all. On top of that, the cloak proved to be an absolute game changer. Keeping his identity strictly under wraps, he slips away toward a more secluded spot. He backtracks to the same quiet park he visited earlier. Meeting the Admon there left a sour taste, but it's still the most peaceful retreat he knows. Out of nowhere, his knapsack starts squirming, and all three Papua poke their tiny heads into the open. They scramble off the wooden bench and begin dashing all over the clearing. A gentle grin breaks across his face as he playfully tells them not to wander out of sight. He figures the moment has finally arrived to give each of them their own name. He's genuinely grown fond of the critters, and yelling "Pop" at 3 distinct personalities makes zero sense. The stream chat starts spamming name suggestions, but every single one is utterly trash. Ignoring the awful comments, he shifts his attention over to the magical beast database. There are tons of monster-related skill tomes available, and they cost practically nothing. He chuckles at the absurdity of blowing currency on bargain bin skill books solely to name his pets. The trio of manuals floats into his grasp, instantly pouring a massive stream of lore straight into his brain. Skipping the reading part is a blessing, but the intense brain freeze that comes with instant absorption is pure agony. Shaking off the mental haze, he looks back down at his 3 little companions. Thanks to the newly unlocked skill, he can suddenly perceive their traits on a whole new level. He gives one a soft pat on the head, rises to his feet, and proudly declares that the names are locked in. The first one is christened Lahe, because despite being a massive foodie, she always puts the others first during mealtime. The second becomes Koden, reflecting his gutsy nature and drive to guard the pack. And the final one is Baron, the most cautious and gentle soul of the trio. Thrilled with their new titles, the three leap in unison straight into his embrace. Suddenly, reality comes crashing back. He remembers the stream has been watching this wholesome moment the entire time. Blushing, he announces it's time to hit floor 12. He calls over Lahe, Koden, and Baron, gesturing for them to crawl back into his pack. He explains that they can't afford to stick out until they reach at least floor 15, so they need to lay low. Perhaps the beast-taming insight is getting to him, but stuffing them into a dark sack suddenly feels wrong. At last, the matchmaking counter hits the required headcount for the trial. One of the challengers spots him and calls out that the final member has arrived. Yeju offers a wry grin, admitting that he ended up being the latecomer. Yeon immediately steps forward and gives his name. Yeju reciprocates the introduction and offers a firm handshake. Out of nowhere, Yeon blinks and mentions that he could have sworn he just heard a snake hissing. Lee Se-yoon ambles up with a weary sigh and introduces herself. Yeju offers standard pleasantries about teamwork, only to realize the two of them are already acquainted. She points out that they crossed paths back on the second floor, remarking on how eccentric his gear looks. Yeju just gives an awkward laugh, joking that life just guided him into this bizarre fashion. That's when he catches another party member glaring intently in his direction. Baffled by the unblinking stare, Yeju directly asks what the guy's deal is. The stranger asks with wide eyes if he legitimately just introduced himself as Yeju. Yeju nods and asks if there's something wrong with that. Out of nowhere, the guy blurts out, asking if he's the Almighty Emperor. That title catches Yeju completely flat-footed. He slaps his palm over the guy's mouth instantly, hissing at him to shut up and keep quiet. He strictly warns him not to even think about dropping to his knees. He tells him to play it cool and get moving like a normal person. The overeager player introduces himself as Young Sang-jung. Yeju figures the guy is a loyal viewer, though it shocks him considering barely 8 people got booted when he conquered floor 10. Watching the weird dynamic, Se-yoon asks if the two of them are old friends. Yeju quickly spins a lie, claiming they briefly ran into each other on the 11th floor. She shrugs, noting that having some familiar faces beats playing with a bunch of randoms. Yeon calls out Sang-jung's bizarre mood swing, pointing out how he was bragging about his loadout earlier, but is now sweating bullets. Sang-jung stammers that he'd never disrespect his emperor, prompting Yeju to urgently tell him to can it. Pivoting hard away from the topic, Yeju asks if the two were previously affiliated with a clan. They explain that their previous clan's toxic environment pushed them to pack up and walk away. Yeju asks if this is their debut on the 12th floor, which both nod and confirm. He asks how their streaming careers are going, but Yeon admits they threw in the towel due to abysmal viewership. Yeju realizes these two are completely out of the loop and starving for intel after severing clan ties. This specific floor is a nightmare for close-range swordsmen, making it a death sentence for rookie knights like them. Turning around, Yeju asks Sang-jung what he was up to before arriving on the 12th floor. Sang-jung shares that he was hunting for a first-floor rookie to take under his wing, only to stumble upon an unbelievable rising streamer. He scored huge profits after donating during that stream, using the payout to fully upgrade his arsenal. That windfall pushed him all the way to floor 12, only to end up stranded in this messy squad. Yeon cuts in, reminding everyone to cut the chit-chat since they only have 10 minutes to finalize their battle formation. Sang-jung snaps back, demanding how he dares boss the emperor around, but Yeju cools him down and asks if Sang-jung has cleared this floor before. When Sang-jung confirms his prior experience, Yeju hands him the reins to lead their combat strategy. Yeon scoffs, mocking that anyone looking would think Sang-jung was his commanding officer. He emphasizes they're cued into extreme difficulty, to which Yeju reminds him his build centers on magic engineering. Yeju lets out a quiet, tired sigh inside his head, knowing everyone always gives him that exact look of pure skepticism whenever he names his profession. Yeon demands to know what utility he brought, and Yeju admits he packed only one, an offensive support piece equipped with a magic cannon. Yeon rolls his eyes, scoffing that he should have picked a standard knight build instead of clowning around with gimmicks. Se-yoon speaks up to mention she's an assassin, though the open battlefield heavily handicaps her kit. Sang-jung cuts through the chatter, asking if he can finally assign everyone's positions. He taps the tactical map, telling the squad to lock in and listen up. He lays out the layout. He and Yeon will anchor the front line, Yeju will offer mid-range fire support, and Suzun will look for flanking ambushes from the rear. Then he drops a warning far more critical than their formation. He urges them not to lean too hard on flashy skills, predicting the enemy mob will consist of yetis or venomous hounds. Once one beast goes down, the pack adapts immediately and won't fall for the same swordplay twice. Yeon pushes back, complaining that it's idiotic to bench their primary skills and rely strictly on basic brawling. Sang-jung shuts down the debate, telling him he'll learn the hard way once the clash starts. Yiju sees zero synergy between them, realizing this trial is on track to become an absolute disaster. Right at that moment, Sang-jung edges close to his shoulder. He whispers that he could wipe the entire floor himself, but is sandbagging on purpose, leaving Yiju stressed that it'll just look like blatant flex. Sang-jung swears that won't happen, quickly zipping his lips when Yiju gives him a stern look about the royal title. With barely 23 ticks remaining on the prep timer, Yiju snaps the group to attention to brace for impact. Across the field, an Alpha Yeti charges into view alongside its horde, unleashing a blood-curdling battle roar. Sang-jung mutters a curse under his breath, barking at the party to hold the line. Having tasted this nightmare before, the guy is visibly shaking in his boots. Yiju tells him to get a grip before he trips over himself, promising him nobody is dying on his watch today. As long as everyone sticks to the plan and doesn't get reckless, they'll walk away clean. Yiyun scoffs arrogantly, questioning why everyone is wetting their pants over beasts that don't even hold swords. He was mentally prepared for another dragon turtle, but Suyun warns him that 16 hostile beasts are bearing down on them, leading with a massive 10-foot-tall boss monster, meaning one wrong move could cost him his head. Yiyun couldn't care less, casually telling the team to split the smaller ones 4 each while he arrogantly dives headfirst after the boss. Sang-jun starts losing his mind, screaming about how they're supposed to survive now that this moron completely trashed their strategy. Watching this unfold, Yiju quietly notes that some folks simply refuse to listen until reality punches them in the face. Bailing him out right now would be totally pointless, since a guy this reckless is bound to die sooner or later anyway. The colossal boss Yeti lifts its giant arm, gnashing its fangs as an earth-shattering roar tears through the air. The sudden wave of sheer terror hits Yiyun like a brick wall, locking him in place as the beast's aura leaves him shivering. Towering directly over him, the creature points a massive finger and growls out a few low words. Yiju can only catch a tiny fragment of the speech, knowing that Yetis usually belong past floor 15, where age only sharpens their brutal instinct into sheer, unhinged violence. Yiyun feels an ego bruise, wondering if this overgrown monster is seriously laughing at him after he ran up so bravely. Backing off now isn't an option, since looking pathetic in front of Seoyeon and the rest would completely crush his pride. He thrusts his spear forward with everything he has, but the giant easily shifts aside to dodge the strike without breaking a sweat. Furious that he missed, he follows up with a desperate kick, only for the Yeti to casually slip past that one as well. Seeing that basic swings won't leave a scratch, he starts pumping raw magical energy straight into his weapon. He laughs off the warning about skills being useless here, convinced that whoever said that was talking complete garbage. To him, active abilities are the ultimate solution, so he prepares to flash his aura, blind the beast, and deliver a fatal stab. It might just be a standard entry-level move, but it's remarkably effective for catching targets off guard with sudden light. When the creature shuts its eyes, Yiyun smugly assumes the monster couldn't handle the brightness of his attack. He commits fully to a finishing blow, only for his spear tip to plunge uselessly into empty dirt. Looking up in disbelief, absolute dread washes over him as the towering Yeti stands poised to crush him into dust. The beast raises a massive fist high and brings it crashing down aimed right at his skull. Yiyun hesitantly blinks his eyes open, completely stunned that he hasn't been turned into a red paste. Turns out, Yiju had jumped in right in the nick of time, catching the Yeti's bone-shattering blow firmly on his axe. Our main guy snaps at him to clear out, and Yiyun wastes 0 seconds scrambling away on all fours. Yiju braces his stance, recognizing this beast's insane power and deciding to pour every ounce of strength into his axe before it adapts to his speed. The impact forces the giant to stumble for just an instant, giving Yiju the exact window he was waiting for. He seizes the opening, tearing his weapon free and slicing cleanly through the monster's torso in a single fluid burst. Once the boss drops dead, he spins around and flashes a calm grin at the team, utterly terrifying every single one of them. Knowing the remaining Yetis completely lose their nerve once their alpha drops, Yiju decides to clean house without wasting a second. He wipes out every last stray beast with effortless precision, reducing the whole area to absolute ruins in the process. Right on cue, both the gateway leading forward to floor 13 and the exit back to floor 10 appear side by side. Yiju politely thanks the crew for their help, while they shower him with praise, convinced he's a veteran smurf from the 19th floor playing on lower levels. Seoyeon nods in agreement, saying that would definitely explain how calm and collected he was the entire time. Yiju simply plays along with their theory, casually agreeing with a shrug. Sensing his awkwardness, she quickly offers an apology for how ridiculously troublesome her clueless teammate had been. Having cleared the air, the group starts making their way toward the exit gate. Yiyun pipes up to ask if someone as seasoned as him knows what that creature meant by muttering, Sumaha. That single word had clearly been eating away at his conscience. He admits he can't stop thinking about the Yeti's chilling gaze, which looked at him like he was nothing more than an annoying nuisance. Yiju recalls that exact phrase from his future memories and casually breaks the news that the word simply translates to kid. In short, the monster was literally calling him a little child. Leaving that heavy reality check behind, Yiju keeps strolling forward. Seoyeon announces her departure as well, tossing out a casual invite to grab a bite whenever their paths cross next. His stream chat immediately catches the romantic vibe, teasing Yiju to brush her off because he's far too focused for romance. Sangjun cracks a joke about how girls apparently fall head over heels for him the moment they lock eyes. He chuckles that a guy hard stuck on floor 10, like himself, better leave fast before the comments tear him apart. Just as the guy turns to step out, Yiju stops him to ask if he's been tuning into the stream ever since the very first floor. He brushes it off, clarifying that he only tuned in during floor 2 because he wanted to see how anyone could possibly defeat the dragon turtle. Even so, Yiju offers him a genuine word of appreciation. He understands that for a struggling player trapped on floor 10, spending precious time and coins on donations wasn't a small deal. The viewer tells him not to stress it, admitting he actually profited coins thanks to Yiju's plays, and wholeheartedly wishes him luck in conquering the 100th floor. Yiju is about to tell him not to be so dramatic when he suddenly catches something bizarre in the guy's movements. The dude literally skips out in high spirits, cheerfully doing a full pop idol dance routine straight into the portal. Yiju stands there completely dumbfounded, while the chat blows up recognizing that signature dance, proving he was an OG Day 1 viewer after all. Shaking it off, Yiju decides to inspect his clear rewards before moving on. He pulls a 1,000-coin pouch, a beginner swordsmanship manual, and an extra bag, mentally rating the loot as pretty mediocre. Besides, picking up standard sword techniques is totally pointless without pairing it with engineering expertise. Regardless of the underwhelming haul, he prepares to head to the next stage. Without dwelling on it, he drops by the 10th floor to hop channels before pushing forward toward the 13th. Meanwhile, in another zone, a warp gate abruptly tears open. A shady crew lounging around a campfire perks up, with one guy sneering that fresh prey has finally walked into their trap. The viewers are confused about ending up on an American server as Yiju casually steps out and gives a calm greeting. The man questions if this is his first visit to floor 13, picking up from his lip sync that he clearly isn't an English speaker. Yiju internally notes that auto-translation doesn't sync mouth movements, realizing this stranger is dangerously observant. The leader introduces himself as Kuttner, tossing out a dry joke about North versus South origins. Yiju returns the handshake, prompting Kuttner to casually pry into whether he's broadcasting live. Yiju plays dumb and claims he isn't, pretending he gets no views and feels way too embarrassed to stream. Satisfied with the answer, Kuttner proceeds to introduce him to the rest of the crew. Yiju immediately finds it sketchy how naturally Kuttner talks for everyone, despite claiming they're total strangers. The whole "we just met" routine is an obvious, blatant lie. Black Scorpion is infamous for being a scum guild that sneaks a squad of 6 into 8-man trials disguised as solo players. Their classic scam is throwing fights or staging assassin ambushes, swooping in as fake saviors just to milk unsuspecting players of their coins. And if the victim is dead broke, they'll strip their gear and silence them permanently to leave no witnesses. While Yiju weighs his move, Kuttner rallies the group together for a quick briefing. He asks what role Yiju plays, and Yiju straight-facedly claims to be a simple magic engineer. Kuttner flashes a satisfied grin, telling him he can just chill in the rear and offer backline support. With all 8 player slots locked in, the trial officially gets underway. Right at that moment, another exhausted player stumbles through the gate. The poor guy looks like he barely survived a meat grinder. Going by Jake, he apparently barely escaped up to floor 13 after a total bloodbath erupted back on the 12th. Kuttner curses out the aggressors, while one of his guildmates sneers in the background. Jake bristles and demands to know if they're making fun of him, but Kuttner smoothly lies, saying they're just glad he made it out alive, and reassures him that wrapping up this 13th floor will be a total walk in the park. Jake remains on high alert, entirely unconvinced by the overly friendly tone. With 2 minutes ticking down, Kuttner barks for everyone to ready up, but Jake interrupts to ask why they haven't assigned battle formations. Kuttner waves off the concern, telling him to just hold the backline right beside their magic engineer. Before Jake can push back, a pack of vicious hounds manifests out of thin air. Jake yells for a retreat, But Kuttner, thoroughly irritated by the guy, arrogantly boasts he'll slay 20 himself and let the rest roam free. A hound springs straight for them, only to be pulverized in a split second by a lightning-fast overhead blow. Yiju calls out the squad, asking why on earth they're spacing out in the middle of an active battle. Though realistically, their incompetence hardly matters at this point. A cluster of beasts ambushes him from the blind spot, but his counterthrusts impale every single one without missing a beat. Yiju openly mocks Kuttner's boys, pointing out that instead of secretly signaling the monsters, they ought to be swinging their swords if they truly wanted to look innocent. Caught red-handed, Kuttner stammers out a nervous question about the strange coat Yiju is wearing. Yiju offers a deadpan reply, simply stating it's just a piece of equipment. Realizing this newcomer is infinitely more lethal than any dungeon beast, Kuttner urgently orders his thugs to fall into formation. Yiju glances over, noting that monsters rely on raw instinct and have obviously identified him as the deadliest apex predator in the room. He drops into his battle posture, fully locked in to finish this. An anxious Kuttner snaps, demanding to know what he's planning. While a hound edges forward, Kuttner nervously asks if Yiju is actually an undercover bounty hunter sent to hunt them down. Yiju shrugs back, pointing out that whatever answer he gives won't be believed anyway. Kuttner snarls, asking if Yiju honestly believed they bought the phony magic engineer cover story. Yiju calmly counters that the man is clearly hallucinating and letting his paranoid fantasies run wild. Kuttner explains that the Rotanto armor gives off an unmistakable serpent hiss, mocking Yiju for thinking seasoned criminals don't keep up with stream meta. Yiju dryly questions what any gear noise has to do with his registered engineer class. Kuttner breaks down that anyone besides a full-fledged knight trying to equip Rotanto gear would instantly have their body crushed by the burden. He warns that while he doesn't know how Yiju swiped that high-tier loot, the fun and games end right here. He claims Yiju made a fatal mistake by underestimating their crew. He laughs, asking if Yiju honestly thinks he's the first arrogant vigilante they've put into the dirt. Heroes come and go every day, but at the end of the line, it's always the scumbags left standing. Jake stands between them totally baffled, unable to make head or tail of what's happening. Yiju raises an eyebrow, asking if they're still stuck on accusing him of lying about his class. One of the bandits notices the morphing weapon, asking if that axe-shifting gauntlet is also part of the Rotanto set. Kuttner validates it with greedy eyes, identifying them as ultra-rare heroic grade drops straight from the 20th floor. The enemy mage practically drools at the thought of claiming that high-tier loot. Yiju casually slips his pack off his shoulders and sets it on the ground. Kuttner smirks, wondering if the kid is already throwing in the towel. Yiju tells them that instead of talking, they should just witness the reality for themselves. And if they're still in denial, he'll beat the truth into their skulls. It was time to demonstrate undeniable proof that he wasn't bluffing. Raw mana starts violently surging straight into his gauntlet. Kuttner scoffs, claiming the kid is only buying useless seconds. Right then, the swarm of hounds bolts directly at them. Out of nowhere, an eerie hum echoes through the air. Craning their necks toward the sky, they spot Yiju's dark outline looming high above. He drops like a meteor, driving a devastating shockwave punch straight into the pack. The blast knocks every hound flat on the ground, whimpering in sheer terror. Yiju stands tall, piercing them with a cold, murderous glare. Kuttner's smirk vanishes as he realizes this guy is no rookie, and they are in serious trouble. Both he and his rogue companion nervously look upward. Yiju catches the surviving monsters shifting their positions. Driven by instinct, the terrified beasts bunch into a tight cluster which suits his attack radius perfectly. Unleashing an explosive burst from his arm cannon, he vaporizes the entire pack in one shot. Yiju calculates that while the blast sacrificed raw power for control, his mana reserves remain solid enough to fire off 3 more consecutive shots. Better yet, the reduced recoil means he doesn't even have to lock his stance when firing. The assassin perched up in the canopy thinks he's found the perfect blind spot to ambush Yiju. He dives down with a stealth strike, only for Yiju to casually absorb the blow right off his reinforced hood. And just like that, the trial conditions are fully cleared. Both the escape portal and the gateway leading to floor 14 flare to life. The scumbags trade terrified looks and instantly sprint full throttle toward the exit. Yiju flashes directly across their escape path, asking why they're in such a hurry when their accounts haven't been settled yet. That single line chills them right to the bone. Yiju gestures toward Jake, giving him the green light to leave safely. A relieved Jake quickly expresses his gratitude before heading out. Turning back to the trapped crew, Yiju announces that it's time for a friendly interrogation, assuming nobody has any objections. His very first question cuts straight to the point: cough up the exact coin balance. The thugs start panicking, desperately pleading that this is all just a huge misunderstanding. Yiju knows full well there are 0 mistakes here. Had they been small-time pickpockets, their names wouldn't have even registered in his memories. While they're pulling small-scale scams on floor 13 right now, He knows they become absolute monsters once they reach floor 20. He grabs one by the collar, slamming him hard against the wall while laying down ground rules for their full cooperation. Rule number 1, keep your mouths shut unless directly spoken to. Rule number 2, every single answer must be the absolute truth. He drops the bandit onto the dirt, calmly expecting that everyone got the message loud and clear. One hothead clenches his jaw, angrily muttering about who this bastard thinks he is to treat them like trash. Furious over his stolen glove, he urges the others to gang up, kill him on the spot, and strip his high-end loot. He suddenly notices his crew frozen in pure horror, before realizing a chunk of his own ripped jacket is being shoved down his throat. Yiju clamps down on the man's tongue, declaring this is the price for breaking the rules, and violently rips it clean out. Yiju calmly addresses the trembling group, warning them that they've officially forfeited their right to basic human mercy. He invites anyone with an objection to raise their voice right this second. Otherwise, silence will be taken as total obedience. He casually asks for a healing potion, pointing out that their bleeding buddy needs to stay alive for questioning. Kuttner steps out, utterly terrified and trying to guess what psychotic game Yiju is playing. Yiju smirks, remarking that while Kuttner is scum that even convicts would despise, he clearly commands genuine loyalty from his men. After all, that obedience is why his fighters followed him blindly and scattered at a simple hand gesture. Yiju then bluntly orders him to accept the incoming friend invite. Kuttner is visibly unnerved, questioning how Yiju could possibly know his private user tag. Yiju sharply reminds him of rule number 1, ordering the group to turn around while seating the bleeding bandit. He repeats his point, asking once more if Kuttner considers himself a competent boss. Kuttner hastily nods in agreement, shaking like a leaf. Yiju reasons that any solid boss prepares contingency funds for future climbing, so Kuttner must have stashed away a fortune to reach floor 20. Kuttner swallows hard, muttering that he gets the point. Yiju instructs him to DM the precise coin count carried by every single person in his party. And lying would be suicidal, because if his cross-examination reveals mismatched numbers, things will get extremely ugly. Because the system prevents looting coins through murder, they simply vanish, with the dead forcing a voluntary trade is his only option. Kuttner grumbles under his breath, asking what kind of fortune Yiju expects from low-level grifters living hand-to-mouth. Yiju brushes off the sob story, noting they were bound to reach the 20th floor eventually anyway. He casually adds that Kuttner's biggest regret will be stashing his prized magic stone back at the clan hideout in their rush to get here. Knowing that stone fetches tens of thousands, Yiju asks how long Kuttner thinks it'll take him to raid every single channel hideout to find it. Knowing Kuttner's paranoia inside out, Yiju knew the leader would stash a high-value emergency stone just in case his coin-carrying mules got wiped out. With all the leverage in his hands, Yiju lays down the final bargain. Surrender every coin on hand right now, and he won't touch the secret magic stone, letting Kuttner walk back to floor 10 in one piece. Kuttner folds and takes the deal, allowing Yiju to start interrogating one of the knights named Jerry. He commands Jerry to nod if his stash exceeds 2,000 coins, or shake his head if it's below that. Curiously, Kuttner's private message had Jerry logged down for at least 3,000 coins. Yiju warns them not to play dumb, making it clear that if a single coin goes missing, not a soul leaves this floor alive. By the end of the shakedown, he nets 12,000 coins, barely short by 150 from Kuttner's rough count. He gives one final check, asking if they're dead certain they emptied every single pocket. Next, he orders every last recovery potion to be tossed onto the floor. Scooping up the stash of supplies, Yiju bids them a chilling farewell. The scumbags let out a collective sigh of relief, thinking their nightmare is finally over. Instead, Yiju brutally slashes their Achilles tendons, listing off the full record of atrocities they've carried out. He then dumps a healing potion directly over one of the wounded bandits. In sheer agony and rage, they scream bloody murder, swearing they'll butcher him. Yiju yanks one of them up by the collar, casually reminding them that the 14th floor is a grueling labyrinth. And the best part? It's a mandatory co-op trial specifically designed for 6 players. He explains that he factored all of this in beforehand just to assemble a 6-man squad to back him up, leaving those guys completely stuck where they stood. That said, he makes it clear there's a catch if they want a ticket down to the 10th floor. Every single coin in their pockets has to be surrendered directly to him. Despite sitting on a decent pile of cash, not one of them was thrilled about parting with their hard-earned loot. Kuttner calls him out, claiming Jeju is going to finish them off regardless, but Jeju insists he's strictly after the coins since he knows they're still holding out on him. The live chat starts buzzing, wondering what magic words forced Kuttner to cough up the money, but Jeju casually brushes it off, saying he's not in the mood to spill the secret. He points out that clearing the 13th floor always pays out at least a single coin, no matter how often you do it, so they might as well go have fun grinding the quest. Locked into a party, the 6 of them will have to clear the 14th floor by themselves, and navigating a labyrinth on one good leg is practically a guaranteed trip to the grave. Returning to the moment, he opens up his haul to find a bag filled with 1,000 coins, alongside a common club and a matching magic orb. When the viewers complain about how underwhelming the drops are, Jeju notes that his inventory is nowhere near full, meaning backtracking to the 10th floor right now would just burn daylight. Pure RNG dictates almost everything on the 14th floor, making the whole cooperative label feel like a joke, and he officially welcomes his audience to the labyrinth of mischief. Jeju suddenly glances over to his flank. A small party is chilling nearby, and their captain extends a hand, asking about his Asian roots while complimenting his guts for stepping into this place solo. Introducing himself as Robert, he gladly offers to show Jeju around the rest of his squad. Lined up from left to right are Fordman, Ricky, Cuddy, and Chris. Jeju immediately senses the deep camaraderie between them, figuring from their natural chemistry that this is a seasoned group of veterans. Robert gives a light laugh, praising his sharp instincts before the party slips into casual banter. Robert explains that they were originally a party of 6, but Fordman's pal took heavy damage back on the 13th floor and had to stay behind to recover. Robert originally wanted to hang back with him, but the injured teammate pushed them to keep moving without him. He quickly clarifies to Jeju that they don't have any hidden motives. They aren't shady criminals looking to jump him, though he completely gets why Jeju would keep his guard up. From there, the group moves on to planning out their approach for tackling the labyrinth. Jeju admits that he has never stepped foot inside this zone before. He understands the basic rules, but because the layout rearranges endlessly, it's essentially a blind run where he'll need fortune in his corner. For starters, the place is a nightmare of winding corridors, and walking into a dead end triggers ambushes from traps or wild magical beasts. Using this layout board, each player can select their designated spawn point. The quest gives them a single, straightforward objective: spawn in at any chosen marker and fight your way to the heart of the maze. Because the routes between the spawn gates and the core are constantly morphing in structure and size, the party has to strategize whether to stick together or split up across different lanes. Jeju brings up that rolling a simple layout by chance could make the entire run a walk in the park. Robert pushes back, arguing that predicting the easiest route is impossible, and running solo spikes your mortality rate through the roof. In his head, Jeju figures that in such an unpredictable environment, teammates would only cramp his style when he needs to unleash the power of his gauntlet. When he states his plan to go solo, Robert thumps the table, insisting his conscience won't let him leave a guy behind like that. He asks whether Jeju honestly believes they'd abandon him to fight for his life alone, just because his name isn't on their roster. Jeju simply clarifies that his choice comes down to pure confidence in clearing the labyrinth unassisted. Robert admits Jeju's solo clear of the previous floor proves his combat chops, but morally, they still can't bring themselves to ditch him. Jeju notes to himself that, in stark contrast to the scum he just dealt with, this crew actually has real morals. He settles the debate by promising he won't step through until their entire party has departed first. Giving in, Robert stops pressing the issue and hands over a healing potion, telling him to keep it handy. It might not be top-tier stuff, but it'll keep him alive in a tight spot. He warns Jeju to hold his ground if things turn lethal, promising that the 5 of them can finish the objective as long as their own route holds up. The squad locks in their starting gate over on the western edge. After watching the team beam away into the labyrinth, Jeju chooses the northern point for his own descent. Across the maze, Robert's crew makes quick work of an ambush goblin. Fordman wonders out loud if Jeju can truly survive on his own, but Robert assures him the kid is sharp enough to know when to pull back. When Cuddy questions his confidence, Robert highlights how Jeju instantly deduced their veteran status and caught on to their missing party member during simple introductions. It's obvious the guy is holding a serious trump card. Cuddy concedes that the solo runner acts capable, but maintains that running this floor alone is borderline suicidal. Robert brushes the debate aside, stating that solo or not, their only priority is sprinting to the core as quickly as humanly possible. He assumes Jeju will eventually hit the brakes and wait things out before doing anything reckless. Unfortunately, their progress gets halted by a massive monster leech. During the clash, Chris's blade fractures right down the middle, rendering his primary weapon practically junk. Robert reflects nervously that while they survived the encounter, their knight's armament, their frontline defense is already falling apart. Chris vents that they're doomed if things keep going south, crossing his fingers that their solo friend somehow finishes the maze for them. Out of nowhere, an intense rumbling echoes through the corridor, and the solid stone wall caves in completely to reveal Jeju standing right in the breach. Looking surprised by the sudden reunion, Jeju simply asks if they're all holding up all right. Rewinding just a moment earlier, right after entering the northern corridor, Jeju surveys his surroundings and slips off his pack. Baron pokes her little head out of the pouch, prompting Jeju to ask what drew her outside. He asks if she got tired of sitting inside, letting her hop onto the floor while asking if her stomach is growling. Without warning, the little Papoy turns toward the masonry, flashes her sharp teeth, and straight up starts devouring the stone wall like a snack. Jeju stands there in pure shock. The entire barrier is laced with magical energy, built out of black mana stones he didn't even know existed. His stream chat goes wild with spam, completely losing their minds over how ridiculous the scene is. Koden and Leia scramble out right behind her, teaming up with Baron to munch away at the structure. While Jeju ponders how well he's been feeding them lately, Baron scurries over and offers him a fresh chunk of rubble with a little squeak. Jeju pets her, explaining he isn't upset but just deep in thought, and decides to test whether the fragment is genuine mana ore. Prying the blood gem from his gauntlet socket, he swaps the dark mineral right into the slot. An authentic mana crystal would have surged to life, but this rock simply drops lifelessly to the floor. Koden snatches the falling rock in midair for a snack, and as all three creatures perch on his head, Jeju realizes their new strategy is literally bulldozing through the walls. The chat hilariously points out that while scaling walls or taking flight is forbidden, tearing through the actual architecture is apparently fair game. Arriving at a crossroads, Jeju pauses to map his next move before picking up on an approaching presence. Detecting a monster leech nearby, he wonders if the pop can drill through the adjacent partition as well. Instantly taking the cue, Leia charges straight ahead. Unlocking her jaws, she annihilates all the solid stone ahead, leading the charge as their pint-sized excavator. Jeju announces he'll scout forward, as Leia continues her non-stop eating frenzy through the stone. Sensing Robert's crew right on the other side, Jeju watches Leia breach the final barrier like paper. The party is left standing there with their jaws on the floor. He shushes his little pets and turns to ask Robert's crew what they're even doing in this section. Robert stammers back, demanding to know how on earth he's smashing through solid maze barriers. Jeju casually remarks that things just played out like this, mentioning he sped over after sensing the leech. Robert confirms they took no casualties, though their armaments are completely wrecked. Jeju advises them to hold their ground for a moment, warning that pressing ahead in their condition is a death wish. Robert asks him to clarify, but Jeju simply drops a casual farewell and takes off. Robert grumbles about how quickly the kid vanished into thin air. Ricky brings up that the weird squeaks echoing when the wall collapsed were definitely coming from Kim Jeju's direction. Jeju lets out a quiet breath, feeling satisfied that he gave them a heads up and trusting they won't make any foolish moves. All his tiny companions need to do now is steer straight for the pillar of light, chewing through whatever stands in their line of sight. They eventually reach the final barrier standing in their path. Jeju realizes the core is right in front of him, and a simple tap on the beacon will finish the stage, but an important thought stops him. He has to stash the Papoy away immediately, because touching the beacon will warp the entire lobby straight to this room. Once they're tucked away, he places his palm directly against the radiant column. The mission clear notification rings out. A brilliant flash washes over the zone, leaving everyone stunned. The other players materialize right inside the blinding white reward room right before his eyes. Robert charges over, pulling Jeju into a bone-crushing hug while pouring out his gratitude. Jeju plays it cool, though he secretly realizes that Bear Hug would have snapped his ribs if he hadn't shielded himself with mana. Robert gives him total credit for clearing the trial, apologizing that he doesn't have any coins left to offer as a reward. The rest of the squad chimes in, admitting their broken weapons would have gotten them wiped, and thanks him profusely. They explain they're warping down to the 10th floor to check on their injured friend in the infirmary, and Jeju waves them on. Chris throws out an Eastern-style salute, joking that this is the proper cultural way to part ways. Jeju recalls the details of the 15th floor trial set in Northern Astrode, a hub designed for grinding levels, mastering skills, and taking on quests. The climb should be smooth sailing, provided the administrator doesn't jump in with some dirty interference. Then again, that ominous omen he saw earlier might have been far more than a cheap hallucination. Shaking off the distraction, Jeju turns his attention back to collecting his trial loot. He reasons that because the administrator has stayed silent since the 10th floor, the upcoming challenge might actually be manageable. Just on cue, his reward container thuds onto the floor. Jeju steps forward and pops the chest open. Inside sits a greatsword, a bag holding 1,000 coins, and a low-grade mana stone. Just as he wraps up and prepares to depart, a viewer suddenly drops a coin donation on stream. That single tip sets off a chain reaction of back-to-back donations from the entire chat. The whole audience is begging him to rush straight into the 15th floor without delay. He explains to chat that, as tempting as that sounds, he has to prep on the 11th floor first because there's an essential item waiting on the 10th floor. With that, he teleports down and walks right into the 10th floor's administrative office. The clerk asks if he's looking for the Black Scorpion clan's base, instructing him to fill out an identity verification form before getting answers. Lowering his hood, Jeju scribbles his signature onto the document. The clerk remarks that despite his unassuming gear, the young man radiates the aura of a top-tier combatant. He promises to share the exact coordinates as soon as the background check clears. Jeju cringes internally because his official registered tag is embarrassingly listed as Jeju 2. The receptionist verifies the credentials, noting that this specific location request will remain permanently logged. Jeju wastes no time and marches straight toward the northern sector entrance. He sighs over how tedious it is to recite the exact same answers to NPC prompts again and again. Because every channel operates as its own isolated reality, the identical NPCs have zero memory of players hopping between servers. Thanks to that mechanic, hunting down the Black Scorpion base forced him to endure the exact same questionnaire across 87 separate channels. He surveys the surroundings, hoping he finally nailed the right spot. A creepy, shadowy backstreet certainly matches a criminal syndicate's aesthetic. He strolls up to the isolated building sitting at the dead end. Seeing the coast is clear, he boots the front door straight off its frame. Confident that a magic stone is stashed inside, he skips manual searching for a far smarter trick. Releasing the popway from his backpack, he tasks them with sniffing out the low-grade mana stone in the vicinity. The trio scatters instantly, darting all over the room in search of the scent. Leia starts bouncing eagerly on a specific patch of wood, tipping Jeju off to the stash. He shatters the planks beneath her paws, uncovering a massive secret cache holding tens of thousands of mana stones. He scoops up the immense treasure into his inventory, leaving a small handful on the dirt. He tells his little helpers that those stones are their rightful commission for the job. Moving to a different district later on, Jeju liquidates his junk equipment while saving select mana stones for his gauntlet's next enhancement. With this fortune in his pocket, securing the full Rotanto armor set on the 20th floor will be effortless. He decides it's time to pack up and get moving. Preparing for the Arctic climate up north, he calibrates his coat's thermal settings with Rotanto gear and locks the remaining mana stones into his weapon. He opts to hop into the Korean server to claim his accumulated subscriber perks. Running into stream snippers is a real hazard, but maximizing his view count is too important to pass up. His goal is to master night skills on that channel, building the raw physical stats required to wield magic engineering gear and high-tier armor later on. Taking a steadying breath, he crosses through the gateway. In an instant, he spawns directly before the gates of a towering fortress. Something is clearly off, since standard 15th floor spawns drop players directly into the central plaza of judgment. The zone enforces a hard rule. Until the player count reaches capacity, nobody gets out. Judging by the distinct stonework, he has definitely been tossed into the northern district. Left with zero alternatives, he sets off to scout the surrounding terrain. With 50 players finally checked in, the countdown for the quest reached its end. Battling through the biting blizzard, Jeju couldn't stop groaning about what an absolute pain this was. The system chime officially welcomed him to the lands of Taruha. Upon clearing the objective, an exit gate would unlock over at the Fountain of Judgment. Out of nowhere, an unknown man calls out, demanding his identity. The stranger notes he doesn't recognize his face and pegs Jeju as an outsider based on his worn imperial garments. Jeju offers a polite greeting in return. Palaham echoes the courtesy and extends his palm for a handshake. He firmly clamps onto Jeju's hand. A sharp, crushing pressure instantly shoots through Jeju's fingers. Palaham presses him, asking how on earth a newcomer bypassed the Fountain of Judgment to reach this deep into the zone. Jeju replies honestly that he's just as clueless about the weird teleportation. Palaham checks whether this is truly his first time visiting the district. Despite being a rookie, the kid packs noticeable strength, and Palaham clearly appreciates the grit. He remarks that he sees the authentic spirit of a true warrior within him. Bracing his stance as his cloak billows in the wind, Jeju tanks a surprise kick from the warrior head-on. Palaham is visibly stunned that his strike got stonewalled. He admits that tanking that blow might come down to premium armor, but surviving it without flinching is still remarkable. Jeju calls him out, pointing out that throwing hands is a wild way to say hello. Palaham edges even closer, an unsettling grin stretching across his cheeks. He claims every rookie needs a rough initiation to toughen up, but Jeju snaps back that the attack felt a lot more like straight-up murder. Palaham scoffs that his sharp mouth sounds just like imperial trash, insisting he pulled his strike enough that it was never going to be fatal. Jeju senses his Rotanto gear's buffs just got cancelled out, realizing reason isn't going to work on this maniac. Palaham carries a burning grudge against the Empire, all rooted in the tragic loss of his child. A senseless conflict with imperial forces had cut his young boy down right in the prime of his youth. Over the years, that rage morphed into blind hostility directed at every wandering traveler who crossed his path. It was almost surreal to find Palaham, the legendary chief sun warrior, brooding alone in a forgotten fortress tower. Jeju asks if he's free to go now that the little test is done, but Palaham flatly shuts him down. Our protagonist asks what he actually wants, and Palaham smirks, asking if he's truly willing to deliver. Jeju answers that as long as it's within his power, he'll get it done. The warrior roars with laughter, approving of his bold tone and retracting his earlier insult, comparing him to imperial dogs. He instructs Jeju to simply chant after him with everything in his chest, roaring with pure conviction. Palaham orders him to mimic his lead, drawing a massive breath into his lungs before letting out a deafening roar. The sheer noise was so deafening that Jeju felt like his ears were ready to explode. Palaham made it clear that he needed to get it right the first time, because if he messed up, they were doing it all over again. Jeju confessed that he honestly had no clue what that chant was even supposed to mean. Palaham brushed it off, telling him to stop overthinking it. All he really needed to do was parrot back whatever Palaham said. Still, Jeju wasn't about to blindly chant some random words without knowing their actual meaning. Palaham fired back that since he was completely new around here, he obviously didn't appreciate the true glory of Taruha yet. Jeju decided that stirring up pointless drama right now wasn't worth the hassle. The soldiers marching behind Palaham didn't really look all that threatening anyway. Besides, even with this awkward start, their paths were destined to cross sooner or later. Palaham stood as one of Taruha's top fighters, and Jeju was already set on mastering how to break a skill's fixed form. Breaking that form meant his body would no longer be forced into autopilot whenever an ability was triggered. He'd finally gained total manual control over how and when to unleash the skill. With that settled, the two of them set off side by side. Along the way, Palaham brings him over to reveal a massive cannon. When Palaham asks if he has any clue what it is, Jeju instantly spots it as a mana cannon. Palaham explains that during his time in the Empire, these weapons were still being engineered. In the previous war, he baited those monsters close and blasted them to dust in one strike, though the enemy later managed to copy the design. Just as he finishes speaking, the heavy snowfall cuts out abruptly. Palaham gestures toward the horizon, asking Jeju if he spots that massive black structure in the distance. He notes that it wasn't always this colossal. It began as a tiny speck, like a mole on the ground, but getting closer revealed an entire swarm of monsters surrounding it. Jeju wonders if he pulled back immediately, and Palaham admits he had no choice since his troops were completely worn out. Palaham then asks if he has any idea where those beasts originated. Jeju just shakes his head, knowing full well he'd have no way of knowing. Slotting a mana stone into the chamber, Palaham reveals that the monsters crawled straight out of that dark anomaly, pulling the trigger right after. The entire crowd is left completely stunned. Nobody can believe he pulled off a shot without even taking time to aim. The energy beam rips straight into the nest and punches right through, only for tentacles to erupt in an instant and seal off the damage. Palaham laughs it off, remarking that while it looks like total garbage, that thing alone brought the mighty kingdom of Taruha to its knees. He finds it almost comical how this cursed world is stuck in an endless loop, leaving them with only fragmented memories. Just barely enough memory to torture them with the realization that they're trapped. Jeju catches on that unlike the fifth floor, the residents here actually retain memories of their kingdom's destruction. Palaham explains that once the sprout surfaces, its core siphons life from all surroundings, and the moment its petals unfold, hordes of demonic beasts flood out to lay Taruha to ruin. Palaham lets out a booming laugh. He admits he's just rambling at this point, adding that Taruha's legendary past has basically become a bad punchline. Jeju is genuinely awed by this. Even with his homeland wiped out and the nightmare of defeat repeating constantly, Palaham stays totally unbothered. The man is definitely built different. Cutting the conversation short, Palaham tells Jeju to finish whatever he came to do and move on. Since his initiation is already done, there's no reason to linger. Jeju speaks up, revealing that the whole reason he's here is Palaham. With a smirk, Palaham asks if he'd figured he was being tracked down all along, before asking what he actually wants. Jeju lowers his head with respect and asks Palaham to take him on as a student. Palaham looks caught off guard for a split second before losing it in laughter. He notes that travelers like him come around all the time, but barely any of them can survive even an hour under his training. Still, claiming he's not completely cold-blooded, he offers a middle ground. He decides to assign him a quest to acclimate to Taruha, warning Jeju that running around blindly will get him killed in no time. Jeju points out that if Palaham's memories get wiped with every reset, he might not even recognize him the next go-around. Palaham tells him not to sweat it. He never fails to remember travelers who stand out. And if this is what Jeju is genuinely after, it suits him just fine. Jeju accepts the logic and agrees to take on the quest first. Palaham figures hunting down a red molar white boar is the right challenge for his current rank. Then he suddenly stops, asking Jeju if he's already locked into an active quest. Jeju gives him a puzzled look. He pulls up his system log to see what's going on. Out of nowhere, an anonymous quest flashes across his screen, demanding he crush the creature's core, warning that failure means Taruha's permanent doom. Jeju stares at the prompt in utter shock, completely blindsided. What in the world is this quest even demanding from him? To make matters worse, leaving the 15th floor is completely locked off until he finishes it. Jeju stresses that being trapped here means if Taruha is wiped out, he's going down with it. Palaham notices the tension and asks if there's an issue, which Jeju confirms. He recalls the stream chat warnings about how insane the 15th floor's difficulty is, and that even grouping up wouldn't be enough to scratch the surface. Palaham offers to lend a hand, but Jeju politely declines, asking if it's okay for him to return a bit later. Palaham tells him to handle his business, instructing him to just follow the brightest light after nightfall. Jeju lets him know he's taking off. Palaham senses something critical suddenly came up, which strangely brings him a sense of relief. Back in the village square, Jeju walks briskly while his live chat buzzes about how enraged the administrator looks. Jeju knows without a doubt who is behind this twisted quest. He's on a 1-month timer, and failing to clear it before the deadline means instant death. He needs to confirm whether he's being singled out or if other players were hit with the exact same objective. So he makes his way toward the Fountain of Judgment to track down the other players. A figure watches him through a window before immediately throwing the door open. They cry out, hailing him as their destined savior, desperately pleading with him to hold back the destruction and spare their lives. Unsure of how to handle the sudden pressure, Jeju simply looks away and pulls his hood up. To artificially sustain Taruha, the administrator had orchestrated this entire scenario. Draping himself in divine imagery and a glowing halo, he had fed them this fake prophecy, promising them that if they held out long enough, players would eventually arrive to deliver them from their nightmare. That sliver of hope was the only anchor keeping their minds intact, leaving them constantly wondering if such a savior actually existed. In their hearts, they probably suspect it's a lie, but they have no other option, because without that fragile hope, they would completely crumble. Putting it out of his mind for now, Jeju focuses on his objective and walks away. Over by the Fountain of Judgment, the players are busy murmuring that there should have been 50 people, yet they only count 49. Jeju walks up and introduces himself with an "excuse me." The two players flinch, completely caught off guard. Jeju quickly calms them down, clarifying that he's just another player looking to ask a quick question. Greeting him warmly, they introduce themselves as Kim Sang-hyuk and Lee Ju-sung. When Jeju openly doubts if that's actually his real name, the girl immediately scolds her companion. She apologizes for his childishness, allowing Jeju to cut straight to the point. She asks what he's looking to find out. Jeju asks if they can check whether a new quest just popped up on their screens. She checks her log and confirms she didn't get any notifications. Jeju glances down, disappointed, though the reality sets in. When she asks if everything is alright, Jeju waves it off, realizing that since he's the sole recipient, everyone else is merely watching from the sidelines. She offers her support whenever he needs it, though Yeju knows deep down that no one is actually going to stick their neck out for him. Sang-hyuk asks if he'd like to add them to his friend list as well. Yeju ponders for a second, figuring that friending them might actually reel in a bigger audience. He asks if their in-game tags are the same as their real names. They offer to look him up instead, but Jeju cuts them off, promising to shoot them a request later on. The duo seems taken aback by the response, but nod in agreement. Walking off, Jeju admits he has no clue what step to take next, deciding his best move is to head right back to Palaham. At the end of the day, powering up is the only realistic option he has with no one else to rely on inside the tower. Palaham told him to look for the brightest spot around, so now he has to figure out exactly which location he meant. Scanning the landscape for the brightest point, his eyes land on a modest house tucked in the corner. Assuming that's the spot, he walks up, only to realize the place is actually massive up close. Out of nowhere, a dog jumps up and starts barking at him aggressively. Jeju pushes the gate open and walks in anyway, softly telling the dog that he's a good boy. Palaham steps out, saying he wondered who was making noise, and asks if Jeju managed to fix his dilemma. Jeju replies that things will sort themselves out eventually, and that he returned specifically to discuss it with him. Palaham asks if he's had anything to eat, to which Jeju admits he hasn't. Palaham invites him in, pointing out that nothing productive gets done on an empty stomach. Following him through the door, Jeju is surprised by how spotless and organized the house is. While taking off shoes isn't customary in this culture, Walking on those polished floors with boots on just feels completely wrong to him. Palaham urges him to make himself at home. His wife turns around, figuring Jeju must be one of the newly arrived adventurers. Jeju politely greets her and says it's an honor to meet her. Shallot warmly welcomes him, mentioning it's the very first time her husband has ever brought an adventurer home for dinner, before handing him a plate. Flustered by the warmth, Jeju blushes and thanks her. Palaham playfully grunts, telling him to stop standing around and just dig in. Shallot adds that she whipped up the kind of hearty food adventurers usually enjoy. Once they finish, she calls out her husband, asking how much longer he plans to slack off in the castle tower, leaving him completely flustered as he whines about her wording. Jeju silently chuckles, totally not expecting a fierce warrior like Palaham to be so completely whipped. Clapping Jeju on the shoulder, Palaham quickly suggests taking their chat outside now that they've eaten, bolting out the door to escape the situation. Jeju compliments Shallot on the delicious meal, and she beams with pride knowing he enjoyed it. Outside, Palaham confesses that without Shallot and his loyal dog, he would have completely lost his sanity wandering through those frozen wastelands. Jeju notes how wonderful she is, and Palaham proudly boasts that she's nothing short of perfection. He then turns serious, asking if Yeju is truly an adventurer, which Yeju confirms. Palaham asks how people like them must seem to adventurers dragging through meaningless lives while knowing the world is doomed. Yeju reflects that there's nothing funny about it. Whether clinging to faith or surviving day by day, they've just figured out how to endure. Speaking up, Jeju reassures him that he doesn't see them like that in the slightest. Palaham questions if that's truly all he has to offer, and Jeju gives a quiet nod. His new mentor chuckles, pointing out that while Jeju is terrible at buttering people up or speaking his heart, he's definitely a good person. Jeju then explains his desperate situation, emphasizing that he urgently needs to become a true warrior. Palaham deduces it ties back to his quest and tells him to get a full night's sleep, promising to start things fresh the following morning. He adds that they'll cover the details tomorrow, insisting Jeju crash there for the night. Yeju thinks to himself that normally, he'd just crash at the temporary rooms near the Fountain of Trials. But with the clock ticking against him, every second spent outside of training is a massive waste. With his life hanging in the balance, he needs to squeeze every ounce of progression he can get. Come sunrise, Palaham questions him on what specific fighting style he wants to acquire. Jeju whines about not even getting time for breakfast or a shower, but Palaham shoots back that those are meant for after training, telling him to stop whining like a weakling. Jeju clarifies that he wants to master the Empire's axe combat techniques. It's the weapon he feels most natural wielding, and coincidentally, Taruha's warriors are unmatched with it. Palaham asks if that implies he's already familiar with Imperial abilities, but Jeju denies it. The master finds it odd for a beginner to demand Imperial techniques, but first calls out how much he hates Jeju's outfit. He orders him to strip off that gear immediately, explaining that armor with auto-defense instincts will only sabotage his training. Jeju knows he has a point. Even with user control, the gear would still trigger defensive reflexes on its own whenever danger approached. Palaham jokes that Jeju has a solid frame that must pull all the ladies, before announcing that it's time to begin since their first encounter ended way too fast. He instantly throws a heavy punch, forcing Jeju to jump back in the nick of time. Jeju complains that he could have at least given a warning, but Palaham just warns him that his legs are the next target. Our boy quickly braces himself, but Palaham closes the distance with a brutal kick straight to his knee. Palaham notes how impressive it is that Jeju can channel nature power without even mastering proper skills yet, calling him one of a kind. Jeju snaps back that if he's just going to play games, they might as well call it quits right now. Palaham tells him he runs his mouth too much and warns that the next blow is aimed straight at his head. Jeju blocks the strike with his forearm, instantly feeling like he just took a direct hit from a literal axe. Palaham makes it clear he's far from finished, relentlessly pressing the assault. The two of them keep clashing back and forth for quite some time. Jeju wonders if this man is an absolute freak of nature, seeing as a full hour has passed and he hasn't slowed down one bit while Jeju hits his limit. He drops flat on the ground, groaning that he hasn't even had a single bite of breakfast yet. Palaham points out that since Jeju never learned the Empire's techniques properly, this trial by fire was the only way to drill it in. Just as Jeju wonders what he's talking about, a system notification flashes before his eyes, with Palaham smugly asking how he likes it. He has officially unlocked the Taruha combat techniques. Jeju confirms it with a grin, realizing this ability fits him like a glove. He springs right back onto his feet. Jeju certainly didn't see this coming, but he's not complaining in the slightest. Even though the system doesn't explicitly label them, players generally break skills down into two categories: active skills that require manual activation, and passive skills that run in the background 24/7. Passives usually develop through the constant grinding of active skills, though there's a slim shot of unlocking one while executing high-tier actives. Palaham wonders if he judged him wrong, making Jeju think the master flinched, but Palaham clarifies he was just checking if Jeju was faking exhaustion to dodge more hits. That remark rubs Jeju the wrong way, prompting him to get back into stance and challenge him to another round. Eager to put his newly unlocked skill to the test, he immediately dashes straight toward him. Watching his explosive speed and footwork, Palaham acknowledges that the kid truly embodies the spirit of a Teruha warrior. Impressed by how the kid copied his techniques after seeing them just a handful of times, he raises his fist to deflect the strike. The approach was clean even if the initial swing was unpolished, but before Palaham can comment, Jeju drives a vicious knee straight into him, asking him what he was about to say. Palaham clenches his fist in frustration, realizing that the punch was just bait, kicking himself for letting his guard slip on such an obvious feint. Jeju was only trying to gauge what the skill was capable of, but the second it activated, his entire body felt light enough to take flight. For the very first time, he feels an overwhelming surge of confidence that he can achieve whatever he sets out to do. The power surge is so intoxicating that the thought of reverting back to his regular self sends chills down his spine. That wave of pure confidence makes him hungry to land a clean hit, which definitely begins to grind on Palaham's gears. Palaham decides he isn't about to let go of his grip that easily. From that point onward, the sparring turns completely ruthless. Palaham delivers a crushing strike to Jeju's ribs, sending him flying across the dirt before laughing and asking how that tasted. Jeju wheezes in agony, complaining that the old man is legit trying to murder him. Shalet shouts out that they've had enough for the day, calling them both inside for dinner. Jeju happily calls it quits and heads inside, managing to bump his new passive skill up to level 2 along the way. Palaham clearly started putting a lot more power behind his strikes once he got tagged, but there's no denying the old man knows how to train someone. Glancing up, Jeju remarks on the clear sky before turning to his livestream chat to ask if they really have nothing better on their menu. When the chat immediately begins roasting him, he huffs and turns his back in frustration. Just then, a small movement grabs his attention. Palaham is bent over beside the hound, offering the animal a bite to eat. Jeju makes a mental note that he still has to gather some stones for his papa companions. Palaham checks in to ask how he liked his morning meal, and Jeju assures him it hit the spot. The veteran brings up the topic of Jeju's mission, wondering aloud if his objective is to take down an ice titan or some vicious fiend. Jeju plays along with a quick lie, claiming his goal isn't too far off from that guess. Palaham nods, saying it explains why the kid wanted his guidance, though one detail still doesn't sit right with him. Jeju points out that, just as he explained at the palace, tracking him down had been the plan all along. Palaham fires back that no one pushes this deep into the wilderness without a desperate motive, such as getting saddled with an unbeatable task. When Jeju asks where this is heading, Palaham points straight at the colossal bloom and declares that it is the real target. He stares right at Jeju, daring him to deny it. After a brief pause, Jeju gives up the act and confirms his suspicion. Palaham sighs about how cruel the heavens can be, prompting a surprised Jeju to ask if he truly considers taking down that monster an absolute waste of effort. Palaham counters that no genuine endeavor in this world is ever truly in vain. Something that looks utterly pointless to an outsider could easily be the most meaningful crusade in existence to the person fighting for it. Those words hit home for Jeju, making him reflect on his own deepest priorities. Jeju finally speaks up, asking if the old warrior would lend him a hand. A heavy silence hangs between the two of them for a few seconds. Finally, Palaham gives his approval and tells him they'd better hit the road. Confused, Jeju asks for clarification on where this sudden field trip is supposed to take them. The warrior gestures into the distance, quoting the timeless rule that conquering an adversary requires knowing exactly what you're dealing with. Jeju asks if he has lost his mind, reminding him that he hasn't unlocked a single real combat technique yet. Palaham tells him he can stay behind if he's scared, forcing Jeju to tag along while setting the strict condition that they retreat the moment things go south. Palaham readily agrees and walks off to gather his equipment. Jeju drops his shoulders, realizing he's already in too deep to back out now. The old veteran would have undoubtedly taken it personally if Jeju hadn't volunteered to come along. He reaches down and strokes the hound's head softly. Right on cue, the three little Popoi burst out of his pack, instantly glaring down the hound with pure aggression. Koden lets out a smug little sigh once the dog takes a step back. Palaham catches him messing around with the tiny critters and asks what kind of oddities he's carrying. Jeju dodges the explanation, simply saying things just unfolded naturally. Surprisingly, Palaham just takes that non-answer without pushing further. Jeju asks about the dog's name, prompting Palaham to realize he never properly introduced his pet. He reveals the beast is named La Chanta, though he usually shortens it to Chanta. Jeju compliments the name, saying it sounds genuinely badass. Staring past the barricade, Jeju's thoughts drift to that catastrophic core that shattered Teruha, questioning if he truly has what it takes to crush it. Failure simply isn't an option on the table. Ever since the administrator stepped into the picture, his back has been pressed firmly against the wall. Rewinding a few hours, a warrior named Leto brings up the shocking rumor that the legendary Sun Warrior actually welcomed an adventurer into his home. He tries to wrap his head around it, considering a personal summons from the realm's greatest hero is an extraordinary privilege. Nursing a brutal hangover, he mutters that regardless of the captain's quirks, being invited for a meal in Teruha is practically unheard of now. He writes it off as another one of the captain's strange games, but his apprentice chimes in, insisting this isn't some playful stunt. The apprentice reveals that the boss and the adventurer are throwing hands in a full-blown duel at that very second, proving it's dead serious. Leto raises an eyebrow before laughing out loud, convinced the commander is hazing the newcomer, almost feeling pity for the poor guy. Even so, it's been ages since the commander seemed this energized, and Leto can't deny his own curiosity is piquing. He doesn't have any pressing business anyway, and seeing the spectacle firsthand beats sitting around chugging ale all day. He makes up his mind to check out this mysterious guest, dragging his apprentice along for the ride. Karun flatly refuses to move, but Leto hauls him forward regardless, warning him that compliance is the only way he survives the morning. Walking across the wooded trail, Leto casually declares he's throwing down another 500 coins just for the thrill of the gamble. Karun shakes his head in disbelief that he's wagering real currency, amazed at how seamlessly his mentor adopted the local habits. Leto shrugs it off, reminding him that their former kingdom's currency isn't worth dirt in this place, so they might as well adopt the customs of the people who rescued them. Karun grumbles under his breath that he dresses it up as noble philosophy, when in reality, he just burns every copper treating adventurers at the pub. Out of nowhere, an intense sound makes both of them freeze. Trading a swift look, they sprint toward the commotion and peer cautiously around a stone barrier. They spot Jeju absorbing a punishing blow from Palaham, the sheer kinetic shock rattling his arms down to the bone. The kid retaliates with a sharp kick, but Palaham sidesteps it effortlessly. Leto wonders aloud if the boss is suppressing his power, to which Karun replies that this is the exact beating the commander dishes out whenever he punishes them. The pair quickly starts bickering over their differing impressions. For a moment, Leto second-guesses himself, wondering if the kid is an undercover Teruha soldier given how remarkably familiar his footwork is. Despite weathering Palaham's suffocating pressure, the boy refuses to yield an inch, constantly hunting for a counterwindow. It's genuinely impressive work. With that caliber of combat sense, he could give any centurion a run for their money. He can't help but wonder what makes this kid tick. Karun acknowledges that the newcomer definitely knows his way around a scrap. Of course, that's strictly because the commander is playing on easy mode. If the old man threw down for real, the boy wouldn't survive past 5 seconds. Sometime later, Karun nudges a dozing Leto, urging him to shake off his sleep. Still half asleep, Leto groans and begs for just a few more minutes of rest. Karun snaps that there's a massive serpent coiled right beside his head. Leto bolts upright in terror, only to find the ground completely empty. Karun deadpans that he is the venomous one, ordering him onto his feet since the commander is already outdoors. Their eyes suddenly lock onto the tiny entities, questioning if they're looking at World Tree spirits. Karun notes that he's never once witnessed an adventurer accompanied by such beings, so Leto backs his own memory and decides to walk up and interrogate them directly. For a rare change, Karun doesn't argue, and the two make their way toward the courtyard. Jeju watches them approach, wondering what this uninvited duo wants. Leto offers a respectful salute to the veteran. Palaham demands why he isn't passed out in a tavern, teasing whether he came to confirm if the old man finally lost his marbles by hosting a guest, before presenting the newcomer. Meet Kim Yi-ju, he's an adventurer. Our protagonist just remains still, taking in the situation. Leto finds his silence strange, yet offers a polite greeting anyway. He was trading blows like a hardened warrior a minute ago, yet his attire screams imperial citizen. Leto introduces his rank as a centurion serving the Grand Commander, and Yi-ju returns the formal introduction. Palaham points to the other fellow, introducing Karun as a non-combatant whose sheer brainpower ranks right behind the queen herself. Karun takes the floor and offers a proper formal greeting. His eyes instantly lock onto the little Papoy resting on the protagonist's head. He lights up with sheer delight at the sight, causing the stream chat to joke that they've found another fellow Papoy fanboy. Palaham remarks that the timing couldn't be better. He was already pondering bringing extra hands along, so having them stroll in unprompted is pure convenience. He recruits Leto on the spot, telling him to object right now if he lacks the stomach for it, because they're heading straight into hostile territory. Leto asks if he's lost his mind, but Palaham casually brushes it off as a simple social call. Palaham doubles down on the plan, while Karun protests that the whole mission sounds like suicide. Leto announces that he'll only join under a single condition. It concerns this new adventurer right here. He challenges him to a spar, determined to display the unmatched might of Teruha's warriors. He argues that joining this expedition puts his own neck on the line, while Jeju internally notes how unexpected this sudden challenge is. He reflects that if Palaham had turned him down, his fallback option was always to recruit Leto as a trainer anyway. Since earning the man's respect works in his favor, Jeju accepts the duel. He instructs the little potboy to clear out so they stay out of the crossfire. Palaham asks if he seriously intends to duel in his everyday outfit, and Jeju shrugs that it's only a friendly exhibition. Leto bristles at the remark, but Palaham cuts in to warn him that the traveler's garments are far from ordinary. He clarifies that the coat moves with a life of its own. Leto scoffs loudly, asking if his commander really thinks a fancy animated coat poses any threat to him. Nevertheless, Leto decides to gear up and orders Karun to toss him his battle axe. Out of nowhere, an eerie serpent-like hiss catches his ears, making him stomp down aggressively. He scans his surroundings, trying to pinpoint where that sound came from. Meanwhile, Jeju draws his own axe, making Leto ask if the kid is trying to mimic their clan's fighting tradition. Jeju brushes it off, explaining that this weapon has been his trusted companion for a very long time. Leto inspects the massive blade fastened to the extended shaft. To anyone watching, the weapon is a dead ringer for standard Teruha combat gear. Leto admits the enchanted outfit is intriguing, but promises he won't pull a single punch during this assessment. Deciding the brat needs to be taken down a peg, he launches himself forward at maximum velocity. He brings down a cleaving strike meant to split Jeju in half, but the kid brings his guard up just in time. Leto internally concedes that surviving against the commander wasn't a fluke. He's genuinely shocked that the rookie stopped his heavy strike dead in its tracks. Jeju tightens his grip on the shaft. He flexes his frame and violently shoves Leto back. Without wasting a beat, Jeju takes the offensive. He cuts across with a heavy slash, but Leto dodges out of the way effortlessly. Leto slams his blade down to trap Jeju's axe against the dirt, disarming him in one fluid motion. Seeing him get disarmed, the livestream chat mocks him, asking if those combat gloves are just kitchen mittens. Jeju understands that by their warrior code, relying on enchanted clothing makes him look like a total amateur. He intended to keep his trump card hidden for real crises, but his hand is forced. Out of nowhere, Leto's swinging arm locks rigidly in place. An unseen force binds his fingers tight. Leto panics instantly, shouting in confusion at the bizarre restraint. He barks at Jeju, demanding to know when on earth he slipped this trap past him. Jeju manipulates his trench coat, extending its fabric like creeping, animate shadows. He calmly suggests to Leto that they end the duel right now. Leto grinds his teeth, finally connecting the dots on that mysterious hissing noise from earlier. Still, halting one strike doesn't mean the brawl is settled in his eyes. He strains against the shadow restraints, desperate to teach the upstart some respect. Jeju merely lets out an exhausted sigh. The shadow tendrils shoot straight toward Leto's throat. Jeju quietly warns him that making another twitch would be a fatal mistake. The dark fabric morphs into razor-sharp blades resting against his neck. Jeju reiterates firmly that the match is over. With that, he releases his grip and recalls the shadows. Leto is left frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Palaham steps between them and calls an end to the bout. No matter how you look at it, this is a clean win for the adventurer. Leto reluctantly bows his head and concedes the match. Jeju tries to downplay it, saying he relied on the coat's ability, but Leto cuts him off, telling him a win is a win and he should just own it. Jeju knows deep down that without Rotanto's power backing him up, he would have been folded instantly. Besides, Leto was plainly trying to show off before his commander, so getting that worked up made total sense. Heading through the streets, Karun complains about the mountain of bags they're hauling toward the rotten peaks. There isn't so much as a sleeping mat or a bedroll in the entire pile. The last time Leto pulled this, he ended up sick from freezing under the open stars, yet here he is filling every pouch with booze once more. Jeju mentally notes that having the guts to lecture a top-tier commander like that is a rare talent. Palaham glances over and asks where the little spirits disappeared to. Jeju explains that he tucked them into his bag to avoid making a scene, to which Palaham replies that the spirits clearly adore him, so he'd better protect them. The veteran then strides ahead to confer with Leto. Jeju finds himself pondering the true nature of these entities. Beyond classifying them as magical beasts, nobody really knows the actual origins of the Popoi. The only established lore is that they materialize whenever a bough snaps from the world tree. As they clear the city limits, Palaham smirks and asks if everyone is hyped for some action. A sudden wave of dread washes over Jeju. With their trail laid out before them, the group begins their ascent up the rugged peaks. Jeju checks in, asking if anyone needs a hand carrying the load. Karun huffs and tells him to save his concern. Jeju looks at him, thinking the guy looks like he's about to collapse. He possesses none of a warrior's stamina, yet Palaham dumped the entire group's baggage straight onto his back. Right when Jeju opens his mouth to propose a rest stop, Palaham raises an arm, signaling a dead halt. The sudden tension catches Jeju completely off guard. A pack of vicious yetis snaps their fangs, growling ferociously at the intruders. The beasts form a direct wall in front of the party. It's an entire hunting pack ready for blood. The alpha yeti butts foreheads directly with Palaham, and the two launch into a full-on roaring match. Jeju winces at the sheer noise, knowing full well they aren't getting past this checkpoint without a bloodbath. Karun instructs Jeju to stay in the rear and hold his position. Jeju points out the overwhelming numbers, arguing that even 3 fighters are at risk and that he should back them up. Karun tells him that simply guarding the flank and cleaning up strays is more than enough. Leto boasts that this rabble is light work for a Teruha elite, telling him to sit tight and enjoy the show. As Karun drives a metallic spike deep into the soil, Jeju watches with pure confusion. Karun explains it's a camp perimeter barrier, adding that there's nothing wrong with improvising it for battle. Jeju has no idea how that's supposed to help. Karun stomps his heel hard into the earth. Seeing that posture makes you question whether the guy really was a non-combatant. Steel wires suddenly erupt across the terrain in every direction. Karun yells at him to brace the gear tightly. A thunderous roar suddenly shakes the clearing. Jeju asks if the charge is aimed straight at them and whether he should step in, but Palaham orders him to stay put. The duo takes their combat stance as Palaham boldly strides beyond the wired perimeter. The beasts rush in with wild ferocity, but Leto hoists his battle axe without flinching. He rockets skyward and cleaves apart every monster caught in his descent. A yeti pounces directly at Karun, who swerves aside effortlessly and opens a deep gash across its thigh. The creature shrieks in agony from the counterattack. Karun seizes the wounded limb immediately, channels all his leverage, and smashes the beast into the perimeter wire, crushing it on the spot. Jeju watches in absolute awe at the flawless coordination. Leto relies on pure, devastating power to obliterate clusters of yetis in the blink of an eye. And while Karun lacks that raw explosiveness, he ruthlessly executes every beast that makes it past the front line. He never dreamed the bookworm could throw down with such lethality. Out of nowhere, a stray yeti vaults the barricade and barrels toward Jeju, only to be instantly shredded to pieces by living shadows. 2 more lunge from the front, getting erased from existence before Jeju even lifts a finger. Jeju grumbles that Palaham should shout a heads up before firing off attacks, but the veteran deadpans that flicking his finger was the warning. With the bulk of their forces butchered, the remaining yetis freeze, terrified to advance. An alpha barks a retreat order, sending the survivors scrambling back into the wilderness. Leto rests his axe and remarks that the nuisance is dealt with. Karun yanks his perimeter rods from the dirt, muttering that Leto is an insufferable showboat. Leto snaps back to ask what he just mumbled, prompting Karun to immediately backtrack and praise his combat skills. Leto notes that the yetis must have lost their heads to descend this far, given they typically haunt the high peaks and steer clear of the lowlands. Palaham interjects that they didn't stumble down by chance, prompting Karun to suspiciously ask if the old man pulled another reckless stunt. Palaham nonchalantly confesses that he lured them while the others were drinking at the tavern. Karun completely blows a fuse, screaming at the top of his lungs that the old man has lost his mind. He rants that people look up to adventurers as saviors, and if his reckless games accelerate their doom, everyone will lose complete faith in them. Palaham simply shrugs it off, stating that the world is doomed either way. That casual mention of the apocalypse sends Jeju into deep thought. Under normal circumstances, the monster's core requires an entire year to mature, and the specimen back at the Citadel was nowhere near complete, meaning it should have taken months. Yet the entire city's destruction is locked in, and the architect behind it is none other than Palaham. From what Jeju remembered, the old Palaham wouldn't just make a massive scene with a frontal assault. He would have blasted that monster's core straight from the castle tower's magic artillery. Whenever it took a hit like that, the core would ruthlessly drain every drop of vitality from the environment just to supercharge its own healing. Palaham definitely knew that would happen, which meant this reckless move was just his twisted way of venting his fury over watching the world collapse over and over. Jeju speaks up saying he's got something on his mind, and Karun gives him the green light to ask. He asks whether the city leaders and officials are usually in the loop whenever Palaham pulls off crazy stunts like this. Karun admits that the thought crossed his mind as well, but in reality, the higher-ups might honestly be completely in the dark. Looking away rather uneasily, he tells Jeju to drop the subject since he doesn't have a clear answer either. That's when it dawns on Jeju that in a place like Taruha, Information control is held by a tiny circle of people. Right on cue, a viewer in the stream chat complains about how underwhelming the North is, before dropping an utterly insane remark and getting hit with an instant ban. Breaking a twig off a nearby tree, Palaham turns to Jeju and asks if he's solved the mystery of why snow never falls within a certain distance around Taruha. Karun tries to stop him from spilling secrets, but Leto interrupts, pointing out that their commander wouldn't bring it up without a solid purpose. Palaham reveals that buried far underneath Taruha lies a blazing, radiant stone waiting quietly in the depths. The majority of the city's top craftsmen were gathered in complete secrecy to build a machine fueled by that very stone. Because of that device, snow never settles in the city, keeping the entire population cozy and warm. Jeju notes that none of this lore was ever mentioned in any of the guides or videos he'd seen. He can't help but wonder why the old guy is casually revealing such valuable intel to him. Palaham shrugs it off, saying he simply wanted to let him in on a piece of Taruha lore that ordinary adventurers have no clue about. He then tells Jeju to call him Chanta going forward, leaving our guy wondering if that's just a pet's name or if there's some deeper symbolism behind it. Palaham just says he'll give it some thought and explain everything whenever the moment feels right. Regardless, the squad finally reaches their destination, and the scene greeting Jeju sends a chill down his spine. A wasteland of withered, decaying trees stretches out across the entire perimeter. The ground surrounding the massive flower was completely annihilated, with the plant radiating a vile, suffocating aura. Jeju instantly clocks that this monstrosity is the sole living entity across the whole barren wasteland. Creeping a little closer, he picks up an eerie hum coming from inside, almost like an unborn infant waiting to break free. If this creature is on the verge of hatching, he's got to come up with a way to obliterate it immediately. Palaham remarks that the beast seems noticeably larger than before. Karun grumbles about whoever was irresponsible enough to let this abomination develop to this stage. He notices traces of recent activity, but Leto counters by asking if he honestly believes Yetis would ever permit trespassing beasts inside their domain. Seeing clear marks of combat without a single corpse in sight, the grim reality hits them. The invaders were consumed and are currently being digested. Karun asks for their next move, recommending a retreat since the zone is clear and they still have their guests to keep safe. Instead of turning back, Palaham simply commands Chanta to step up to the front. Karun desperately signals behind his back, motioning for him to turn around and get out of there. Jeju, however, recognizes this as a golden opportunity. The veteran warrior has battled this core hundreds, maybe thousands of times, so he definitely holds critical knowledge. Jeju brings up the deal they struck, letting him know he's holding him to his word. Palaham replies that he hasn't forgotten either. Jeju presses him, pointing out that it looks like the old man is deliberately throwing them into harm's way. Palaham states that eliminating this threat is his sworn duty, and urges Jeju to go ahead and touch the organism. He explains that victory requires knowing your foe inside out, and Jeju internally agrees that the logic is solid. He walks up and lays a hand directly on one of its writhing tentacles. The moment his skin makes contact, a creepy, malevolent dark energy surges through him, accompanied by a pulsing life force mimicking a genuine plant. Palaham asks if he can sense the raw life pulsing through it. He grits his teeth in rage, furious that this creature is devouring everything in the vicinity, swearing he won't just sit idly by. He's disgusted that such filth took root right on Taruha's doorstep, declaring it will bring nothing but complete devastation to his homeland. Jeju tells him to take it easy and warns that standing this close is suicidal, only to glance back and see Leto and Karun already hiding behind rocks. Jeju immediately realizes the duo knew exactly what was about to go down. Palaham tells Chanta to keep his eyes open, winding up his fist and unleashing an earth-shattering punch straight into the creature. Leto is completely stunned into silence, while Karun literally drops to the ground in disbelief. Jeju recalls how effortlessly this monster of an old man shredded an entire Yeti horde, and now he just threw a direct hit into the beast's core. Even for a supernatural core, taking an impact of that caliber should force it into a lengthy recovery. Yet without skipping a beat, its tentacles immediately whip out toward him. Jeju just watches the scene unfold in sheer shock. Amazed by its absurd healing factor, Palaham places a hand on Jeju's shoulder, casually joking that this might be where his journey ends. Jeju starts questioning whether they even have a prayer against this monster. After all, Palaham's strike flattened an entire stretch of forest, yet this damn flower regrows as if it merely got tickled. Moments later, the entire structure begins trembling violently. It launches a massive projectile high up into the sky. A thick glob of fluid arcs across the air, splashing down right beside him and morphing into a solid form. He glances up, completely stunned by what's forming before him. Seeing an entire pack of scavengers spawning, Karun yells at Palaham, threatening that he's going to rat him out to Chalet for throwing his life away again. Palaham shouts back that he can whine all he wants afterwards, because the real brawl starts right now. With one swift strike, he explodes one of the massive insect monsters into paste. In the blink of an eye, the entire swarm is lying dead across the dirt. Jeju thinks about how effortless that cleanup was, though it makes total sense since he's literally fighting alongside the Sun Warrior's top commander. Every single time Palaham made a move, the creatures were wiped out of existence. Karun declares the job finished and suggests leaving, but Palaham turns to Chanta, asking if he's genuinely content walking away like this. Jeju stares at the core, understanding that the monstrosity will suck the entire mountain dry just to keep fueling its growth. Palaham acts like he's just burning energy for nothing and suggests grabbing some drinks, but Jeju sees right through his act and knows why he's so obsessed. Even if they stall, Taruha's doom is locked in regardless of time, leaving no choice but to repeat the same desperate struggle. When Palaham questioned if he could truly destroy it, he was subtly nudging him to quit early, but Jeju stands his ground and says he isn't done yet. Charging straight at the flora, he reflects on how facing this monster has brought him nothing but complete despair. He senses the massive spines hidden within its flesh, and their scale is downright absurd. Karun screams asking what he's planning, and Jeju yells back that he has to finish this with his own hands. Scrambling up to the flower's crest, he charges an overwhelming surge of mana directly down into the open bud, dead set on wiping this garbage off the map so it can never regenerate. If his mana blast fails to incinerate it now, the core's maturation will skyrocket, slashing their remaining time from a month down to a single week, or even just 24 hours. A single moment of hesitation means this thing will only grow deadlier with every passing sunrise. Not only will his artillery become obsolete, but it'll begin churning out horrors far worse than standard scavengers. It hits him that this might be the administrator's twisted payback for turning down his deal, which is exactly why he has to unleash every ounce of power he can muster. He unleashes a colossal beam of energy straight down into the core. Bracing against the violent kickback, he grits his teeth and forces himself to endure just a few seconds more. However, his eyesight begins to darken and fade. The severe recoil of his own magic starts tearing his body apart. The plant's spasms die down just as his mana pool runs dry. The output of his mana beam gradually flickers out. Knowing failure means instant death once it heals, he pins the plant down using shadow threads and punches a massive crater directly toward its deep core. Right above his head, sudden movement catches his eye. He immediately questions if it's a guardian entity. Feeling cornered, the immature organism is already frantically producing elite beasts for self-defense. If another horde starts pouring out, he can only pray Palaham rallies Leto and Karun to back him up. Racing against the clock, he plunges his head directly into the breach. The flesh is already knitting back together, sealing the entrance at terrifying speed. Fearing this might truly be curtains for him, he primes his gauntlet and bids a semi-humorous farewell to his stream viewers just in case. The chat explodes in utter panic, screaming at this lunatic to bail out immediately. Jeju knows that if his viewers had any viable advice, they'd have shouted it by now, and failing to save Taruha is a death sentence for him regardless. Despite firing barrage after barrage, the core's recovery only accelerates, proving his firepower simply isn't packing enough punch. Out of nowhere, his backpack snaps open. The three little Papua tumble out, desperately trying to hold him back. He barks at them to get back to safety, but Leja clings to his shoulder, bursting into tears. Instead of hiding, the spirits latch onto the inner walls of the flower and begin draining its dark energy. Even while dark corruption stains their tiny bodies, they refuse to let go just to keep him safe. Originating from remnants of the world tree, the Papua embody the absolute antithesis of demonic power. Simply touching that foul core must be excruciating agony, yet they endure it all just to preserve his life. Jeju whispers an apology, extends his arm forward one final time, and detonates the absolute limit of his remaining mana. A catastrophic energy detonation obliterates everything in his path. He tells himself he only needs one more push, but his physical frame completely breaks down. Spitting out a mouthful of blood as his consciousness slips away, he accepts that this is the end. All of a sudden, his enchanted coat moves on its own accord, coiling tightly around the blooming nightmare. As darkness takes over, Jeju's very last thought is how badly he still wants to beat the living crap out of the administrator. Sometime later, the trio is seen sitting together around a campfire. Palaham grumbles about what the fuss is about, arguing the kid was practically half in the grave anyway. Karun insists that they still owe him the truth. Jeju mentally questions if he truly survived, while overhearing Karun note that the flower is dangerously close to blooming completely. A heavy wave of guilt washes over Jeju regarding how things went down. Under normal circumstances, the little spirits would be bouncing around the moment he opened his eyes, but they're now heavily corrupted. He remembers that curing them requires reaching the 20th floor, where the holy water capable of cleansing demonic filth is sold. And to make that happen, stopping is not an option. Leto gets to his feet, announcing that he has something to ask. He demands to know why Palaham casually mentioned the sun's stone in the first place. Palaham shrugs and claims he was merely testing the waters to see how much the adventurer knew. Leto presses further, pointing out that his tone sounded like he was sitting on top-secret information. Jeju pushes himself up and asks them to fill him in on the details. Leto, along with the entire stream chatter, left utterly flabbergasted. Palaham dismisses it as nothing important and instructs him to eat first. Jeju stresses that it is indeed urgent, but Palaham stands firm. Food comes before explanations. Jeju kicks the blanket off his body. They ask how his body is holding up. Jeju claims he's fine aside from a numb arm, which Palaham finds bizarre given that his spirit summons are infected, while the master is perfectly fine. Jeju chalks it up to his equipment, assuming his wrist guards absorbed the brunt of the corruption. Palaham gives credit to his defensive gear, noting it was a massive pain dragging him back because of them. Jeju realizes that Palaham wasn't the person who actually dragged him out of the battlefield. He feels a deep pit in his stomach, knowing his failed attempt only accelerated the apocalypse timeline. The creature's core is undeniably still alive and thriving. To make matters worse, it grew even more formidable, unlocking the ability to breed deadlier abominations. Palaham asks aloud under what conditions Taruha's warriors are permitted to abandon Chanta. Leto replies that it only happens if he dies in battle or turns tail like a coward. Palaham asks if their guest committed either sin, to which Leto confirms he did not. Palaham looks back at Jeju, pointing out that he heard the verdict loud and clear. He orders him to finish his meal because he'll need every bit of stamina for the battles ahead. Our protagonist eyes the roasted meat hungrily and digs in without hesitation. When he leaves nothing behind except clean bones, Palaham notes that his color is already returning. Jeju smiles and admits the meal hit the spot. The veteran offers another serving, but Jeju politely declines. Palaham invites him to speak his mind, prompting Jeju to ask about the sunstone's exact dimensions. The commander gestures with his fingers to show the approximate size, though he openly confesses he has no idea where it's currently hidden. Jeju is stunned to learn that even the Supreme Commander is out of the loop. He schemes that securing that sun's stone is their only realistic shot at wiping out the monster for good. Without wasting a beat, he requests a formal audience with the queen. Palaham tells him his master plan is painfully obvious. He wants to chamber the sun's stone into his artillery and nuke the flower into oblivion. And getting clearance for the stone requires speaking directly to the queen. Jeju nods, confirming that's the exact plan. Palaham questions whether he truly understands the terrifying magnitude of the sun's stone's power. Palaham turns to Karun, ordering him to calculate how many bloodstones it would take to match the energy of that single relic. Karun crunches the numbers and states it would require roughly 11,050 bloodstones of that scale. Palaham sternly warns him that unleashing that level of raw energy would reduce his entire skeletal system to dust. Jeju tries to argue he can endure it, but Palaham shuts him down instantly, warning him not to suggest splitting the recoil load. Jeju refuses to back down, stating that he's fully mentally prepared for whatever comes. Whether he perishes here or during the apocalypse, he wants to go out knowing he gave every last ounce of effort. Palaham lets out a soft chuckle followed by a heavy sigh. He relents and promises to send word ahead to the royal palace. He tells him to hit the hay for tonight since their march begins at dawn. Jeju excuses himself to get some shut-eye due to his exhaustion, and Palaham agrees that rest is mandatory. Right at that moment, something odd draws Jeju's gaze. He looks down at the glowing mana crystal resting in his palm. He offers it to the tiny spirits, asking if eating a mana stone might help them regain their strength. Usually, they'd go wild for crystals, but this time they don't even twitch. Palaham notices and asks if Chanta is having trouble falling asleep. Our protagonist admits that his spirits are feeling pretty heavy. Palaham suggests that good melodies are the cure, explaining that in Taruha, people sing whether facing the grave or rejoicing in victory. Jeju ponders this, and Palaham adds that warriors immortalize their dreams through melodies, with having a ballad dedicated to your name being the highest prestige. Leto jumps into the conversation, boasting that their captain already has more than 20 legendary songs dedicated to him. He then orders Karun to drop a tune, jokingly flexing his biceps as friendly intimidation. The man clears his throat and unexpectedly delivers a melody with an angelic, pitch-perfect voice. The entire crew listens peacefully with smiles on their faces as the calm night gently slips away. Come dawn, Karun announces that they must return to base and prepare for the ultimate showdown. Palaham tells him to hold the fort and hang back with Chanta for a brief moment. Jeju inquires about the horrors that spawned from the flower, and Karun reveals Palaham soloed every single one of them. Our hero realizes the veteran wiped out the entire wave alone, proving he's far more monstrous than he ever imagined. And despite that terrifying might, even he couldn't put a scratch on that flower. An hour later, Palaham arrives holding an official scroll, declaring the queen is ready to see them. Jeju double-checks if the approval is legitimate, and Palaham tells him to stop overthinking and follow Karun's lead. Jeju agrees to set off immediately. He asks the crew to look after the corrupted spirits, knowing he can't risk bringing them into danger. Even if he secures the relic, keeping them near him would be reckless, so they set off toward the royal castle. Jeju dashes forward at maximum speed. Karun notes that it looks like he already knows the layout, but Jeju shuts that down immediately. He's simply sprinting as fast as his legs can carry him. He worries that his haste raised suspicion, but there's literally zero time to care about keeping a low profile. When he glanced at the monstrous bloom at dawn, 3 petals had already unfolded, signaling he has under 48 hours remaining. The viewers in the chat ask if he's about to cut the broadcast again. Jeju denies it, explaining that for the battle ahead, he's genuinely going to rely on their support. With no time left to scour the city for that hidden sunstone, he needs a backup plan if the queen turns him down, which is why he turns to his stream for some coins. His audience is made up of fellow tower climbers, so he figures they should think strategically instead of just stressing out over him. Kim Yeju is literally walking on the edge of death, and in this place, coins are practically your only survival insurance. If the climber you back ends up dead, your investment goes down the drain, so as long as he breathes, their money stays safe. Walking past the towering palace halls, Yeju suddenly realizes that not a single tip has dropped into his account since he set foot on this floor and accepted the quest. Frustrated, he grips his hands tightly into fists. The guards cross their weapons at the door, making it clear that only the outsider gets to enter while everyone else has to wait outside. Karun tries to argue, but Yeju stops him, reassuring him that he can deal with this solo. He walks forward with confidence, promising that the moment he beats the 15th floor, he'll reveal the ultimate shortcut straight to floor 20. The chat starts arguing back, asking why he even wants the funds and claiming sending coins right now is a total waste. Yeju knows they have a point, and pushing them too hard will only alienate his audience. He informs them he's heading inside, telling them to hold their donations until his cue, fully confident he can win them over. He bows respectfully before the great queen while quietly analyzing the terrifying figure seated before him. The queen admits she was genuinely intrigued, since Palaham had never bothered recommending a random traveler before. She was none other than the undisputed ruler of Teruha, the sovereign queen of the frozen north. Knowing he didn't come all this way for a casual chat, she demands to know his business, and Yeju cuts right to it. He's here for the sunstone. He offers to wipe out the demon flower for her, but she flatly dismisses the proposal as pointless. She strikes her staff onto the stone floor, declaring that even if he manages to kill it, their doomed destiny won't change. Yeju doesn't back down, firmly demanding she pass the stone to him anyway, because as far as he's concerned, he already knows the dark truth behind the artifact. The queen challenges him to spit it out, warning that if he utters a single lie, his blood will paint the throne room floor. Yeju stares back, feeling the intense pressure weighing down on him. He's fully aware this is Klein, the iron-willed queen who holds Teruha in her ruthless grip. A single slip of the tongue would mean instant death. He brings up the common legend that Enian, the god of triumph, gifted the sunstone out of mercy for Teruha's freezing citizens. Except that entire story is a complete fabrication. The queen instantly lashes out with her blade, reminding him of her promise to execute any liar on the spot. The cold steel grazes right past Yeju's skin. He stays calm, coolly admitting that she definitely did warn him. When the queen asks if he's actively trying to die, Yeju drops a bombshell by revealing he knows all about her son. That one sentence strikes the queen like lightning. Panic flashing in her eyes, she commands the guards to back off instantly. The guard argues they can't leave their ruler unprotected, but she snaps back, asking if they didn't already strip him of his gear. She slaps the soldier right across the cheek, screaming at them for daring to question her authority. Terrified, the guards clear out of the room without another word. The queen sits back and gives him the floor, ready to hear what he has to say. Yeju thanks her and gets straight to business, bringing up imperial records detailing the true origins of the Sun Stone. She fiercely denies it, claiming such a document can't exist. Yeju drops her royal secret, reminding her that she is the actual mother of Radiac Du Toprox. He explains how political exile banished her to the frozen wasteland, and to maintain control over barbarian tribes, the Emperor handed her the Sunstone. That revelation leaves her dead silent. Yiju picks up on the fact that going quiet like this is her default reaction whenever she's processing heavy thoughts. She has to make a call, and fast, because Yiju doesn't have a single second to throw away. Finally, she concedes that his information is completely accurate. Even so, she smirks and asks what he plans to do if she simply refuses his proposal. Yiju threatens to leak the truth that the Sunstone was an imperial handout, but she just laughs, asking who would possibly take his word for it. Besides, she points out she could just end his life right now and keep the secret buried forever. A chilling smirk creeps onto her lips. Watching this through the stream, Soha totally loses her temper, calling the queen out for acting so arrogant. Yiju fires back, warning her that his allies won't just sit idly if anything happens to him. He assumes that line was their agreed signal, but absolute silence follows. The queen laughs at him for hallucinating, but Yiju nervously tells her to just give it a moment. She mocks him, saying 90% of challengers get dumped by broke viewers who can't even sponsor a broadcast. Yiju claims he's built different, but she retorts that he's definitely among the broke majority. She yells for the guards to drag this brat out of her sight. Right at that moment, Soha's voice notification blasts through, insulting the queen for having an attitude. The queen stops in confusion, wondering where that voice came from. It turns out Soha dropped a massive 5,000 coins just to deliver that punchy insult. Yiju gives thanks to his backer and tells the queen that's all the proof she needs regarding his backing. Curious, she demands a translation of the message, but Yiju scrambles to dodge the truth. She notes the words sounded far too brief for his long excuse, but he quickly claims it's an idiom from his homeworld. Frustrated, the queen grumbles that he's somehow managed to corner her. Right on cue, another message from Soha rings out, calling her an idiot. When the queen asks what that second line meant, Yiju shamelessly lies that his sponsor was wishing her eternal glory. A satisfied grin spreads across his face. The entire situation is playing out precisely as he mapped it. The queen's hands are tied. She can't risk killing him now. Slumping back onto her throne, she asks just how many viewers are tuned in right now. Yiju casually informs her that roughly 2,000 people are watching live. He points out that these viewers can relay every dirty secret to climbers on the lower floors the second things go wrong. The queen instantly realizes that if that scandal gets out, she'll be drowned in public humiliation forever. Cornered, she relents, offering the Sunstone's location and granting him royal clearance so nobody interferes. Yiju breathes an internal sigh of relief. His bluff worked. He steps out of the palace immediately, only to notice that Karun is nowhere in sight. When he asks around, a sentry tells him Karun ran off early to deliver urgent news. Yiju gives a shout-out to his stream, admitting he would have been toast without their backup. Soha drops another 5,000 coins while claiming she only did it because she despises the queen, prompting the chat to tease her for being a tsundere. Yiju just laughs it off and thanks her anyway for saving his neck. He realizes that had the bluff collapsed, he would have had to leap out a window and comb the entire freezing city blindly. Suddenly, the pieces connect in his mind. He recalls Palaham playing dumb earlier and lecturing him about following the rules no matter how strong a fighter is. Yiju notes that now he has royal authority, meaning Palaham has zero excuses left. Because according to the queen, that legendary sunstone was stashed inside Palaham's house this entire time. He heads straight over to the room. Stepping inside, he finds the three little Papua writhing in pain. The corruption has clearly deepened. Even when he calls their names and gently strokes them, they barely respond. Seeing how hard they fought to crawl this far, he decides they've earned a mana stone to regain their strength. Palaham asks if he actually knows the reason why these creatures crave mana stones so desperately. Yiju answers that it's driven entirely by survival instinct. They consume the stones to hoard power for reviving the tree of life, at least according to Karun's theory. Before proceeding deeper, he announces he's cutting the stream, tossing out a warning that anyone foolish enough to follow can come get themselves killed. The chat swears to keep everything top secret. Regardless of their pleas, Yiju shuts down the broadcast. He knows there's a serious purpose behind keeping the sunstone tucked away in this specific house. The chamber is stacked ceiling high with ancient tomes and scrolls. Palaham casually mentions skimming through a few before grabbing the base of a heavy bookcase and heaving it upward with raw power. He gestures for Yiju to follow as a massive vault door emerges from behind the furniture. Palaham spins the heavy wheel mechanism to crack the vault open. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of radiant light floods out of the chamber. The glow is so blinding that the stairway lights up completely without needing a single torch. The further down they descend, the harsher the brightness becomes, forcing him to shield his eyes. Palaham points into the brilliance, announcing that this is the legendary sunstone. There it rests, sealed tightly within a reinforced containment unit. When Yiju asks how to retrieve it, Palaham warns him to just stand back, since anyone lacking proper handling would get vaporized. The sheer heat radiating off the relic begins scorching everything in its vicinity. Palaham turns and asks if he's dead certain he won't end up regretting this choice. Yiju counters that failing to wipe out the demon flower is the one thing he'd truly regret. He questions whether Yiju honestly believes nobody else has attempted that before. Yiju asks if destroying it simply restarts the exact same nightmare, and Palaham confirms it's an inescapable cycle, which is why the queen yielded so readily. Yiju rejects the doom talk, determined to rewrite whatever destiny has laid out. Stepping back out into the open, Yiju restarts the broadcast, only to see his chat chilling out and debating fried chicken. The sheer lack of tension instantly deflates his serious mood. Palaham checks if he's taking off immediately, and Yiju gives him a nod. Palaham notes it's been ages since his glory days, but he's ready to jump back into the fight. He figures Karun and Lido are already eager to tear through all the bosses on their own. When Yiju asks if he's predicting defeat, Palaham clarifies that simply breaking the flower won't solve their problems. He warns that even if Taruha was targeted by malicious forces, the dying creature will unleash its remaining power to spawn beasts and level the city. Yiju expresses his sincere thanks, but Palaham tells him to drop the stiff imperial etiquette if he really means it. He admits their brief time together was entertaining, but now it's time for Yiju to move. With a parting smile, Yiju agrees it was a blast before charging off toward his destination. Palaham chuckles that, even on the brink of death, Yiju carries himself like a savior who's already won, meaning they'd better pull their own weight too. He barks orders for Karun and Lido, demanding every available commander and soldier assemble on the double. This is an all-out war declaration, and every blade needs to be drawn. Karun acknowledges the command and bolts toward the house, anxious to check on the tree spirits. Yet the moment he crosses the threshold, the scene inside leaves him frozen in shock. Back in the royal chambers, a guard reports that the Sun Commander is mobilizing the army, but the queen treats the news with cold nonchalance. The scout emphasizes that every single fighter across the territory is being summoned to the front line. The queen wonders why a man who never believed in prophecies or divine saviors is suddenly mobilizing forces without seeking her permission. She decides to let it slide. In her eyes, doom is inevitable regardless of what they try. Elsewhere, Sanghyuk stares at his hands in utter disappointment. He's in disbelief that a pathetic low-tier potion is his only reward. When his companion asks what's up, Sanghyuk vents that busting his back for days yielded nothing but trash. She admits it feels wrong, recalling how other players were handed epic storylines while they were stuck running basic errand quests. Regardless, the main milestone is cleared, unlocking the gate leading straight to the Fountain of Judgment. Sanghyuk can't shake the feeling that something stinks about this entire setup. He seriously doubts whether the mission was genuinely wrapped up. Having no other leads, he decides to ask his modest chat of a few dozen viewers for intel. He considers whether their actual objective should be tracking down the creature's core. Gazing down from the ramparts, he starts questioning if his initial intel was completely faulty. Down below, the colossal flower has already unfolded all 6 of its ominous petals. Dread hits Sanghyuk as he wonders if this monstrosity will wipe Taruha off the map. Right then, a bizarre movement below grabs his full attention. He takes a shot at his stream, whining that they never donate and only ever drop insults in the chat. Since the chat is begging to see where the action is heading, he moves out alongside Suyong. The air echoes with battle chants as soldiers rally all around them. Sanghyuk is stunned to see the warriors turning their blades against their own comrades. Despite the madness, he refuses to turn tail and flee. If this floor is going to hell, he wants a front row seat. He pledges to his viewers that he'll risk everything to broadcast this chaos right to the bloody conclusion. And in return, he makes his financial expectations crystal clear, telling them straight up that if they aren't willing to pay, they can find another stream. Right on schedule, coin notifications start lighting up his screen. He urges Suyong to retreat through the portal for her safety, but she refuses, vowing never to leave him behind. Suddenly, a colossal shockwave ignites the entire horizon in blinding fire. Shielding their eyes with their coats, they watch the explosion rip right through the colossal plant until it disintegrates into ash. Meanwhile, back at her quarters, Soha relaxes on her sofa, glued to the livestream. A guildmate steps inside and asks what she's wasting time on, reminding her that the guild summit is about to start. Soha snaps at him to drop the boss title once and for all. She dismisses the meeting as a total waste of breath, calling the guild leadership a pack of cowards who'd rather play house in the tower forever than actually clear it. The guy shrugs, arguing that life in the tower beats whatever miserable existence they had back on Earth. He warns that the guildmaster is fuming over the disruptions on floor 10, especially since he despises losing his grip on power. Annoyed out of her mind, Soha tells him to shut up and get lost. Backing off, he heads for the door, telling her to ping him if she reconsiders. Gnawing on her thumbnail with nervous dread, she whispers a quiet prayer for Kim Yeju to make it out alive. Meanwhile, Yeju is sprinting at full throttle, though constant detours keep throwing off his timing. The second the core began pulsing to bloom, packs of Yetis leaped out of hiding from every angle. Trying to bypass every skirmish to conserve energy is dragging out his run. He's armed with both the gauntlet and the sunstone, yet an uneasy gut feeling tells him a crucial piece is absent. At long last, he skids to a halt right before the monstrous blossom. Yeju readies himself to end this nightmare permanently. Right on cue, Karun calls out from the side, joking that he was getting sick of waiting for him. Surprised, Yeju asks what he's doing here, and Karun holds out his arm to reveal the tiny Papua clinging to him. Yeju scolds him fiercely, demanding why on earth he dragged those fragile spirits into a war zone. Karun defends himself, explaining the little guys were already dragging themselves through the blizzard, so he just gave them a lift. Yeju insists they are far too weak to survive out here, and orders Karun to evacuate them this instant. Karun shakes his head, noting that the spirits clearly have no intention of retreating. Yeju feels a pang of guilt, wondering why they'd risk their lives for someone who only used them as tools to climb the tower. Karun reassures him that this was entirely the spirit's own choice. Offering a parting salute, Karun prays for the eternal glory of Teruha to watch over Yeju's spirit. With a soft smile, Yeju gently tucks the little Papua into his satchel, telling them to rest easy. He promises to heal them the second the dust settles, swearing vengeance against the administrator for orchestrating this cruelty. Suddenly, the gargantuan blossom erupts, vomiting an endless horde of abominations straight toward him. Igniting his mana reserves, Yeju launches himself straight into the charging army. He zeroes in on his objective: shatter that flower's core the instant he breaches its perimeter. A beast lunges to block his path, but he slips past effortlessly, letting his shadow mantle slice it in half. Carving through the last barrier, he lands squarely in front of the giant bloom. He charges up his gauntlet before the surrounding defenders can swarm in. Out of nowhere, a tiny Papoy affectionately licks his cheek. He glances over to see the entire trio clinging tightly to his shoulders. Yeju asks why they crawled out of the satchel, and Leia simply beams up at him with pure trust. Caught completely by surprise, he shakes it off. There's no room for second thoughts now. Surging raw energy into his fist, he locks onto his target dead ahead. Channeling this ridiculous surge of power, he has to land the finishing blow in one clean shot. A monster tries to swipe him from his blind spot, but Yeju just smirks and mutters that it's already far too late. A sudden flash of intense light tears across the landscape, vaporizing everything nearby and leaving behind a colossal crater. Observing the spectacle in the distance, Palaham mutters that the real showdown has finally kicked off. He roars at the gathering, pointing out that Chanta took on the demonic bloom completely on his own despite being a mere adventurer, and demands to know when the rest of them became such cowards. He scolds them for forgetting their heritage, reminding everyone that they once fought to tear out their foes' hearts at the cost of their own lives, whereas now they've completely lost the warrior pride of Teruha. A voice cuts through the crowd as a woman speaks up to protest his words. Palaham shifts his gaze toward her, sarcastically noting that Lucan clearly wants to give her 2 cents. Lucan argues that they've already pushed themselves to the limit, questioning if taking down the demon blossom would actually change anything for them. Palaham asks if she genuinely believes that, and she snaps back, telling him to ask around and screaming whether anyone here seriously expects their dull, miserable existence to magically improve. Voices from the mob chime in, pleading with him to accept reality and stop struggling against destiny. Lucan urges him to drop the foolish act, stating that their era has long passed. Instead of getting angry, Palaham simply breaks into booming laughter. Lucan shields her ears from the noise as Palaham declares how humiliated he feels for ever calling cowards, who are worse than bottom-tier adventurers, his own brothers in arms. Sanghyuk calls out to the group, completely lost on what just went down. His stream chat chimes in with theories, guessing Palaham pulled another stunt or sent one of his goons out. Suyung questions why on earth they bothered heading over there to begin with. Sanghyuk demands a straight answer about the whole situation. Tugging desperately at his clothes, the girl next to him shrieks that he gave his word to keep her safe. He admits that was indeed the idea, but since things felt sketchy, he wanted her to head through the gate ahead of him, though she adamantly refuses to ditch him. The pair stare in utter disbelief as a swarm of beasts gets launched straight into the sky. The fallen slimes slam into the dirt and instantly morph into a whole new batch of guardians. Panicking, Sanghyuk asks his viewers why these freaks have tentacles sprouting from their heads and where these massive cockroach creatures came from. He warns the girl to keep her guard up since staying put is no longer an option. Palaham lifts his massive axe high, bellowing that the warriors of Taruha will stand and brawl. In an instant, an all-out bloodbath erupts. At the same time, the radiance beside the flower grows blindingly bright. Sang Hyuk is utterly paralyzed by sheer panic. Soo-young wonders what's gotten into him and urges that they should investigate the site. Even though he knows it's risky, his dangerous curiosity pushes him to go take a peek. Arriving at the shattered cliffside, they spot a presence that looks completely non-human, making them question their own vision. Yeju had never been one to buy into the whole afterlife concept. He had always pictured that dying would trigger a classic life flashing before your eyes montage. Images of the parents who dumped him, the orphanage where he grew up, and every single soul he crossed paths with inside the tower playing like a highlight reel. Yet at this very moment, his thoughts are an absolute void. He can't help but wonder if his journey genuinely ends like this. Shortly after, a fiery sting begins to spread across his vision. It feels as though his entire physical form is liquefying and vanishing into nothingness. While he isn't suffering from sharp agony, he is keenly aware of his existence fading away. Out of nowhere, a comforting warmth envelops his entire being. Startled, he blinks his eyes open and is utterly bewildered by the appearance of an unfamiliar kid. Despite all his efforts, an invisible barrier prevents him from closing the distance. And right then, the realization finally strikes him. The kid standing there is practically a spitting image of himself. This miniature version of Yeju begins smashing an object, and as Yeju glances upward into the searing glare, he's left puzzled by the gigantic orb hovering directly before his face. Amidst the sensory overload, the unmistakable chatter of the Papua reaches his ears. As it turns out, the trio of Papua are perched directly on his chest. He jolts awake, only for the little creatures to immediately demand that he cover himself up. Yeju is completely clueless about what went down or how he survived, not to mention why the Papua appear so ridiculously small. He looks down to examine his own body. He is utterly baffled by the strange transformation his physique has undergone. A viewer message pops up telling him to get dressed immediately, which sends him straight into a panic. Flustered and red-faced, he scrambles to activate the stream's blur mosaic filter. His budget equipment somehow made it through, though his glove was shredded beyond repair. Then the main issue hits him. Where did the critical item go, and did he seriously end up swallowing the sun's stone? The viewers spend a moment clowning on him before finally explaining the crazy events he missed. It turns out he unleashed an absurdly powerful blast of mana that blew everyone's minds. His coat tanked some of the force, while the Papua expanded their coat of fur to shield him from the rest. One of the little guys snatched the stone from the dirt and immediately sprang into action. The audience watched the broadcast unfold as the creatures licked one another to transfer enough energy to stand back up. You really have to hand it to them. These Papua are absolute lifesavers. Even so, Yeju is still scratching his head over how any of that explains him being alive. He asks about the elapsed time, deeply stressed that a massive swarm of beasts might have overrun Taruha while he was unconscious. Even a powerhouse like Palaham wouldn't be able to hold off that vast an army on his own. With an explosive surge of strength, he launches himself skyward, astounded by his own ridiculous vertical leap as the Papua stretch right alongside him. Back on the battlefield, the Taruha knights are clashing with the horde, with Palaham brutally cleaving a monster in two. Gazing toward the heavens, he wonders if an actual meteorite is hurtling toward them. Our protagonist slams directly into the center of the charging swarm, vaporizing them upon landing and annihilating the surrounding zone. The resulting blast wave is so immense that the remaining beasts are forced into a desperate retreat. Palaham stares at the crater, completely dumbfounded. At the core of the devastation stands Yeju, cloaked in threads of pure, radiant white energy. Though his surging mana is wildly unstable and leaking out uncontrollably, running away isn't in his DNA, so he plants his feet against the endless sea of enemies. Karun asks what's happening as he watches this lone fighter tear through the front line with ease. Palaham turns to him and asks if he recalls the ancient legend from their childhood. Karun recites the old myth about a radiant warrior wrapped in pure white fur who could crack the earth with just his punches. Karun had always brushed it off as folklore, but Palaham insists this person is the savior destined to restore Taruha to greatness. Lucan laughs it off as nonsense, mocking the Sun Commander for trusting children's tales and asking when he'll finally abandon his baseless delusions. The two men glance over at her, taken aback by her cynicism. Palaham asks if Karun recalls the hero's identity, to which the young soldier nods and utters the legendary name, La Chanta, and the scene unfolding before their eyes is an exact match for that mythic champion. Deep within enemy ranks, Yiju continues his rampage, dropping monsters effortlessly with a handful of blows. His Taruha martial arts skill ranks up, making him realize he can grind his proficiency even in this bizarre condition. He suddenly pauses in confusion as the remaining monsters freeze in place. Right after, sharp projectiles begin emerging straight out of their flesh. A barrage of pointed stingers erupts, bombarding our hero relentlessly from all sides. Having spent all their vitality on that volley, the creatures drop dead on the spot. Yiju inspects the stingers embedded in his body and cheekily decides to return the favor with their own ammo. The creatures freeze in dread as Yiju prepares to redirect the entire arsenal back at them. He unleashes the volley, annihilating the mob with their very own weapons. Even after that massacre, Yiju notes that the enemy numbers are still overwhelming. Detecting a sudden spike in atmospheric pressure, he sees the survivors gathering into a massive formation to overwhelm him. Karun offers to jump in and assist, but Palaham signals him to stand down. Interfering in a duel of the true Lachanta would be nothing short of a total disrespect. Karun stresses that the enemy numbers are multiplying, while Yiju remains completely motionless in the center. Refusing to sit idly by, he turns to fetch the mana cannon, only for a blinding azure glow to wash over him. That massive pile of beasts radiates intense energy before blowing up into pure dust. Karun dives for cover while shouting for his leader, only to find Palaham standing rock solid without flinching. Across all the cycles of Taruha's destruction, he has never witnessed such supreme, absolute dominance. The commander's words were spot on. This was undeniably the rebirth of Lachanta. Declaring the fight finished, Palaham walks down to confirm if their legendary warrior is truly present. Stepping over a mountain of corpses, Karun comments on the insane carnage and wonders about the faint glow ahead. He alerts the commander after spotting a dark outline approaching in the mist. The shape vaults toward them as Palaham asks if he is indeed Lachanta. The radiance is blinding enough to obscure his features as Yiju looms above. Both men admire how badass his white mantle looks, but the fur abruptly unravels, sending Yiju crashing down in a dead faint. The Papua scurry over calling his name, beaming with relief that the nightmare is finally done. Meanwhile, the baffled soldiers rush over, shouting Chanta's name as he lays passed out. It turns out to be just another ordinary afternoon in the city of Taruha. Yiju opens his eyes, wondering where he ended up, whether the fight ended, and how Taruha held up. Right on cue, one of the Papua lets out a deep sigh beside him. He addresses the trio, and they instantly swarm over his body. He recalls holding the monsters back from the city walls, how pure instinct took over his limbs, and how his overflowing mana drove him to total exhaustion. His clear memories cut off right in the thick of that beast fight. He reasons that if Taruha had fallen, he wouldn't be resting peacefully in a bed. Besides, seeing the Papua unharmed is proof enough that the crisis was averted. Palaham pushes the door open, remarking that Yiju looks in far better shape than anticipated. Yiju tries to ask some questions, but Palaham just shoves a warm plate of meal toward him. Complaining that the dish is scalding, Yiju devours it anyway and asks if he truly wiped out every last fiend. Palaham replies that the whole cleanup took place in a mere instant. He describes it as witnessing the apocalypse itself, admitting he can hardly view him as ordinary Chanta now. Placing a hand over his heart, Palaham reverently declares that all honor belongs to Lachanta. Yiju is left utterly baffled by the title. Once the room clears out, he stands up to test his mobility. He throws a clean uppercut, which the three little Papua adorably mirror from the ground. As Yiju throws another strike, his live chat gushes over how cute the little mascots are. Not only does he feel completely fine, but his limbs also feel extraordinarily agile. Now comes the actual moment of truth. Upon reviving, that violent rush of white mana had vanished, leaving only his standard baseline reserves intact. His energy channels appear to be flowing smoothly without any noticeable blockage. That is, until a sudden, piercing shock shoots straight through his core. Yiju hacks up a mouthful of blood, staring down at his stained palm in utter shock. And here he was, just seconds ago, convinced he was in peak condition. The three distressed Papua grab onto him, sobbing uncontrollably. Yiju tries to calm them down, insisting that he's going to be fine. Palaham steps in, asking if his physical condition took a turn for the worse. Yiju clarifies that physically he's okay, but his internal mana feels completely off. Palaham checks if he's referring to the mystical energy wielded by sorcerers. He asks whether Yiju's inability to control it means his pathways are misbehaving. Yiju elaborates that it moves fine until it reaches his heart, where it abruptly stalls and dissipates into thin air. Palaham suggests consulting Karun, recalling that the heart is supposed to channel raw natural energy rather than artificial mana. Yiju ponders if this whole complication stems from that relic stone he ingested on the first floor. While mana is intended for spellcasting and enchanting, he has been forcing it to function like a knight's aura. He never premeditated the technique, He was simply doing whatever it took to stay breathing. Passing him a towel, Palaham notes that he's essentially channeling raw nature energy as aura, confessing he has no idea whether that's even remotely safe. The pair continue to debate the bizarre situation. A short while later, Leto is spotted standing guard at the perimeter. Sang-hyuk pleads desperately at the entrance, putting the guards in an awkward spot. He refuses to back off, relentlessly demanding to be let through. Palaham emerges outside alongside our protagonist. Sang-hyuk asks if that's truly Kim Yeju, while our MC is bewildered by the crowd forming at his doorstep. Palaham shouts for Karun, who promptly hurries over. The whole exchange reminds the viewers in chat of Fordrick. Palaham leads Karun back indoors. Sang-hyuk is left utterly clueless about what's unfolding. He snaps at Leto to step aside, trash-talking that he isn't even anything special. Just then, an intense flash erupts, and an instant later, the entire building is blasted to pieces. Karun states that judging by the symptoms, two outcomes are likely, starting with clogged mana circuits. Yeju recognizes this as a dangerous side effect. Since his mana channels directly toward his heart, and he had been forcing it into an aura, this theory aligned with the bizarre pain he always felt. He inquires about the second scenario. Karun suggests the Sun Stone's divine blessing might be fighting against his innate mana, though Yeju rejects that idea. Karun points out that if his heart is repelling mana, it's because a vastly superior energy is kicking out the weaker force. Yeju connects the dots, knowing his heart is packed with raw energy from the ingested stone. Palaham tells him to channel whatever energy is locked in his chest so they can properly inspect it. Assuming they want him to test his weapon, Yeju realizes remaining passive won't help, so he gives it a shot. Shutting out his regular mana flow, he channels all his focus directly into his heart, yet nothing stirs. Karun advises him to dredge up his most vivid, emotionally charged memories if it refuses to budge. Moments like his first encounter with the Papua or his face-off with the administrator. Then, a far fresher memory surfaces in his mind. In an instant, his heart ignites. Yeju internally celebrates that the method is actually paying off. An aura completely outclassing his ordinary mana surges forth, making it obvious why his normal pool stood no chance. Palaham calls out to check on his state. At that moment, a droplet trickles down onto the three little Papua. Yeju snaps back to reality, immediately spitting out another mouthful of blood. The unchecked energy inside his chest cooks him from within, making him feel as though he's turning into a living fireball. Karun yells at Yeju to stay focused, sensing that raw energy still trapped in his chest and asking if he can rein it in. Yeju realizes that even without lifting a finger, the blistering heat is compounding as his mana inflates dangerously. Karun screams for him to discharge the blast, while Palaham frantically reminds them of the crowd right outside. Yeju clenches his jaw tightly. Accepting the risk, he channels every drop of overflowing power straight into his fist. A brilliant flash floods the room, obliterating the entire structure into splinters. The crowd standing outdoors watches the catastrophe in absolute disbelief. Karun, clutching the three Papua in his grip, stands petrified and awkwardly comments on how bright the sunshine is. Palaham dryly nods along, agreeing that he notices it as well. They proceed to make small talk about completely unrelated topics, acting as if the protagonist isn't even lying there. Yeju comes to, utterly confused about why he's laying outdoors beneath the open night sky. Karun asks if he's finally conscious, letting him know he's been out cold for 36 hours. He asks how he's holding up and offers him a drink of water. Yeju assures him that he's doing all right. He scrambles to his feet and asks whether anyone got injured by the Sun Stone's backlash. In their rush, they accidentally bump heads and quickly exchange apologies. Karun points out that the commander actually suffered some damage. Yeju urgently inquires where Palaham is located. Karun gestures toward the crest of the nearby hill. He explains that Chael chewed him out so badly that the commander is nursing some serious emotional damage. Yeju lets out a sigh, realizing what kind of injury Karun was actually talking about. Meanwhile, over on the 20th floor, someone is frantically trying to track down Yeju's whereabouts, and Kim Sang-hyuk, totally useless as usual, is just idling right beside him. If he could just pinpoint Yeju, breezing through the 40th floor would be child's play, and he could finally escape this wretched hellhole. He threw a ridiculous amount of coins at Sang-hyuk's livestream hoping to squeeze out some intel, but walked away with practically nothing. The only breadcrumb he managed to dig up was the name Yeju. Now he's left scratching his head, trying to figure out where this mysterious player could be hiding. He's well aware that other big players are also hunting down this absolute monster. His top priority is finding him before he manages to climb up to the 20th floor. Meanwhile, on some unidentified floor, a luxury car cruises through the city streets. Her assistant questions whether showing up in that outfit is a good idea, but Soha bluntly tells director Nam to back off and focus on his own job. Nam wonders why she's so grumpy when disaster could strike at any second, but Soha makes it clear she smells something shady and doesn't buy his act. Nam shakes his head at her attitude and cautions her to choose her words carefully, since the clan master is in a particularly foul mood today. He brings up how lethal the master becomes when he grins through his rage, leaving Soha dreading the confrontation ahead. Their car eventually rolls up to an enormous estate. Once they step inside, the clan leader warmly welcomes the group for gathering together. Glancing over at Park Jae-woo and Kang So-ha, he remarks on how rare it is to get all of them in the same room. He points out that since everyone is always swamped with work, they ought to sit back and share a meal before talking business. Then, out of nowhere, he casually drops that Kang So-ha has spent an awful lot of time tuning into first floor live streams. Hearing that, So-ha immediately shoves her plate aside. She cuts right to the chase and asks if he has an issue with what she watches. The leader assures her he isn't accusing her of wrongdoing, telling her to chill out because the upcoming mission suits her perfectly. Soha's guard goes up right away, suspecting she's about to be handed another shady assignment. He explains that strange disturbances have surfaced on the 5th floor, and he needs her to get down there and scope it out. She pushes back, questioning why it even matters since minor chaos on floor 5 could never impact them all the way up on floor 70. Instead of arguing, the clan master aggressively drives a knife straight into the wooden tabletop. The sudden outburst catches Soha completely off guard, making her flinch. He leans in, asking if she's pretending to be clueless simply because she wants to dodge a tough assignment. Soha forces herself to keep her composure, reminding herself that he's only guessing and holds no real proof. Locking eyes with him, she firmly asks what her exact orders are. The master clarifies that although it looks minor, he suspects an individual player triggered the anomaly. Since they're on the verge of clearing the 70th floor, they can't tolerate any unpredictable threats. Should a player prove to be responsible, her orders are to wipe them out without hesitation. Back in his own area, Jeju opens his eyes fully aware that his situation is awful, but accepts that hiding from the truth won't fix anything. He pulls himself up, playing it off by claiming he was just lost in thought over his livestream chat. Roughly 10 people are lingering around the building outside, even though he had assumed everyone would bolt straight for the exit portals after that brutal monster clash. The Fountain of Judgment features a Hall of Fame leaderboard that reveals the top 3 players as soon as the 15th floor shuts down, something he originally meant to use purely for farming extra views. Now that tower powerhouses are sniffing around his mysterious abilities, if they latch onto his broadcast, the Popui will be placed directly in harm's way. He has no way of telling if those elite players are already lurking in his stream or exactly how much they've deduced about his kit. Under regular circumstances, he wouldn't care what scheme they cooked up, fully confident in his ability to crush it. Unfortunately, things are nowhere near that simple right now. His energy is completely out of whack, and his primary gauntlet is shattered. Rotanto's equipment might possess self-repair abilities, but he hasn't got the faintest clue how many hours or days it'll need. If an enemy decides to strike at this very moment, he'd be caught in the worst possible shape. Right on cue, Leia's voice rings out toward them. Jeju watches the little ones and finds them completely precious, which sparks an unexpected idea in his head. What if he took matters into his own hands and personally trained them? With a soft grin, he reaches out and pats the 3 of them lightly. He drops back down onto his bed, quickly talking himself out of the idea. He doesn't know how things would turn out, but dragging these innocent creatures into battle would weigh heavily on his conscience. With 4 full days left until the 15th floor locks down, grinding to get stronger is his only real path forward. If he manages to push his Taruha martial arts further, his own physical body won't even need armor to defend itself. To speed up that progress, he desperately needs an instructor. And right on cue, Palaham steps up asking for a sparring session. Evidently, the previous brawl didn't fully satisfy him, which works out perfectly for Jeju. Jeju knows there's no promise he'll ever revisit floor 15, and even a return wouldn't matter since Palaham's memories would reset, meaning soaking up everything right now is his only shot. Palaham throws a punch, halting his fist inches from Jeju's nose. Palaham points out that he no longer has that special armor gear guarding his skin. Jeju smirks, asking if he already forgot that he fought completely unarmored during their last bout as well. Outside, an audience gradually begins to assemble. Jeju figures that regardless of how cautious he is about onlookers, his pursuers will inevitably close in sooner or later. Palaham barks that there's no room for hesitation in real combat. He rockets forward and hurls a straight fist right at his opponent. Multiple days fly by in a blur of relentless, non-stop sparring. Before he even realizes how much time has passed, Just 24 hours remain before the 15th floor shuts down. A satisfied grin spreads across his face. His martial arts mastery has finally unlocked level 5. Back inside the room, the little Papua are busy chewing on some stones. Jeju figures those mana stones gifted by Karun must taste like a 5-star treat to them. Palaham reminded him he has to depart at dawn, meaning this evening is officially his final night in Taruha. Past experience tells him that quests touched by administrator interference yield absurd loot. Yet opening them on stream would reveal way too many cards. He ponders shutting down the broadcast, but knows hiding the good stuff from his chat would totally kill the vibe. Throwing caution to the wind, he goes ahead and claims the rewards live. A glowing reward chest lands firmly on the floor in front of him. Jeju realizes he also has unclaimed follower milestone prizes waiting for him. He pockets the standard 5,000 coins, along with a matching tier dimensional subspace pack and a Latanto leather tunic. Jeju had suspected another piece of the Latanto set might drop, and his gut instinct proved dead on. According to lore, this armor projects a layered afterimage illusion around its wearer. He strips off his top right away to give the new gear a test run. He anticipates that mastering the weather forecasting passive is going to be a real headache. All of a sudden, a violent tremor rocks his mental state. The room spins wildly around him as a heavy wave of sickness washes over his gut. Even focusing his eyes drains his stamina rapidly, yet he grit his teeth and forces himself to remain lucid. He directs his gaze down toward the trio of Papua sitting on the ground. They just stare back up at him, utterly baffled by his strange behavior. Jeju registers that the ability is legitimately taking effect before his very eyes. Immediately afterward, a second hit of motion sickness slams into him. While it currently previews the Papua actions merely 1 second ahead, honing his mastery would let him activate this foresight at will. Walking through Taruha's streets the following morning, Jeju contemplates how this gear is easily the most demanding item he's ever handled. He woke up to find Karun, Leto, and Palaham already missing, leaving him wondering where they disappeared to before he could say his farewells. Still, an eerie oddness hangs in the air. These streets are normally overflowing with noise and crowds. He considers whether the floor has already undergone its system reset. If a reset happened, the ghost town atmosphere would make total sense. Just as he starts suspecting the Fountain of Judgment shut down as well, an entire crowd appears ahead, chanting deafening cheers of glory for La Chanta again and again. A stunned Jeju asks what is happening, and Palaham steps forward to explain it's his grand farewell. Jeju insists this royal treatment is way too much for an ordinary adventurer, but Palaham reassures him that he earned every single bit of this tribute. A citizen in the crowd roars out praise, wishing eternal glory to La Chanta, their heroic savior. Jeju spots the speaker and recognizes him as the same villager from earlier. Every resident of Taruha stood united in this goodbye, offering the highest tier of honor they could possibly grant a warrior. It was a historic moment that had never occurred before and would never be repeated again. Tears well up in Jeju's eyes from the raw emotion as he smiles, offering his heartfelt gratitude to the entire crowd. And with that touching send-off, his chapter in Taruha, which felt like an eternity and a fleeting second all at once, finally drew to a close. He makes his way over to the Fountain of Trials. Parting with the companions he bonded with stings, but he has to direct all his focus toward the trial on the next floor. With no clue what dangers await him, he steals his resolve and pushes the doorway wide open. Beek Jin Ha reaches the Fountain of Trials. Exactly 50 challengers entered the arena, finally fulfilling the required quota to start. He wonders if simply grabbing the quest from the locals is all it takes, assuming this run is far simpler and will be wrapped up in no time. Without wasting another second, he charges forward. He questions what he was even supposed to see, since the entire horizon is completely empty. It's wild how everyone hypes these guys up as elite badasses when they look like average middle-aged dads next door. Suddenly, everyone picks up on the fact that the background music has shifted. Shifting over to the 10th floor, a member of the Hypocrite clan announces he has some urgent business to inspect. He's hunting the troublemaker who caused complete chaos before vanishing, though pinning him down is brutal without any stream playback records. His only lead is that Kim Yi-ju sports short hair and carries a backpack hardly enough detail to track anyone down in a massive crowd. The clan checkpoint begins waving people through. While the crowd murmurs in confusion about the lockdown, Yi-ju observes the whole scene from a high vantage point. Sure enough, guards are screening every passerby at the gate, actively trying to corner him. He knows making a run for it would just give away his position instantly. The Hall of Fame leaderboard dropped precisely as he anticipated. Friend requests flooded in like crazy since he was the sole survivor after everyone else got eliminated. The second the rankings went live, his profile went viral, forcing him to sprint straight for the 16th floor to evade the attention. Since players usually retreat to floor 10 following major clearances, he deduced that any hit squads looking for him would search that hub first. The 16th floor trial is a massive raid requiring 30 players to execute a coordinated pincer attack to succeed. He figures if he sits tight for a moment, additional players will inevitably arrive. Another player walks in, surprised to see the lobby nearly packed with only a single slot remaining. He muses that the solo dude must have serious guts, but is glad they won't have to waste time waiting. The objective for this trial is to launch a full raid on the Temple of God. The leader tells his squad to hold position and prep while he goes over to question the stranger. Jeju's face is completely shrouded in a cold, serious look. The man gets suspicious of why he's masking his face, wondering if he's dealing with some wanted criminal. He demands to know why he showed up solo and what his real angle is. He points out that staying silent will make it impossible for the raid party to trust him. Yeju acknowledges his concern, but explains that things are a bit too messy to unpack right now. The man is irritated by the cryptic response, but noting Yeju's tense demeanor, he opts to just launch the raid. Right after, Yeju casually shares his name. Right as the trial kicks off, a massive stone statue stirs to life behind him. The man screams out a warning, but Jeju effortlessly cuts the statue clean in two. The entire group stands frozen in sheer disbelief. Jeju clears the immediate threats and pushes ahead, noting how crisp his reflexes feel and reminding himself to blitz through this trial for his strategy to succeed. The trial of the 16th floor has officially kicked into high gear. He slides a hidden stone panel aside right after. Further in, he spots another statue clutching an object. He debates his next step, knowing that hesitation will only complicate the fight. So without stalling, he steps into the chamber, immediately triggering the statue's glowing eyes. Its vessel rapidly fills with water as it locks a chilling glare directly on him. Pushing open a doorway behind him, a raider gasps in shock, wondering how anyone could solo this dungeon without prior knowledge. The ground beneath them has been transformed into a solid sheet of ice. Because floor 16 mirrors the mechanics of the 3rd floor, knowing the statue's core vulnerability makes a solo run totally viable. Beyond the entrance lies an extended corridor, and stepping inside recklessly activates the dormant sentinels. They unleash a freezing solution that crystallizes the entire area in seconds. To make matters worse, anyone bypassing the frost has to dodge a barrage of massive incoming arrows. He commands his squad to pour their sand across the floor and avoid making skin contact with the ice at all costs. Suddenly, a squad member points upward, asking what that mark on the ceiling is. The leader squints and realizes it's unmistakably a footprint. Puzzled at first, it dawns on him that the solo player literally sprinted across the ceiling to bypass the frozen floor entirely. He realizes that single user bypassed every lethal trap, wiped out the guardians, and obliterated the main statue with insane efficiency. While he can't decipher the guy's hidden motives, one fact is crystal clear. He put on this entire showcase just to demonstrate how insanely valuable of an ally he could be. Looking up, he spots that the rest of his squad has finally caught up. Jeju casually remarks that the entire run was an absolute breeze. Jeju asks which clan they belong to, and the man reveals they are part of the Hanshin clan. Jeju suggests cutting out the small talk and gets directly down to business. He tells them he has a specific request to ask of them. Meanwhile, outside the gate, a hypocrite clan enforcer aggressively demands their full compliance. The Hanshin rep snaps back, calling him out for his arrogance and for holding up exhausted adventurers under the banner of his guild. He makes it clear they have zero obligation to follow his demands just because he told them to. Jeju assumes the enforcers won't dare push the Hanshin clan too hard, but the guard doubles down on urgency, tossing out a 50,000 coin bribe as compensation. The Hanshin member tells him to get lost, firing back that they can't be bought and that wasting their time is pissing them off. The two checkpoint guards exchange nervous glances and quickly issue an apology. They back off, muttering under their breath about being powerless against the Hanshin group. Jeju lets out a heavy sigh of relief once they safely clear the gate. The man reassures Jeju that he will keep his word and arrange a meeting with their clan master tomorrow. Jeju promises to show up right on schedule and thanks him for backing him up. In reality, he only teamed up with them out of sheer necessity. His stream chat chimes in, noting that this faction at least seems trustworthy. Based on his viewers' comments, Jeju deduces that these members are high-tier players from floor 30 and up. While the Hanshin clan prioritizes survival and finding an exit from the tower, their stance earned major hostility from other 30th floor players. On the other hand, the Hypocrite clan aims to fully modernize the tower, stopping at nothing to force their vision. Yeju has no interest in guild politics, but he genuinely despises the Hypocrite clan. They are clearly the ones most threatened by his growth, making the Hanshin clan his best bet for survival. Out of nowhere, something soft bumps right against his back. Jeju turns around, playfully asking if she's finally stuffed her face. Laha simply lets out a deep, content purr of satisfaction. Meanwhile, his livestream chat explodes with comments teasing the wholesome bond. Up on the 50th floor by the Hypocrite clan's industrial facility, Soha clarifies she isn't there to disrupt his workflow. The manager plays polite, calling her visit an honor, while internally panicking about why this lunatic is here since her team supposedly went dark after reaching floor 70. Soha interrogates him on factory output, demanding full access to the supply schedules and daily equipment logs. She glares at him with an icy stare, asking if he has any reason to hesitate. Terrified that his black market compression material scheme is about to unravel, the man stammers for her to give him a second. Out of nowhere, the entrance gets booted wide open by an intruder yelling for the boss to show his face. Soha reacts instantly, commanding the manager to alert security and clear all workers off the floor. The intruder curses under his breath, annoyed that he spilled his own blood fighting up to floor 50 only to find the leader absent. Soha demands his identity, stating she's never crossed paths with him and noting he clearly didn't just wander in by accident. The intruder is none other than Hot Pot, an absolute diehard Kim Yi-ju fan, who asks if she's the boss running this place. Without a single word of warning, Hot Pot charges in and hurls a heavy punch right at her. She easily ducks the blow, calling him out for directly breaking their mutual non-aggression pact. Hot Pot retorts that guild treaties only mean anything if you're actually registered in a clan. Sensing his familiarity with clan law, she realizes he's an ex-member and demands to know his real motive. Hot Pot states that someone precious to him is being targeted, snapping that even scumbag hypocrites have no business bullying people all the way down on the 10th floor. With that final warning, he launches another vicious punch straight for her face. Right away, it clicks in Soha's head exactly what he's talking about. Pouring all his mana into the strike, the guy hurls yet another insult at her, calling her a two-faced hypocrite. Without breaking a sweat, Soha simply asks if this is all over the Popoy. Right an inch away from her face, his glowing stone blast abruptly halts in place. The two of them stand there, completely stunned by what just happened. Sometime later in Kray's workshop, Kray asks if Jeju is dead serious about this plan, admitting he found it suspicious the moment Jeju asked to borrow his place. He points out that stacking dozens of triple helix mana circuits instead of the standard 2 or 3 turns the whole thing into a ticking bomb. On top of that, the bulky knuckle joints make the gear look like it was forged purely for hand-to-hand brawling. He advises that even without knowing the Empire's combat arts, Jeju could pick up Taruha's elite style instead, so modifying the weapon to fit that would be much smarter. Kray makes sure to warn him that the physical backlash could tear his body apart, but Jeju doesn't care and tells him to fire it up anyway. Jeju admits his back is against the wall, asking the crew to hang tight for just a little while longer. While his original plan was rushing to the next level, he has an old score to settle first. Come nighttime, the Hanshin clan's head, Han Seungmin, steps forward to introduce himself. He hands Yeju a cup of tea, only for Yeju to reject it without a second thought. Seungmin observes that basic courtesy would make anyone take the cup, proving Yeju is completely on edge. He mentions catching wind of the rumors about how Yeju got backstabbed by his former clan and is now trying to jump ship to his side. Still, he brushes it all off as nonsense since Yeju was never truly tied to those phonies to begin with. Jeju admits as much, surprised to run into a high-tier player like Seungmin Wei before the 50th floor. People slap the peaceful label on him, yet anyone with a brain knew better than to underestimate the guy. A few haters might clown on him for getting carried, but come morning, those exact hypocrites will be kissing Han Seungmin's feet again. Seungmin mentions that while word hasn't leaked to the public yet, he knows all about Yeju's stunts on floor 15 and how he reshaped the other climbers. Knowing the truth will surface sooner or later, Yeju figures playing dumb will only hurt his own credibility. When he openly owns up to it, Seungmin jokingly complains that an instant confession completely ruins the drama. Yeju proposes a trade, though Seungmin claims he has no reason to negotiate. Our boy doubles down, promising he holds an offer the guy won't be able to refuse. Seungmin pictures a fancy meal in his head and instantly cracks up. Once he calms down, he throws out an alternative proposal. He challenges Yeju to tackle the 17th floor and show what he's truly made of. Yeju asks how things change if he's already beaten it, and Seungmin chuckles, saying a repeat run is even better because the shadow game gets 10 times more brutal. When Yeju questions how he'd prevent him from just faking the results, Seungmin smugly says he has his own methods. Our MC figures he needs floor 17 checked off to reach floor 20 regardless, so bagging Han Seungmin's respect along the way is just a bonus. Elsewhere inside the tower, a terrified girl is visibly shaking. She wonders if she can actually survive the ordeal, thanking her stream chat for keeping her anxiety in check. 6 climbers in total have stepped into the arena, with the test difficulty balancing around their group's average stats. The exit is locked tight until the whole trial wraps up. Glancing around, the girl spots multiple players standing with their status windows active. The fact that she was totally alone just moments ago sends chills down her spine as panic takes over. The objective is simple yet deadly: root out the hidden shadow through a voting system before the killer wipes out all 5 participants. Because the shadow's identity is warped by their combined power level, the squad gets a total of 6 questions to expose them. A smile from the statue confirms a truth, while a blank face means it's an outright lie. With the introductions out of the way, Changsuk pushes the group to figure out their next move. Jinsung demands to know who is hiding behind the 6 distortions, prompting Yumi to clarify that 6 distinct traits of the shadow have been altered. While Lee Minha trembles on the verge of tears, Haesan brags that her psychology background will easily see through anyone's deceit. Yeju realizes his gear has been stripped down to basic clothes and secretly worries about the papua. And right on cue, the trial officially gets underway. The ground rumbles violently as a massive stone statue rises before them, aiming a massive spear directly at the climbers. A 1-hour countdown begins for the squad to cast their votes. One look at the arena tells Jeju that whoever gets marked as a sacrifice is in for a horrific end. Minha suggests singling out the most shady person in the room and asking the statue if they're the culprit. Changsuk shoots down the idea, but the girl argues the rewards won't be worth the hassle anyway, suggesting they just draw straws and sacrifice 3 players to get it over with. Jinsung clenches his fists in fury, screaming at her for being ready to gamble real human lives on pure chance. Minha dares him to throw a punch, mocking him for practically handing himself over as a sacrifice. As it turns out, the test rules dictate that whoever throws the first punch gets automatically served up as the sacrifice. Yeju clocks the danger instantly. If Jinsung snaps, he'll fall right into her trap and get executed. Minha shifts her crosshairs onto Yumi, calling out how weird it is for a former gym trainer to randomly jump into magic engineering. Recalling how detailed Yumi was about her stats before, Yeju finds it fishy that she's suddenly acting clueless. Minha calls her out directly, warning that acting secretive is only painting a bigger target on her back. Yumi scrambles to defend herself, claiming she simply overheard a rookie on the 10th floor raving about an epic mechanical gauntlet. As Yeju pieces the puzzle together, Yumi keeps whining that she has 0 mana aptitude and is too terrified to fight in close quarters anyway. Minha fires back, telling her she could have saved everyone the headache by saying that from the beginning. Breaking into tears, Yumi sobs that her introverted personality makes it hard to speak up. The second Yeju takes a step toward her, she scrambles behind Jinsung like a frightened puppy. Minha turns to their resident psychology major, asking for an official read on Yumi's honesty. Yumi retaliates by calling Minha the actual monster in the room, claiming that throwing random lives away is cold-blooded murder. Outraged by the accusation, Minha demands proof, asking if trying to be logical is suddenly a crime. The psychologist loses her cool, telling Minha she's acting completely unhinged. She takes Yumi's side instead, arguing that Minha's desperate grab for control makes her the biggest suspect, so wiping out such an obnoxious person would do the team a favor. Minha is left speechless, shocked that Haesan turned the tables on her despite handing her a valid reason to drop Yumi. Haesan tells her to take a good look at the room, as everyone else shares the exact same thought. Not a single soul steps up for Minha, offering only cold, silent stares that signal total agreement. Minha stammers defensively, claiming they never should have entertained the random sacrifice idea to begin with. Right at that moment, Yeju cuts through the noise, raising his hand to claim the first question. Haesan scoffs, asking if he plans to blow their turn on generic details, warning that asking about gender is totally pointless. Yeju quietly acknowledges that her logic is sound. The statue formulates its answers based strictly on a target's original biological gender. If the shadow started as a guy, and they ask if it's currently female, the statue will just answer with a flat no. Basic inquiries about superficial traits like gender or class will never expose the hidden imposter. Changsuk chimes in, arguing that dumping one prime suspect is way better than gambling 5 lives. Yeju hits back, asking if he's really confident that his own name won't end up on the chopping block. Sure, Minha and Yumi might take the first 2 slots, but picking the third victim will inevitably cause a bloodbath among them. Rather than tearing each other apart, they need to play smart and utilize the questions provided. Jinsung backs Yeju up, though Changsuk still whines that sacrificing 1 soul is a far better trade than giving up 3. The remaining 2 players nod along in agreement with Changsuk. Minha concedes that since the majority is on board, they'll follow that plan. Yeju steps forward and calmly says, if that's how it is. He presses his palm against the stone relic and gears up to drop his question. Inwardly, the shadow curses their rotten luck for landing in Kim Yeju's trial, even after carefully weaving truths with lies to stay hidden from him. Yiju speaks clearly, presenting his question directly to the monument. He asks whether the shadow originally started out as a male before transitioning into a female. Manhwa grumbles that a single question solves nothing, asking how he plans to fix things if his guess misses the mark. Out of nowhere, the stone face curls into a chilling, eerie grin. Yiju smirks right back, stating that he already has the killer pinpointed. Completely baffled, Jinsung asks how on earth he solved the entire mystery from a single prompt. Yiju points out that changing your physical appearance doesn't erase your personal habits, especially when it's someone you've met in the past. After all, their paths have crossed once already. He shifts his eyes and locks them dead onto young Yumi. Panicking, she stutters back, playing dumb and swearing she has never laid eyes on him in her life. That's when Yiju casually drops the hammer with her real name. Isn't that who you really are, Young Kang? They tackled the 6th floor trial side by side, and every single detail lines up perfectly with him. He brings up everything Yumi stated during her intro, how she cleared floor 5 on high difficulty, used a bayonet in combat, and worked as a personal fitness trainer in the real world. And best of all, her slipping up about seeing a magic-engineered gauntlet way back on floor 6. Putting all those pieces together, he is dead certain this woman is actually Young Kang Hyuk. Jinsung asks if he's for real, while Yumi screams at the top of her lungs that it's complete slander. Hyen calls her out, questioning why she flinched the moment Yiju walked up, noting she was totally chill near Jinsung but terrified of Yiju. That reaction alone makes it crystal clear she knows exactly who he is. Backed into a corner, Yumi snaps that the statue only proved the shadow switched from male to female, and she's not the only girl in the room. Yiju states he isn't a fan of baseless finger-pointing, so he puts a fresh deal on the table. He asks for permission to burn through the remaining questions, giving them the right to halt him anytime they want, and the group signs off on it. The vibe turns around completely, and not a single person objects. Yiju rests his hand back against the stone figure. He inquires whether the shadow had already crossed paths with him prior to floor 6. A wide, knowing grin stretches across the statue's face once again. Yiju smirks and asks if there's any point in continuing the charade, leaving Yumi utterly struck dumb. Desperate, she begs to know why he's targeting her, insisting there has to be some kind of misunderstanding. She screams that she's being framed by everyone. Jinsung coldly orders her to take a step back. Hyen points out that the clock is ticking and demands they cast their votes immediately. Yumi howls in terror, screaming that they have to be pulling a sick joke. Swearing on her life that she's innocent, she screams that he's feeding them lies and leading them all straight to their graves. Yiju simply tells her to blame her rotten luck, bringing the voting phase to an end. Instantly, 5 unanimous votes drop against her. Casting a massive shadow over her, the giant statue reaches down, wraps its stone grip around her, and smashes her brutally into the wall. Ignoring her desperate screams about not wanting to die, the construct pins her down as its lethal spear plunges forward. The horrific sight forces the rest of the group to look away. And just like that, the imposter is officially wiped out. The moment the trial clears, everyone's sealed powers return to full strength. Gateways leading to the higher floors materialize before them. Jinsung promises that the next time their paths cross, drinks are totally on him. Changsuk sighs, noting that this terrifying trial is the exact reason climbers dread the 17th floor. Manhwa gives her parting wave as she heads out. Yiju silently muses over how fast everyone scrambled for the exits. Right after, Hyen approaches him to offer her congratulations on clearing the trial. Yiju curiously asks what prompted her to say that. She admits that one of her stream followers tipped her off about his identity. Yiju figures that particular viewer must have pieced everything together. In another section of the tower, a subordinate reports that Yiju successfully conquered the trial. Seungmin replies that the news isn't a surprise to him at all. The man asks why he even bothers requesting updates when he's already 5 steps ahead. Seungmin chuckles, saying that if his underling doesn't show his face, people will think he's goofing off on the job. On top of that, he mentions hearing that floor 20 has descended into total chaos. The man explains that dealing with that newly established clan has been a non-stop headache. Seungmin advises him to keep his priorities straight, sympathizing that the guy must be having a rough day. The subordinate quickly bows and offers his apologies. Seungmin changes the subject, asking if he's familiar with the sudden blackout incident. Some time ago, every player on floor 10 got forcefully teleported into a safe zone, only to return to a completely altered environment. The subordinate asks if similar anomalies occurred on the 20th floor. Seungmin admits he isn't certain about floor 20, but floor 25 definitely shifted, and all signs point to that kid Yiju being the catalyst behind it all. He hasn't felt this entertained in ages. After all, an easy life without unexpected thrills is the most tedious existence imaginable. Meanwhile, Yiju notices that none of his usual stalkers are in sight. He made the entire trek from the portal without catching a single spy from that hypocrite guild watching his back. An elderly guide motions for him to follow down a specific hallway. Right around then, a viewer named the Lovely drops a 5,000 coin donation with an adorable note attached. Stepping outside the chamber, the old man announces Yiju's arrival. Seungmin tells him to pull up a chair, poking fun at how long he took. Yiju shoots back, asking if clearing the trial wasn't the only condition that mattered. Seungmin admits he got a little worried for a second, wondering what his backup plan would be if Yiju had managed to sidestep his setup. By tracking everyone entering the trial alongside Yiju and planting his own underlings in the audience, Seungmin flexed his influence to show he controls the players like puppets. It served as a clear display of dominance. Immature on paper, perhaps, but it certainly got the message across. Seungmin finally asks him point-blank who he actually is beneath the surface. He initially wrote Yiju off as just lucky, but nobody clears this trial with such ice-cold composure unless they know every single secret of the tower. Yiju shrugs, asking why his background even matters, to which Seungmin replies that it matters immensely because he hasn't felt this thrilled in years. Knowing he has already proven he's on another level, Yiju suggests they hammer out a real partnership. It's Seungmin's turn to demonstrate what kind of value he can bring to the table. Yiju states they're on equal footing now, though Seungmin keeps his expression completely blank. They're locked in a high-stakes battle of wits over information. Seungmin knows Yiju holds a winning hand, but he can't figure out what cards he's hiding. Seungmin never expected to feel outmaneuvered in an information war, wondering if the rush in his chest is just pure thrill, so he offers intel on the upcoming trials. Yiju casually waves it off, saying he has zero need for his tips. It hits Seungmin like a truck that Yiju already holds all the answers, despite never having set foot on the upper levels. When they first crossed paths, he pegged Yiju as just another unhinged maniac, but his calm, nonchalant demeanor is starting to creep him out. He starts questioning the true depth of Yiju's knowledge about the tower. Yiju smirks, telling him he knows more than enough to get whatever he wants. Seungmin finds the banter fascinating, even if these cryptic responses are slowly driving him crazy. An hour of mental gymnastics later, Seungmin finally throws in the towel. He realizes continuing this will net him zero information, and only cause him to pop a blood vessel in frustration. Giving up the mental tug-of-war, he asks Yiju straight up what he wants, agreeing to back him up. A satisfied grin spreads across Yiju's face. He drops a bombshell, telling Seungmin he needs him to eliminate him. Confused, Seungmin asks if he dragged out this entire mind game just to ask for his own execution. Yiju immediately clarifies that he didn't mean literally killing him. He simply wants Seungmin to wipe every trace of his presence clean up to the 20th floor. The request catches Seungmin entirely flat-footed. He asks if Yiju is demanding he squash every rumor out there. An impossible task given how widely the gossip has already spread. However, making his entire identity vanish into thin air is something he can pull off. Yiju asks how he plans to work that magic. Seungmin explains that the play is actually quite simple. He will blend the wildest circulating rumors together with stories about Yiju, in essence, using bigger rumors to bury the old ones. That smokescreen will buy him more than enough breathing room to reach floor 20 unnoticed. Yiju approves, thinking the strategy sounds rock solid. Seungmin agrees to the terms, though he can't shake the feeling that he got played, and giving up now would completely crush his ego. So he insists that since he extended the favor first, he gets to ask a few questions of his own, and Yiju is forbidden from lying. Yiju signs off on it, finding it fair enough since they'll be mutually benefiting from this alliance moving forward. Seungmin brings up one particular rumor that has been nagging at his curiosity. He mentions hearing a bizarre rumor that Yiju was wandering around the 15th floor wearing a noisy fur coat that made weird sounds. Jeju quickly figures that trying to keep secrets is a waste of energy, especially with Seungmin being sharp enough to crack any mystery anyway. Giving in, he nods and calls out the names of Lata, Kodin, and Baron. Seungmin looks at him, totally confused about what he's trying to pull. Right on cue, the adorable little popboy popped their heads right out of his backpack. Seungmin is left completely dumbfounded as all three little creatures jump straight onto his head. Seungmin remarks on how tiny and defenseless they look, but Yiju simply picks up Laha and extends her toward him. She starts trembling with fear, and Seungmin immediately notices that the little ones are terrified of his presence. Yiju points out that Seungmin probably went on a complete rampage on the 8th floor, and Papa can naturally sense when their own kind has been slaughtered. Seungmin changes the subject and asks what Yiju used to do before ever stepping into the tower. Yiju takes a breath and lays it all out from day one. He walks Seungmin through his backstory, how he ended up trapped in the tower, and that his famous fur coat was actually just the popoi hanging on him. Seungmin puts the pieces together and realizes the guy was literally just grinding to pay his daily bills. He's genuinely shocked by how grounded Yeju's motive was, and Yeju admits that surviving day-to-day was truly his only concern in the beginning. Back then, keeping the lights on was already a brutal struggle. Things have drastically shifted since those days, though. While most treat this tower like some video game, to him, this entire game has become his actual reality. He feels that pretty much nails his entire mindset. The guy responds that it basically means he's gone all in and lost himself in this world. Yeju shrugs and agrees that's one way to frame it. Then he flips the script, calling Seungmin out for entering a death tower purely out of sheer boredom. Seungmin gets defensive, scoffing at the idea of what kind of maniac would risk their life over simple boredom. He can't shake the creeping unease around Jeju, realizing the guy talks as if he has his entire life mapped out. Reaching out with a handshake, he admits that Jeju is one fascinating individual. He swears to back him up with everything he's got, but warns him to stay on his toes if their plans crash and burn. Jeju wastes no time signaling the trio to come right back. They neatly fall into line and dive straight into his pack, while Seungmin asks about his next move. Zipping his backpack shut, Jeju declares that he's charging straight toward the 18th floor. Meanwhile, up on the 70th floor inside the Hypocrite clan's base, a secretary frantically reports that a solo rogue with 0 clan ties has been striking their magic metal factories. The strikes were executed with raw, untraceable magic, wiping away any possible evidence. The clan boss points out that the intruder was clever enough to erase his trail, yet bold enough to show his face without hesitation. Suspecting foul play, he insists something smells fishy and demands an update on Kang Soa's status. The secretary clarifies that they were short on troops, so in the chaos of containing the intruder, everyone lost track of Kang Soa until she was already wounded. The leader presses further, questioning if that's truly how things played out. The secretary swears on it, mentioning he caught a brief glimpse of the incident with his very own eyes. He emphasizes that the clash near the factory turned into a bloodbath, reducing most of the site to rubble. The leader waves it off, stating that he'll head over and pay Kang Soa a personal visit immediately. This sudden decision catches the secretary completely off guard. He reminds the leader that she's badly incapacitated and practically useless for work right now, but the boss cuts him short. He puts on a show, claiming that checking on wounded subordinates is the bare minimum duty of a good leader. The secretary silently thinks about how this guy wouldn't blink an eye if someone dropped dead, but he simply bows and rushes to make the arrangements. Meanwhile, back in his room, the stream chat is buzzing about Jeju's gear setup. Viewers start debating whether he'll pause to repair his equipment or just rush headlong into the 18th floor. Jeju clears the air, announcing that he's prepping for departure right away. He strips down his equipment, unequipping his Rotonto boots, coat, gloves, and wrist guards. He checks his inventory, relieved that he's reclaimed all his essential gear. The main puzzle left to solve is that strange tunic. The stat boosts are amazing, but its unique special perk remains an absolute enigma to him. Having gathered his gear, he realizes he still needs a minute to get fully reaccustomed to wearing them. He opts to crack open his rewards first, tossing the loot chest right onto the ground. Out drops a pile of coins, a decent saber, and several skill books. While noticeably better than what dropped on the 15th floor, he doubts there's anything game-changing in the hall. When he unlocks the 17th floor reward, however, he's greeted by something entirely unexpected. Higher floors naturally yield better loot, but he has never laid eyes on a silver chest quite like this one. Every once in a while, pieces line up with terrifying perfection. It almost makes you feel like the entire scenario was scripted from the beginning. A sense of being manipulated hits him the moment he pulls out a restoration cube. Yeju had sworn never to be a puppet in this tower, but it feels as though the administrator is mocking him directly. He solves the puzzle on the cube in seconds, making it click and spring open. Without hesitating, he places his boots inside the mechanism. Internal gears begin whirring loudly, spooking the poor little pop nearby. Repeating the process with his coat, Yeju modifies the boots until they morph into a sleek pair of sneakers. With everything modified, the full set bonus finally clicks into place. He grins inwardly. If a full-scale battle is what they want, he's more than ready to give them one. He won't say no to free handouts, but there's no way in hell he's letting anyone boss him around. All of a sudden, the entire room begins to violently tremble. Jeju senses the shift and forces himself to lock in. His eyesight goes completely hazy and out of focus. He channels all his willpower, pinning his concentration onto a pinpoint target. Sustaining it for 5 seconds, he realizes full mastery is still out of reach, but extreme concentration lets him tap into it briefly. He rallies the crew to get moving, confident that unless the 18th floor was altered, he can speedrun it in no time. Over at the cloud village of Ilu, a frustrated knight is grumbling about what a garbage dump the place is. He whines that the terrain is actively sinking, but his comrade reminds him he willingly signed up for this mess. The knight tells him to stay sharp, since the elite clans are deploying their most lethal operatives. The other man simply shrugs and tells him to keep his nose in his own lane. Right at that moment, the remaining challengers start filing into the zone. Given the brutal difficulty rating, tension fills the air as a new challenger strides in. Players gather around him, claiming that relying on him will turn this trial into a cakewalk. They ask Yeju whether he's tackled this stage before, but he plainly states it's his very first attempt. Even so, a knight picks up on Yeju's unshakable composure, sensing the guy knows way more than he lets on. With that, the stage trial officially kicks off. Out of nowhere, an enormous object plunges straight from the heavens. A colossal cage crashes onto the floor with earth-shaking force. The sudden impact catches the entire party completely flat-footed. Right then, a monstrous beast emerges from within the enclosure. The mission objective requires them to trap 5 blue demon birds before the clock runs out. The catch? A single casualty results in an instant mission failure for the whole squad. One of the seasoned knights steps out to address the crowd. He announces that since everyone here is green to the 18th floor, he's got a game plan for them. After all, he's carrying the most veteran status among the group. Jeju reflects on how a player's ID in this tower is basically their seniority badge, revealing their true mileage. For players without clan intel, guidance from a veteran can literally be the difference between life and death. The veteran warns that unlike standard fodder, these blue demons move like lightning. Drop your guard for a fraction of a second, and you're chopped meat. A girl nervously asks him to clarify just how ridiculous their speed really is. He emphasizes that they flash across the field instantly, so average knights won't even graze a feather without exploiting their hidden flaw. She wonders if blasting them with spells would work, maybe even bagging some stream donations in the process, but he shoots down the idea immediately. Their plumage packs insane magic resistance, meaning even high-end mid-tier spells won't even faze them. Another player suggests boxing the cage in or tackling them before they take flight, but the veteran insists that's a suicide mission. Trapping them turns their aggression to maximum overdrive, so crowding the cage will blow up right in their faces. You'll be left staring at fallen feathers right before your body gets sliced clean in two. Hearing that chills the entire group to the bone. Panic sets in as players desperately scramble for any viable alternative. To crank up the pressure, getting backseat tips from the stream chat is strictly outlawed here. The guy swoops in with an offer. Pay him 500 coins per head, and he'll exploit their flight trajectories to wrap up the trial instantly. No matter how they looked at it, he had backed them into a corner and held all the leverage. Because he had wiped on this floor repeatedly, his own stage clear payout had dropped to a pathetic single coin. By blowing the danger out of proportion and peddling a shortcut, bagging just 3 birds would land him a massive payday. He was mentally patting himself on the back for cooking up such a profitable scam. He bragged that theoretical flaws don't matter if you can literally pluck them from midair, and the knights fell for it hook, line, and sinker. To prove his point, he launches himself skyward, vanishing right into the cloud cover. He touches back down on the ground with effortless precision. He flexes his raw physical attributes, proving he can jump high enough to match the flight ceiling of the demon birds. Handing over 500 coins suddenly felt like an absolute steal for a guaranteed clear. They jump at the deal on the spot, eagerly passing over their hard-earned coins. He smirks, clarifying that he accepts both physical currency and direct system transfers. Except Jeju speaks up, stating flatly that he'll clear it on his own. The guy figures Jeju is just dead broke and generously offers to accept equipment as payment. It never even crossed his mind that a player would dare turn down his carry service. He warns Jeju that going rogue could completely wreck the team's synchronized clear. The others start piling on Yeju as well, though one perceptive knight whispers that Yeju looks like a seasoned pro who knows exactly what he's doing. Playing it safe, the girl decides to just fork over the cash. Suddenly, a dark shadow glides across the floorboards, snaking its way straight toward the target. The scammer spins around in utter shock, completely unable to process what he's seeing. In the blink of an eye, Yeju sweeps up every single demon bird in one fell swoop, smashing the trial record. And just like that, the gateway to the 19th floor materializes right in front of them. Yeju casually lets the squad know the door is wide open for them to move on. The scammer is left speechless, utterly bewildered as to who this monster is and how he failed to even perceive his speed. He was especially rattled because he unlocked the Imperial Knight's physique passive on floor 5, granting him elite-tier visual tracking. One of the knights chuckles, bragging that he called it from the start that Jeju was a certified beast. He snarkily points out that by the scammer's own logic, the guy in the cloak just hard-carried everyone, so he's the one who deserves the 500 coins. The girl gushes over how insane he was, and the rest of the group quickly tries to butter him up. Yeju brushes off their coins, stating he just wants to keep moving, and steps right through the portal into the 19th floor. Meanwhile, inside an infirmary room, Soa is fighting through severe pain. The guild leader steps in, asking if she's holding up all right. Soa looks at him coldly, demanding to know what brought him all the way here. He brushes aside her cold tone, telling her wounded members don't need formalities, and explains he wanted to see her despite being delayed. Soa gives a faint thank you between heavy, ragged coughs. Shielding his face slightly, the guild master notes that her damage looks exceptionally brutal. Soa explains that she took a direct, slicing blow from a mana blade right to her flank. She silently mocks him for acting dramatic like it's an infectious disease, while he questions if a mana strike could really cripple her for this long. Soa backs up her story, adding that she's slowly recovering and just needs rest to stabilize her physical condition. The leader casually asks if she'd mind letting him inspect the wound himself. Soa feels thoroughly creeped out, but knows turning him down will only confirm his suspicions. She pulls up her shirt hem, revealing the heavy bandages wrapped tightly around her midsection. He examines it and sees she wasn't bluffing. The eerie glow leaking through the wrapping proves that chaotic residual mana is still ravaging her insides. He presses on, asking her to recount the exact moment the ambush went down. Soa claims the intruder was absurdly overpowered, leaving her zero window to mount a defense. When the boss questions why the assailant fled, she tells him the guy dumped all his mana into the opener, knew he couldn't survive prolonged combat, and detonated the facility to cover his tracks. The leader nods and turns away, feigning grief by claiming it crushes him to see such a valuable guild asset laid low. Glancing over his shoulder, he drops a final fake pleasantry, telling her to get well soon. Sua shivers inwardly at how utterly revolting the man is. He didn't always carry this sinister aura. She used to think he was genuine and upright, but reaching the 50th floor exposed his entire persona as a calculated fraud. He's the type of paranoid snake who will doubt your honesty and scheme behind your back regardless of facts. And because her explanation was so thin, his eyes are definitely going to be tracking her every move. Right on cue, a soft knock breaks the silence at the door. Jiwoo enters carrying a warm bowl of porridge, announcing mealtime, but instantly spots Sua's rattled expression. She asks what has got her looking so on edge. Sua plays it off and takes the bowl, privately resolving that whether the leader suspects her or not, nothing will stop her momentum. Despite forming an unplanned alliance, having a monstrous powerhouse in her corner opens up endless possibilities. Meanwhile, Yeju marches directly toward his next trial stage. The stream chat is going wild about him approaching the 20th floor, urging him to wrap things up swiftly before getting force ejected. Jeju reassures his chat that he'll add everyone to his friend list once they cross paths. Hearing that, the viewers instantly bombard his screen with a deluge of donations. Jeju thanks his backers for the financial love and declares that it's go time. The lobby fills up rapidly, hitting the trial's maximum player capacity in seconds. The stage reveals itself as a full 3D labyrinth, requiring them to locate the exit before the timer hits 0. A girl nervously questions the penalty for dying, only for a guy to snap back that if she's that scared, she should retreat right now. Lee Zinni notes that each chamber branches into 5 identical doors, wondering how they'll ever backtrack. Kim Seung suggests the simple fix of carving markings onto the walls as they go. Yeju watches quietly, realizing the group is trying to patch together a makeshift clear strategy. This labyrinth links carbon copy rooms with identical doors, with only one single goal: reach the exit. On higher difficulties, this maze stretches across hundreds of interconnected chambers. Crossing into any new room immediately triggers hidden traps or spawns lethal monsters. And if luck isn't on your side, cursed magical artifacts will catch you completely off guard. It turns out the 19th floor runs on the exact same gimmick, where the entry point and the exit portal are the exact same location. Simply put, this starting chamber serves as both the beginning and the goal line. If his hunch holds up, that glowing blue floor tile is the target marker. The intended clear condition requires hunting down a hidden trigger in the maze to light up the secret portal. Connecting the dots, a confident smirk forms across his lips. Beak Jinha puffs his chest, bragging that he came completely prepared for this exact maze. He whips out a premium strategy manual that cost him an arm and a leg. He claims the entire map route is written right there and orders everyone to blindly follow his lead. A skeptic questions whether that book is even trustworthy or if he just bought into an overpriced scam. Beak Jinha fires back that his chat moderators personally verified its authenticity. The man loses it, furious that this idiot is farming content while their lives are on the line, asking if he'll take the blame when they all drop dead. Yiju mentally agrees that the angry guy makes a totally valid point. Betting your life on second-hand dungeon maps sold by a stranger is pure madness. Right on time, a robotic TTS donation rings out on Baek Jinha's stream, roasting him to stop acting like a clown because the guy is totally right. The streamer turns bright red from getting utterly roasted by his own donation alert. Shinai snickers under her breath, trying to cover it up by saying she just thought of something funny. The streamer barks at her, asking if she thinks he's a pushover, but Yiju abruptly cuts him off. Yiju warns everyone to clear out and press themselves against the walls because he's about to smash the floor open. An old player curses his rotten luck for being trapped with madmen, whining that if brute strength worked, nobody would bother clearing mazes properly. Yiju shrugs and says believing him is optional, but if he values his limbs, he better get out of the blast radius. Seoyoung screams that Yiju is making direct threats, but Baek Jinha tells the squad to chill and let him swing, since failing won't cost them anything. Seoyoung snaps that stalling will ruin them, and Shinai chimes in that they've already burned a full minute of their 1-hour timer. The old veteran shoots her a venomous glare in sheer frustration. As he charges up, Yiju drops a final warning for everyone to take cover and plug their ears because the shockwave is going to be deafening. Intimidated by his total self-assurance, the entire group actually retreats without another word. Right beneath his boots, Yiju feels the unmistakable pulse of mana resonating through the floor. That dim glow instantly rings a bell, giving off the exact same vibe as that giant boulder back on the first floor. Since this exact trick helped him breeze through the 14th floor, he figures it ought to do the job here too. Unzipping his bag, he gives a quick shout for Laha, Koden, and Baron. Right on cue, the little trio pops their heads out, grinning ear to ear. Yiju casually asks them if they're down to chow down on the entire floor. Laha wastes no time tasting the floor and immediately realizes it's an absolute treat. Once Yiju gives them the green light to feast, they get in position like racers at a starting line. The second he gives the signal, they charge ahead, gobbling up everything in sight. Yiju gives them some well-deserved props while the trio slumps down with completely bloated bellies. He senses a ridiculous amount of mana swirling in the space beneath them, meaning the switch is definitely down there, even if having it this close feels a little suspicious. He instructs the little guys to sit tight and dive straight back into his pack if anyone comes snooping around. Without hesitating any further, he drops right into the opening. Knowing the administrator might be keeping tabs on him and messing with the trial, he realizes he has no way out other than pushing that annoying button. He slams his hand on it, only to be met with dead silence for a second. Just as he starts wondering if he fell for a decoy, the entire chamber begins violently trembling. The switch literally dissolves before his eyes, and a pigeon suddenly emerges from the goo. Yiju spins around only to find the bird sporting a smug, creepy grin. The pigeon wiggles in place, casually asking what's good and if he's finally ready to take him up on his deal. Yiju hits him with an instant, cold rejection. The admin whines, claiming Yiju has no clue how much effort he puts into having his back. Yiju fires back, telling him he's got places to be and zero patience for pointless chatter. The admin admits he's short on time today, so he'll let it slide, but teases that the 20th floor might change his tune, hoping for a much warmer response next time. Our boy has no idea what that cryptic nonsense meant, but at the end of the day, the floor is officially cleared. While the exit gate flares to life, he tries to figure out where the admon vanished, as his teammates slowly process that they really made it through. Stressing that someone might spot his little summons, he scrambles back up, only to find they've already tucked themselves safely into his backpack. He breathes a massive sigh of relief that they tucked themselves away before drawing any eyes. Seoyoung asks him how he managed to pull that off, bringing up that he swore he heard monster screeches echoing from below. Yiju figures Seoyoung likely caught onto the noise and debates whether giving an explanation is even worth the trouble. Dropping the conversation altogether, they simply push forward. Baek Jinha glares at our protagonist, throwing out a cocky warning to watch his step. Yiju just looks at him and asks why he hasn't gotten lost yet. Baek Jinha accuses him of abusing game bugs and warns him that shady tricks won't end well for him. He claims the stream viewers leaked everything about him using a fake name, barking that he has no business running scams on people. Realizing the stream chat did some background digging on him, Yiju makes it clear he has zero interest in chatting and brushes past him. Just outside the floor entrance, wild rumors are already spreading like wildfire among the climbers. Yiju steps briskly through the gate. His main plan is to gun it straight for floor 20, but he has to make sure Seungmin actually handled his end of the bargain first. Out of nowhere, a random guy walks up and asks him for a quick second. The guy asks if he can get a clear look under his hood. Yeju bluntly asks what his problem is. Claiming he just needs to verify something, the dude pulls back Yeju's hood. A kid standing close by yells out that he's got the wrong guy. The guy quickly says sorry, and Yeju brushes it off like it's no big deal. The onlookers immediately start buzzing, debating whether the actual target is actually a female player. More people jump into the conversation, tossing around every wild theory they've picked up. Yeju can't help but admire Seungmin's rumor-spreading skills, realizing the guy did an almost terrifyingly effective job. The moment he steps into the guild house, a staff member mentions she's been expecting his arrival. Yeju points out how swamped she seems, and she fires back that because of his stunts, the entire office is stuck doing overtime. Further in, Seungmin is completely knocked out cold in his seat. The girl pushes the door open and announces Yeju's arrival. Yeju playfully teases that Seungmin must have been grinding like crazy. Seungmin plays it cool like it was light work, only to instantly start flexing all the crazy things he managed to pull off. Leaning in closer, he asks what kind of fat payoff Yeju is going to hand over in return. Right on cue, a glowing system prompt appears right before his eyes. Yeju tells him he'll slide the compensation over via a friend request. The guild master smashes the accept button, and Yeju gets to typing right away. He tells Seungmin to feast his eyes on the screen. Seungmin's jaw hits the floor the second he reads what's on the display. The file contains an insane breakdown of every Taruha resident's preferences, quirks, and hidden habits. The kind of trivia regular players would write off as useless junk. Yet in the hands of the right player, pure information hits harder than any legendary blade. Later that night, Yeju completely crashes onto his mattress. He mumbles that he seriously needs to get back on the floor climbing grind, instantly dozing off while his live chat continues to buzz. By the time he opens his eyes, Papoy is chilling on his chest, and only the hardcore Day 1 viewers are still hanging out in the stream. Yeju comes to terms with the fact that he was so fried, he blacked out the moment he walked in. He confesses that running non-stop trials without a breather finally took its toll on his body. Just as he goes to claim his trial rewards, he spots an unread message sitting in his inbox. Seungmin left an urgent ping, telling him to hit him back ASAP because something massive just flipped the 20th floor upside down. Yeju is left scratching his head over what could have possibly gone wrong. Cut to another section of the floor, where some poor player is running for dear life, nervously checking over his shoulder. Palaham's voice booms across the area, declaring an all-out crackdown on the reckless travelers to purge all corruption. Sprinting around a corner in pure panic, the runner shrieks, screaming what kind of madness this is and whether the NPC totally lost his mind. Every last member of the hypocrite clan had already been completely slaughtered. The entire state of the tower up to floor 20 has shifted dramatically, and there's no doubt Kim Yeju is the mastermind behind it. The moment Yeju warps onto the 20th floor, he materializes right inside the safe zone. Players below floor 30 are strictly locked out of tuning into top-tier ranker streams. And right now, every single drawn weapon in the vicinity is aimed directly at Yeju's neck. He recalls Seungmin's frantic warning and how he booked it over here with zero delay. So what in the world was really going down here? One look at their cold expressions tells him these soldiers aren't in the mood to negotiate. A soldier barks at the traveler to drop to his knees and reveal what's under his hood. Yeju stands his ground, stating there's no way he's submitting without a solid explanation. The soldier snarls back, claiming the boy must have a death wish. Yeju unsheathes his axe, nonchalantly saying he'll just have to hold his own. The centurion lunges forward with a heavy swing, but Yeju tracks the blade effortlessly and parries it clean with his own weapon. The soldier was under the impression that their elite squad had already neutralized every dangerous ranker. Before he can even register what hit him, his vision blurs and he's thrown face first into the dirt. Yeju ponders what his next move should be in this mess, all while the centurion remains totally immobilized on the ground. The surrounding guards yell his name in sheer panic. A soldier screams for the heavy artillery to be prepped while alerting the higher-ups. Right on time, Palaham drops into the fray, ordering his men to stand down. Yeju raises his enchanted cloak just in time, dampening the brutal shockwave of the blow. Even so, the sheer impact shoves him back, forcing him down onto one knee. Palaham notes that his gear is certainly unconventional, and adds that he can consider that strike a friendly little welcome test. Yeju snaps back that it definitely didn't feel like a simple greeting. It felt more like a straight-up assassination attempt. Palaham chuckles, remarking that his sharp tongue matches those arrogant imperial scumbags perfectly. Hearing that completely stuns Yeju. He pulls his hood back and addresses Palaham directly, asking if he genuinely knows who he is. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd of soldiers. They immediately lower their weapons, cross their arms over their chests, and salute him as the legendary hero Lachanta. Yeju's mind races, baffled by how any of this is possible when he assumed only Palaham retained his memories. Tower NPCs aren't designed to recall players across channel resets, let alone retain full memories on the 20th floor. Palaham smiles and reminds him of his promise that he could never forget an extraordinary traveler like him. Yiju realizes the warrior meant every single word back then. With a broad grin, Palaham welcomes him back home to Taruha. Watching from the sidelines, an onlooker clicks on the fact that this kid actually tracked down the real Kim Yiju. Seeing how warmly the tribal guards treat him, the guy knows Yiju sits on massive secrets. He knows he has to see the truth with his own eyes. There's no way he's getting wiped out in ignorance. Far above on the 70th floor, a guild leader demands to know if all their vanguard units were crushed. His right hand reports that the queen purged every player from the palace and slaughtered all the top cartel bosses. Staring into the open sky, the guild master grimaces as the entire landscape slips from his grasp. He curses himself for not snuffing out the catalyst behind these anomalies way earlier. Back on the lower floor, a native warrior lends a helping hand to an adventurer. Yiju asks why the locals are suddenly acting so welcoming toward these players. Palaham explains that these travelers showed proper respect, claimed to hail from Yiju's homeland, and blended right in with the community. Yiju puts two and two together, realizing they're from the Hanshin clan and that Seungmin made genius use of his information. A little while later, the crew heads over to Palaham's place. Lachanta wags his tail happily, begging for some head pats. Meanwhile, Chalet is back in the kitchen whipping up a massive banquet for the group. Even the Papua are treated to a fresh pile of magic stones to snack on. Yiju offers his own stash of mana stones, but Palaham waves it off, insisting that brothers-in-arms always get treated to real food. Yiju pivots the conversation, asking just how much of his past has returned. Palaham reveals that ever since they crossed paths, his forgotten memories have grown sharper instead of disappearing, giving him splitting headaches. Hearing that, Yiju wonders if the channel dividers broke down, trapping everyone on channel 10. He tests the theory by toggling channels mid-conversation, but Palaham doesn't skip a beat. Palaham asks if everything's alright, and Yiju quickly brushes it off. Yiju asks if they execute the players they capture, but Palaham clarifies they aren't monsters. They just lock them up outside the perimeter for a bit. Yiju nods along, completely understanding the logic. Palaham explains that dealing with rowdy prisoners keeps Leto swamped, while Karun is losing his mind over how short-staffed the garrison is. Regardless, both of them were hyped out of their minds when they heard Yiju returned. He reveals that only after destroying the demon flower did the truth of their situation finally hit them. They genuinely believed they were fighting endlessly inside an old memory until they simply went numb to it all. The puzzle pieces start falling into place for Yiju. The 15th floor's Taruha was trapped in an infinite nightmare loop, and the 20th floor was the exact frozen climax of that nightmare. Palaham lets out a heartfelt sigh, expressing how surreal it feels that Yiju truly turned out to be their savior. Yiju brushes off the praise as an overstatement, but Shalette jumps in to confirm that Palaham's gratitude is dead serious. Palaham awkwardly tries to steer the topic away, but she scolds him to stop hiding his feelings for once. Watching their couple-like banter leaves Yiju sitting there feeling completely out of place. Right outside the building, that nerdy climber from before is pacing around, desperately waiting for Yiju to show his face. Out of nowhere, Leto creeps up behind his back and barks a question, nearly scaring the poor dude out of his skin. Leto interrogates him on whether he's another wanted criminal, while the guy stammers that he simply lost his way. Leto grins, telling him he knows the perfect destination for him straight behind bars. He happily volunteers to escort him there, laughing at how thoughtful it was of him to surrender willingly. Right at that moment, Yiju walks out the door and asks what kind of circus they're running. Both of them freeze, completely startled by his sudden appearance. Leto offers a friendly wave, saying it's been ages since they last saw each other. Yiju throws a playful jab, noting that for a guy who's supposed to be swamped with work, Leto has plenty of time to goof around. Leto explains he only swung by to pay his respects after hearing Lachanta was back, making sure to add that his grudge is only with the other travelers, not him. Yiju intervenes, telling Leto that the guy is with him and that he can let him off the hook. Leto double-checks if he's for real, and Yiju nods without hesitation. The nerd looks on in pure disbelief as Leto drops him flat on his butt, grumbling that he should have spoken up earlier. Leto announces he's taking off to have a serious sit-down with the commander. As soon as Leto is out of earshot, Yiju turns to the stranger and points out that they've never crossed paths in their lives, demanding to know why he trailed him all this way in the middle of an escape. The guy admits it, genuinely confused as to why Yiju stuck his neck out to save him. Yiju smirks internally, knowing full well this isn't technically their first encounter. He recognizes him as Shin Sejun from an old broadcast, a player who hit the 15th floor and retired from climbing to work as a full-time detective. Yiju makes it clear that if he wants to stay alive, he's going to work for him. After all, locating high-value targets is his bread and butter. Sejun admits he has no idea what kind of scheme Yeju is cooking up. So Yeju extends a hand, laying down an offer he can't refuse. All he needs to pull off is tracking down a specific person within 7 days. The target is Chris Reynolds, widely renowned as a prodigy in magic tool crafting. With his expertise, Yeju wouldn't just be crafting basic gauntlets, but gear far beyond normal imagination. Yeju stresses how massive his assistance would be, describing him as a 6-foot-tall dude in his 20s or 30s hanging around the American Channel, telling him to scout out magic workshops. The detective asks what kind of cut he gets out of this gamble. Yeju puts up a Centurion's official recommendation letter, assuring him that if survival is his goal, this pass guarantees total protection. He tells him to take it or walk, and Shin instantly shakes on the deal. Leto passes over the official document. Yeju gives his thanks, though Leto grunts that he only handed it over on direct orders from the commander. Yeju chuckles internally, knowing how hard it must have been for him to surrender such a valuable pass. Shin promises to launch the search without wasting a second. Leto tags along to make sure the kid doesn't pull any funny business with his letter, and the two head out side by side. Yeju recalls the broadcast where Shin was climbing alongside a knight he met on the 10th floor, leaving him wondering why he's flying solo today. He debates whether a tragedy struck, and if so, whether the blame falls on his own actions or the admin's meddling. Regardless, he needs to lock in on the immediate road ahead. He pulls his gauntlet out of his pack, while his stream chat spams reminders that he still hasn't named the weapon. He stops for a second, genuinely mulling it over, realizing naming his gear had completely slipped his mind. He starts browsing through records on bloodstones. He questions if slapping a title on a simple tool is even worth the effort. Out of nowhere, Baron stumbles backward in pure terror. All 3 little creatures back away nervously, prompting Yeju to ask what's spooking them. Right then, a sinister chuckle echoes through the air. The sound is coming directly from a pigeon chilling on top of the fence. The entire live chat goes into absolute meltdown, spamming what kind of freak that bird is. The moment Yeju calls the administrator out by name, his live broadcast abruptly cuts to black. Yeju mocks him, stating he's far more camera shy than he let on. The admin just laughs it off, while the 3 little familiars are shaking in sheer terror. Knowing the danger, Yeju orders his summons to get behind him. He rockets forward at the bird, discharging a devastating shockwave directly through his gauntlet. The administrator stays stone-faced until the incoming power suddenly wipes the smirk off his face. The explosive pressure completely levels the surrounding structure into dust. Shalette and Palaham sprint out, staring at the destruction in utter disbelief. The Pape watch in panic as Yeju realizes his strike completely missed, with the bloodstone dropping loose from his grip. He wonders if he overexerted his mana pool in that single burst. Right then, the admin mocks if his tantrum is over, unfurling a massive pair of wings right in front of his face. The violent draft generated by the wings sends Yeju flying backward. Gliding down gently, the admin brings up that Taruha holds a special place in his heart as well. He claims he took on this specific form, thinking Yeju would actually enjoy the sight. Yeju pushes himself back up to the sound of the administrator's mocking chuckles. Snapping instantly, he lunges forward and clamps his hand directly around the entity's throat. He yells that the guy must have way too much time on his hands to keep stalking and bugging someone who already turned him down. The administrator sighs, claiming he can't wrap his head around why Yeju despises him this much. He asks whether adopting this particular face might convince him to chill out a bit. That sudden statement completely catches Yeju by surprise. Right at that moment, Palaham steps out onto the courtyard. He walks right into the sight of Yeju, strangling a younger, spitting image of himself. Shocked to his core, Palaham demands to know what on earth is going on. Even without understanding the context, he urges Yeju to cool off immediately. The administrator casually snaps his fingers, brushing Palaham off as an irritating nuisance. Yeju instantly positions himself as a shield, with the Papoi leaping into the line of fire right beside him. The administrator raises an eyebrow in genuine surprise. Yeju checks over his shoulder to see if Palaham is fine, but meets complete silence. All 3 of the Papoi are locked completely stationary in midair. Out of nowhere, the administrator completely freezes time and place. A gut-wrenching dread instantly sinks into Yeju. Closing the distance between them, the administrator asks whether he still recalls their earlier conversation. He explains that a person's soul is tied directly to their memories, and Taruha was simply his first testing ground for that idea. He was curious about how long humans could stay sane trapped in an endless loop, forced to re-experience their unforgettable past over and over. Some people held on purely for a savior who probably wasn't ever coming. The citizens of Taruha simply refused to abandon their pointless optimism. Yeju shoots him a furious glare and asks if all that suffering was merely entertainment to him. The administrator shrugs it off as a test, admitting the warriors lasted longer than anyone else and even forced him to step back and raise his hands. Yiju grits his teeth, barely containing his sheer anger. He makes it clear he wants no part in this twisted game, yet the administrator retorts that saving Taruha gave Yiju a hero complex, which was the only reason he placed Kang Hyuk into the Shadow Games as backup. Losing his patience, Yiju seizes him straight by the face. He tells him to shut his mouth, declaring that regardless of whatever pitch he makes, the answer remains a hard no. Without another word, he detonates a raw burst of energy point blank into the administrator's face. The limped body thuds onto the floor. Yiju quickly assesses that sheer physical force won't deal any real damage with his remaining mana reserves. He has to switch to a far more calculated tactic. Stepping over toward the wreckage, he warns him to just throw in the towel. Instead, the administrator's voice echoes out, praising Yiju for cleverly keeping people at a distance to avoid creating any vulnerabilities. Yiju whips around in disbelief, finding the man standing directly behind his back. The administrator points out that proximity naturally breeds attachment over time, and he suspects Yiju has finally caught feelings for something after all. Yiju's gaze darkens into pure, pitch-black fury. He cuts him off furiously, arguing that he only ever kept them around as survival tools. The administrator just grins, remarking how relieved that makes him feel. With a single motion, he suspends all of them midair. He sneers with a chuckle, saying it would have weighed on his conscience if Yiju actually had real feelings for them. Yiju yells at the top of his lungs for him to stop. He dashes ahead to cut in before any of them get slaughtered. One of the Popoa hovers inches away from razor-sharp fangs, yet the administrator casually observes without caring in the slightest. The entire spectacle catches Yiju completely off guard. They latch their jaws right into the administrator's skin, using their dense fur to wedge his teeth open. Shocked by the sight of World Tree spirits, the administrator refuses to accept it and demands an explanation for how they slipped past his bindings. Yiju screams for them to fall back to his side, and all three Popoi spring straight toward him. Plunging his shadows into the administrator's flesh, Yiju realizes that radiant glow was originating straight from the sun's stone. Even though it lasted barely a second, halting the administrator's motion confirms that sun mana is undeniably effective. As long as that mana keeps coursing through him, it could be the exact win condition needed to crush the administrator. Sinking his claws into flesh, he whips out a stake and hammers it clean into the guy. Shrugging it off, the administrator remarks on how absurdly persistent Yiju is, asking if he honestly believes this trick will bring him down, and advising that taking the deal would save them both the headache. Yiju fires back that he finally got the spotlight he was begging for, adding how much he despises him as he pulls mana right into his palm. Yiju slams his weapon down in a crushing blow, picking up on the fact that the sun mana's pushback has toned down significantly. Even right around his heart area, the energy seems to be quietly absorbing the impact. If he can hold this momentum just a little longer, victory is well within reach. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he glances at his gauntlet. Without warning, a projectile cuts straight through the dense smoke. The administrator admits Yiju provides solid entertainment, confessing he'd be bored to death without him around, but warns that playtime is officially over. Yiju tells him to bring on whatever he's got, secretly annoyed at how this pest refuses to go away, just like an annoying pigeon. If this brawl keeps dragging out, the odds will tilt severely against him. Reading the room, the administrator decides to call it a day because of other pressing matters, assuring Yiju they'll cross paths again shortly. When Yiju demands to know what he means by that, the administrator cheekily adds, "That is, assuming you survive." Yiju barely has time to process if he truly made it out alive before blacking out and hitting the floor. The moment his live broadcast boots back up, the chat explodes with panic, prompting him to quickly calm everyone down. Regretting not streaming from another floor entirely, he plays it off by claiming poor stream quality caused a sudden disconnect. Palaham calls him out on his awful lying, admitting he was stressed out, though seeing Yiju back on his feet instantly lifts his spirits. He reveals that when Yiju went under, the spirits also shut their eyes and showed zero signs of waking back up. Karun made time to drop by and mentioned that while he didn't appear physically ill, the root cause remained a complete mystery. Putting the pieces together, Yiju figures this was the administrators doing from freezing time, and the Popoa are now dealing with the backlash of breaking the rules to shield him. After thanking him, Yiju gets ready to head out. There's no time to waste since his tower climb must go on. The 25th floor houses the Astro territory where the World Tree fell apart, making it the lone spot that might hold a remedy for the Popuas. Though he worries the administrator might rig the trial's difficulty against him, Yiju is prepared to smash right through any roadblock in his way. His live chat chimes in, telling him to slow down since he hasn't even claimed his past floor rewards or given his new gauntlet a name. Yiju offers a quick apology, and Palaham tells him not to rush, adding that he has plenty on his own plate regardless. Having said his goodbyes, he takes off. Yiju ponders the right title for his gauntlet. He settles on Enian, the victory goddess, in hopes of securing her divine favor in battle. With the naming sorted, he turns his attention over to his pending loot. He picks up 2,000 coins alongside a skill grimoire for metal electricity magic. The 19th floor pays out with extra currency and a fresh wrist guard. All set to leave, Yiju suddenly recalls that he still has exclusive rewards left to claim. Taking the top spot in the 15th floor's Hall of Fame entitled him to a unique bonus, so he wastes no time cracking it open. Upon opening the prompt, he's presented with a massive silver present box. Wondering what's tucked away inside, he ends up acquiring the Necklace of Shocknil. He realizes that stacking it with Lontoto already equipped would just be redundant. It's undeniably top-tier gear, but their synergy is completely off. Managing Lontoto while commanding a shadow clone feels like juggling 8 separate limbs doing completely different actions at once. It demands too much mental bandwidth, so he tells himself he's plenty strong as is and needs to get a move on. Walking out into the open, he strides down the path. He keeps pacing forward until a weird vibe catches his attention, prompting him to tell whoever is lurking in the shadows to step out. Dead silence lingers for a brief second before a group of players abruptly warps in right at his back. They demand to know if he's Kim Yiju, claiming they just want a word with him. Yiju straightforwardly asks for his identity, but the guy tells him that's none of his concern. He orders him to tag along without a fuss while he's being polite, whining about the sheer mess Yiju made back in Taruha. Catching the sight of fresh blood dripping from the man's blade, Yiju calmly asks what goes down if he says no. The guild master had specifically assigned this assassin to intercept Yiju on the 20th floor, stressing that the kid is dangerously tough and not to be taken lightly. Even so, the assassin sneers at Yiju, writing him off as just another fresh rookie who barely made it this far. Calling Yiju cocky, he claims a good beating is overdue to teach him some manners. As the man extends his arm, Yiju swats it aside and immediately drives Shadow Spike straight into his throat. The hitman drops hard against the ground. Yiju looks down and coldly tells him to scram. Staggering in shock, the leader can't fathom how a greenhorn could wield such a terrifying presence, but orders his squad to swarm in regardless. He barks that this is Yiju's last warning, bragging that all of his men have conquered floor 39. Until he looks around and spots something absolute nightmare fuel. His entire crew has already been wiped off the map. Fixing his cold stare onto him, Yiju warns him that this serves as his final courtesy as well. He orders him to get lost from his sight immediately. It finally clicks for the assassin why the guildmaster urged him to go all out from the start. Terrified by Yiju's monster tier talent, he gives the kill order to unleash everything and execute him. Reinforcements vault across the rooftops, diving straight down onto Yiju. Yiju slowly raises his eyes toward the ambush. The lead assassin smirks, remarking he should have complied nicely, while suddenly recalling that the guildmaster had explicitly demanded Yiju breathing. Just as he regrets letting rage take over instead of bagging him alive, a decapitated head rolls directly to his boots. And it certainly isn't Yiju's, who just butchered the whole crew with a gore-covered axe. Yiju tells the survivor to crawl back and warn his master that he'll be repaying this debt very soon. The man bolts away shrieking, labeling him an utter freak of nature. Yiju simply watches the guy run for his life, while his stream chat loses its collective mind. With the trash taken out, he heads straight toward the 21st floor. Meanwhile, inside the clan council's conference room, a man reviews his system interface. Soa knocks on the door and calls out Jinsu's name. She storms right up to him, visibly fuming. Gritting her teeth in anger, she smacks her palm hard onto the table. Jinsu spins around to face her. Soa stares right back with an annoyed smirk. He remarks that he expected her to stay professional without losing her cool, but she snaps back, demanding to know how she could stay calm after losing the bulk of their squad. Jinsu concedes that they're dealing with a massive issue. He points out that Yiju explicitly warned he would settle the score. The fact that a floor 20 climber is actively threatening a floor 70 powerhouse clan with such raw strength is almost absurd to wrap your head around. He figures Yiju must have a backer who's cleared at least floor 50 supporting him. She states that one thing is obvious: bagging him won't be a walk in the park. Unlike the bottom tiers, the community operates under strict 10-floor bracket restrictions. Once you breach floor 50, players can roam up to floor 100 without limits, and these rules exist purely to stop top-tier rankers from shattering game balance. He suggests they just track his movements until he hits floor 50. Out of nowhere, an panicked messenger barges in, reporting utter chaos breaking out on floor 50. The news catches both of them completely off guard. Soa tells her to pull it together, but the girl blurts out that a raid hit floor 50, obliterating 2 cartels tied directly to their guild. Jinsu asks if the culprit was the same person from earlier, but she shakes her head no. Soa asks whether an ultimatum was left behind, and the scout relays the exact warning. The threat warns that if their clan steps out of line again, they will be the next ones buried. Over near the portal sentries, a pair of players murmur about how every operative from the dominant clans got detained. They urge each other to hustle over to the 30th floor, since anyone caught outside ended up thrown behind bars. Overhearing their chatter, Yiju scoffs at the grim atmosphere caused by that hypocrite clan's antics. Not like he ever held any love for them. Stepping forward, he announces his intention to take the portal. Both sentries stare at him, baffled at how clueless this guy seems about the heavy tension in the air. One guard steps up to interrogate him. Yiju pulls his hood back and asks if checking his credentials is really necessary. The guard is rendered utterly speechless the second he recognizes the face. Instantly, the surrounding crowd drops their heads, bowing in respect to Lachanta. Yiju nods in appreciation, politely asking them to keep the volume down in the future. Stepping across the threshold, he touches down on the 21st floor. The challenge is about to kick off, meaning it's time for him to confront his own reflection. Yiju wonders if the mechanics of the trial remain identical to prior runs. An exact clone of Yiju emerges straight from the mist. He questions if it's truly a mirror image, while his viewers instantly spot the uncanny resemblance. The doppelganger glides over the water's surface, casually giving a laid-back wave. The uncanny sight sends shivers down everyone's spine, sending the chat into pure unease. The clone mocks his shock, whining that it feels awkward looking at your own stunned face like a mirror. Yiju cuts him off, stating that small talk is pointless when fists are about to fly. The duplicate calls Yiju ill-mannered, claiming his friendly act was totally insincere anyway. Then, he poses a peculiar question. He asks if Yiju would actually ditch the tower if Earth were on the brink of total annihilation. Yiju fires back that he has no clue what nonsense he's rambling on about. The copy explains that a supreme entity told him Earth is doomed to vanish shortly, and this tower is their only salvation. He hypes up how incredible that sounds, while Yiju simply thinks this clown is making a complete mockery of his face. So Yiju dismisses it as utter garbage, which instantly triggers his double. The clone throws a punch and lunges forward, screaming how he could possibly dare utter such words. Yiju calmly manipulates his cloak's shadows, driving them straight at the monster's skull. Yet the clone weaves out of the path with zero effort. Yiju notes how freakishly human-like this high-tier trial monster acts. Drawing his weapon, he resolves to put an end to this swiftly. The shadow slips past, whining about not getting a weapon of his own, before stepping right onto Yiju's axe blade and calling him excessively cruel. Yiju's instincts pick up on the impending danger. The shadow declares that today is the day Yiju loses his life. That matched the exact red flag his sixth sense had just signaled. The clone laments how miserable it feels possessing zero gear, while fully knowing he's merely a fake. Yet his master promised that slaying Yiju would make him the real deal. He's desperate to exist as a true human. Calling out Kim Yiju's name, he bends the shadows of his own trench coat and demands that he surrender his life. Yiju counters with his own shadow constructs, sparking an intense clash between both trench coats. The duplicate rushes in, mocking that turtling on defense will never secure him a win. Yiju deflects the incoming flurry of attacks. A doppelganger wielding items is completely unheard of, confirming this is the administrator pulling the strings. Still, it seems the clone is incapable of equipping every single item. He appears to merely replicate whatever gear he has witnessed Yiju utilize. Yiju questions the nature of that previous strike, realizing just how lethal it was. He parries with his axe, but catches sight of shredded fabric drifting down. That whiplash strike actually leveraged the coat snaking underwater to hit him from below. Piecing that clue together gives Yiju absolute certainty on a key fact. The doppelganger scoffs at his surprise, asking if he genuinely believed he lacked that kind of skill. He follows up by asking why Yiju doesn't just throw in the towel already. Out of nowhere, he spots Yiju's counterstrike incoming and screeches that he's playing dirty. Aiming his gauntlet square at him, Yiju retorts that all is fair in battle, asking why his precious creator failed to hook him up with one. While the fake was mimicking Yiju's gear, it was steadily adapting and growing more proficient with those items just like the original. Therefore, Yiju must put him in the dirt before he figures out any more tricks. With nothing to anchor himself to, Yiju struggles with his footing, and the trial clear notification is still nowhere to be seen. Because the mana blast converges instead of dispersing, it proves the target is still anchored there. And there's no shot he possesses bottomless regeneration like the administrator. Without warning, a shadow creeps right up to his throat, whispering whether he leaned on his fancy items a bit too heavily. The dark silhouette flashes across the hero's throat, severing his head in a clean decapitation. Before that reality can even settle, Yiju triggers his foresight ability. That premonition is how he sees through the deadly strike in advance. He attempts a counterblast through his gauntlet, but nothing fires, only to realize his mana reserves are running entirely on empty. The shadow sneers, admitting Yeju put up a good show, grumbling that his own brain feels fried just from using the coat while pointing out how drained Yeju looks. Clamping his fingers around his windpipe, he gloats that he'll make a far superior Yeju than the original ever could be. Yet our hero merely flashes a calm smirk. Radiant sun mana floods across the surrounding space. Merely a heartbeat ago, the shadow appeared completely unfazed. Now, blood starts gushing from his wounds as he stammers whether the whole thing was an act from the beginning. Yeju punches a devastating gauntlet blast dead center through his torso. Yeju makes it clear that he never claimed his mana was dry, nor does he rely solely on trinkets. He was simply pulling out all the stops to guarantee victory. With those final words, he detonates a catastrophic explosion. Yeju clears the trial, unsealing the gate to the next floor above. Completely spent, Yeju collapses flat against the ground. He mutters that he's okay, letting out a sigh of relief as the stress leaves his muscles. Judging from the portal manifesting cleanly, it seems he successfully passed the challenge without critical problems. The moment his foe let their guard down, Yeju seized the opening. Still, without the buff from his boots, he would have been a dead man. Honestly, if he hadn't popped that invisibility skill at the literal last second to lock him in place, the dude would have easily sidestepped the blast and totally turned the tables on him. With the fight wrapped up, he bags his loot and gets ready to push toward the next floor. He figures there's zero point in lingering around, so he might as well get a move on immediately. Right on cue, a giant reward chest drops right into his hands. Without wasting a second, Yeju cracks the box wide open. Inside sits the dagger of Shaknil, the legendary weapon of the Shadow Monarch. Meanwhile, up on the 70th floor by the free zone, we catch the administrator casually chilling and feeding pigeons. The clan leader walks up and brings up that there's this bizarre player causing a stir down on the 20th floor. He explains that this guy is backed by someone absurdly strong and presses the admin to see if he knows their identity. The admin just gives a smug reply, acting like of course he knows. When the leader presses for details about who's helping him, the admin just brushes it off, calling the whole thing complicated. Before the guy can whine anymore, the admin shuts him down and hits him with a weird question. What crosses your mind whenever you spot a random ant crawling past? The leader is totally thrown off by the question and has no clue where he's going with this. The admin demands a straight answer, so the leader admits he honestly wouldn't think twice about a bug. Bingo, the admin replies, and right then, the harsh reality of how insignificant everyone is to him hits the clan leader. He grumbles internally about how infuriating this guy is to deal with. Even if things work out eventually, the admin's arrogant, one-sided attitude drives him crazy, especially since he always does what he's told. At the end of the day, all players are just replaceable ants crawling under his feet. That was clearly the hidden message behind his little ant analogy. So he turns on his heel, muttering that he'll just take that as the admin not giving a damn. Out of nowhere, he freezes mid-stride. He tries to bring up the 20th floor user one more time, but a massive explosion tears through the area before he can finish his sentence. The admin casually blocks the incoming blast for the both of them using his pigeons as a barrier. Lee Karen makes her entrance, gloating that it's her lucky day since the two people she despises the most are sitting in one place. The clan leader demands her identity, instantly knowing that anyone capable of sneaking past his heavy perimeter guard is definitely no amateur. Karen casually remarks that she was irritated and just showed up to wreck some stuff. She was originally only looking to vent some frustration, but then she caught sight of a certain someone who usually scampers around hiding like a rat. The clan leader can feel the overwhelming aura steering her phoenix, radiating a blistering heat that literally suffocates the air. He's forced to channel every drop of mana he can muster just to put up a defense. She taunts that he got lucky this time, unleashing her flaming bird straight at his face. The flames shred right through his defensive barrier like wet paper. She smirks, admitting he didn't rise to lead this bunch of phonies on luck alone, before detonating a cataclysmic blast that levels the whole zone. Meanwhile, 3 players step into the trial chamber for the new floor. Now that they finally met the player quota inside the Magic Tower's core, their mission is simple: hold the line against waves of magical beasts. The duo waiting inside lets out a massive sigh of relief, thanking their lucky stars that reinforcements finally arrived. Yeju cracks a grin, leaving the stream chat guessing whether these guys were genuinely thrilled to see him or just desperate. Our boy breaks down that because nobody managed to push past floor 20, the trial had been stuck on standby all this time. One of the players walks over and asks him what he goes by. The guy introduces himself as Ha Bikyun. Yeju mentions he specializes in magic engineering and points out that the difficulty here is through the roof. Bikyun asks if Yeju can hold down rear support, and our MC gives him the thumbs up. Bikyun then gathers the whole squad together to lay out the battle strategy. He lays it out straight, Their food is depleted and time is ticking, so to keep things straightforward, each team holds down one specific lane, and if a lane breaks, they call for backup. Yeju gets slotted into Team 3 alongside Lee Seon. To lock down all 4 choke points, the 20 players get split up into 5-man squads. It's a clean, logical setup, and the fact that everyone nods along proves Baekhyun actually knows how to run a squad. Factoring in the level 48 difficulty scaling, they predict they'll mostly run into red-beaked thrushes and horned hermit crabs. Yeju spots that no one looks anxious and quietly hopes things actually go as smoothly as they think. Still, with the admin himself dropping that ominous warning earlier, he's definitely keeping his guard all the way up. He's willing to bet the admin slipped in another nasty surprise, just like that doppelganger stunt back on floor 21. Seon quizzes him on whether he packed weapon buffs and mana enhancers as a magic engineer, but Yeju clarifies that his build is focused on direct combat and promises he won't be dead weight. She rolls her eyes in frustration, demanding to know how on earth he plans to pull that off. She thinks his claims are completely absurd, but Yeju just flat out ignores her attitude. In the final few moments before the start, he secretly hopes his bad gut feeling is wrong so he doesn't have to bust out his secret card. The moment the trial kicks off, every squad scatters to their designated zones. Deep inside one of the caverns, the glow from the girl's magic staff cuts through the pitch-black shadows. They start chatting about what kind of creeps might pop out at them. All of a sudden, something massive creeps along the ceiling right over their heads. They lock up in terror, wondering how on earth a regular insect could make such an unnerving noise. The stream chat completely blows up, asking if the admin is griefing them and why that specific nightmare fuel is back. Lo and behold, a colossal centipede is looming directly above their heads. The beast lunges straight at the girl's glowing staff. Its enormous mandibles clamp down hard, splintering her weapon into a million pieces. She stumbles back in a frenzy, shocked that something with top-tier durability got crushed so easily, while another teammate panics as the chat warns them this thing is way over their pay grade. They stand there paralyzed, watching in absolute disbelief as the entire ceiling crawls with dozens of giant centipedes. The swarm rains acidic threads down on them. A tank manages to get her shield up just in the nick of time, but the metal instantly begins to corrode away, leaving her utterly terrified. The team mage completely loses it, screaming how anyone is expected to survive this mess. They quickly realize their only shot at surviving is screaming for the other squads to bail them out. Instead of running, Yeju steps right up to the front and launches himself straight into the swarm. He drops a quick warning about how dangerous it is and tells everyone to fall in behind him. In the blink of an eye, his shadow blades dice the monsters clean down the middle. Without even pausing, he charges forward, carving a path through a mountain of dead bugs. The squad is left staring in awe, genuinely wondering if they even processed how fast he moved. Yeju then pivots back toward the fallen corpse. He mutters a quick apology while leveling his cannon straight at the target. To everyone's shock, the guy strolls right out of the fiery aftermath without a single scratch. The admin cuts her off, firmly reminding her that his answer is still a hard no. He brushes it off by saying they can chat later, which the guild leader takes as his cue to get lost. Stacked up against these two powerhouses, the leader looks like a harmless little lapdog. He awkwardly excuses himself and says he's taking his leave. She turns to the admin, demanding to know what's gotten into him these days. She warns him not to act clueless, since there's no way he doesn't know about Kim Yeju. The admin simply shrugs, claiming he never acted like he didn't know the guy. Karen immediately presses him to spill the whole truth about Yeju. She asks if the guy is an old veteran reclimbing the tower or sitting on leaked secrets, but the admin shoots both theories down. She pushes harder, asking why he's acting this way then. Why is he rolling out the red carpet and giving him all this shady favoritism? The admin reveals it's simply because he stumbled upon someone truly exceptional, a player who might actually be capable of fixing his broken little toy. She tells him to drop the nonsense since the guy literally just touched floor 20, but the admin points out that making it this far already proves he's far from finished. Deep down, she has to admit he's got a point. Even she had to respect his crazy climb speed, and honestly, she'd never seen the admin this visibly thrilled about anyone before. So she backs off, saying that as long as he isn't plotting to murder the kid, she'll walk away, while the admin drops that he already has all the intel he needs. Karen drops a stern warning. If he pushes things too far, the realms of Astrode will get erased one after another. That's the exact reason he went looking for a successor and approached her once she conquered all 100 floors. But she shot him down because it sounded like an annoying headache. The admin brings up that he's already constructed half of a whole new tower and still needs to run plenty of tests. He shrugs that at the end of the day, it doesn't make a difference whether Yeju dies or lives up to the expectations. Karen straight up calls him a cold-blooded monster. The admin just shrugs off the insult without blinking, because the only piece missing from his puzzle is testing how a ruined world gets conquered. Back on that ruined floor, the entire squad was completely wrecked, and the leader looked totally disheveled and stressed out. One of the players scrambles over toward the rest of the crew. They were still reeling from the fact that he ripped open a mana cannon, but truth be told, they'd all be corpses right now if he hadn't. The giant beast now lies completely neutralized on the dirt. Yiju charges full throttle down the lane, slicing through every beast that dares cross his path. With zero time to sit around for cooldowns, he just plugs in fresh bloodstones on the fly. He has to step on the gas, well aware that the other teams are probably getting shredded right about now. Fortunately, the raw juice from the bloodstones alone packs enough punch to wipe them out. Suddenly, he catches the frantic screams of a guy pinned down by a centipede. The dude is losing his mind, begging his teammates to save his skin. The trapped player can't fathom why an endgame nightmare is lurking on floor 22. Realizing their whole squad is about to be erased. Right on time, Yiju pulls up from behind. The panicked guy screams at him to get lost before he gets killed too. Yiju just calmly tells him to step aside. After all, bailing them out was the whole point of him rushing over. The dude nervously asks if Yiju only ran here because his own squad got slaughtered. Before he can even finish that sentence, the centipede gets deleted in a split second. Yiju instructs him to chug some potions, patch up the bleeding, and fall back to another location. The guy is completely mind-blown, realizing his eyes couldn't even register how Yiju attacked. He's left questioning if every magic engineer is this broken, or if this guy is just a freak of nature. And just like that, Yiju wraps up the trial clean. The wounded players gather around and start patching themselves up. Baekhyun puts the pieces together and realizes every single squad was getting overwhelmed. While they were all struggling for their lives against the same swarm on every lane, Yiju swept through each path and cleared them out like it was nothing. Sure, a few casualties slipped through, but without his hard carry, the entire raid would have wiped. Baekhyun then walks up and addresses Yiju directly. He drops his pride and sincerely thanks him for saving his neck. Yiju simply shrugs that he only fought to guarantee his own survival, secretly thinking that if this guy hadn't messed things up, the floor's difficulty would have stayed normal in the first place. Baekhyun mentions he knows Yiju is just an alias, but swears on his life that he'll pay back this debt one day. With his party patched up and ready to move, he takes his exit. Yiju watches the whole group clear out until he's the last man standing in the entire zone. Right as he thinks about collecting his clear loot, a reward chest thuds straight down onto the ground in front of him. Opening it up, he pulls out a pouch packed with 5,000 coins, alongside an extra mystery prize. It's a bizarre, intricately designed jewelry box. He speculates whether it's loaded with rare mana crystals or bloodstones. Instead, he uncovers an ancient relic that once belonged to Shaknil, the Shadow Ruler. This time it's Shaknil's ring, granting the ability to trigger the Dark Knight skill. Yiju recalls how this ring was widely considered complete garbage and ignored by most players in the past. Back then, he tried testing how it functioned by conjuring up a doppelganger. He messed around with it inside the Dark Realm, but wrote it off as totally useless when nothing happened. As it turns out, the player base just completely misunderstood its hidden potential. The Russian assassin Arsini was the sole player to unlock its true power, using Dark Knight to literally consume her targets whole. When his mirror copy popped it on floor 21, it whipped up colossal shadow waves like a tidal surge. If he can replicate that level of control, it's going to be absolutely broken, so he makes a mental note to master it. He then shifts his attention down to his hands, checking up on the little potboy he's carrying. Ever since that chaotic brawl with the admin on floor 20, the little guy passed out cold and hasn't opened his eyes since. He needs to reach floor 25 ASAP to properly treat the potboy, prompting him to instantly jump to the 23rd floor. This stage is a straight-up deathmatch battle royale that won't conclude until one lone survivor walks out alive. Yiju looks at his opponent and asks if the guy has any idea who he's dealing with. The opponent quips that he'd be executed by his clan if he didn't, revealing his allegiance to the Hypocrite Guild. He casually offers Yiju a slice of pizza, but our boy turns it down flat. The dude gloats that half the tower is hunting for his head, so bagging this encounter early feels like winning the lottery. Even with their lives on the line in a fatal duel, this guy acts completely unfazed and relaxed. Out of nowhere, he whispers that Yiju is the one taking the dirt nap today as he thrusts a concealed dagger straight for his throat. Yiju instantly realizes he's up against a trained assassin. He judged him as a loud-mouthed brawler from his appearance, which made him let his guard down for a split second. Thankfully, a glowing system prompt pops up right in time to intercept the fatal strike. Yiju admits that if the pre-match countdown shield hadn't been active, that sneak attack would have taken his head off. As the assassin mocks guys like Yiju for just relying on inflated skill tiers and high-end gear, Yiju simply cuts in and asks for his name. The assassin looks confused and asks why he cares. Yiju shoots back that it'd be pretty rude not knowing the name of the hitman who's about to end his life. The guy spits on the floor and proudly announces himself as Lee Chang-soon. Yiju wonders if the guy used a high-tier stealth technique, because even after expanding his mana sense, he can't pick up his trail. Stealth is normally considered a basic skill designed to trick an opponent's baseline perception. However, the dynamics completely flip if someone completely ignores other skills and maxes out that one stat entirely. Chang-soon materializes directly behind his back, whispering that he can go tell Karen in hell exactly who put him down. Yet, the dagger freezes dead in its tracks midair. Yiju smirks, noting that the assassin clearly didn't do his homework on his gear. Tendrils of shadow wrap tightly around his wrist, locking it in place. The assassin realizes the coat itself was the bait creating this opening, until his eyes widen at another terrifying detail. It's Latanto's greatcoat, the legendary piece that features future prediction. Yiju casually remarks that the guy actually knows a thing or two. Chang-soon stammers, asking if he seriously salvaged an item labeled as absolute trash just because of its absurd difficulty rating. Yiju just tells him he can ask the Grim Reaper himself, ending the assassin's life right on the spot. He casually wipes the fresh blood splatter off his cheek. A system notification pops up confirming his victory, but suddenly the text glitches violently and flips to announce that he failed the trial. Meanwhile, over in the 20th floor free zone on the American server, an armed guard stops someone and demands their ID. Shin curses internally, thinking his life literally went from paradise to pure hell in the span of 24 hours. Simply because he's a traveler, the Teruha locals treat him like a convicted felon, looking ready to slit his throat on sight. The only reason they backed off was seeing that permit signed by Leto, even though that's a ticking time bomb since the local servers Leto has zero recollection of ever signing it. He spots the exact hideout coordinates Yiju told him to locate. He pushes the door open and catches fragments of a heated chat inside. He scans the room and realizes not a single person matches the description of Chris Reynolds. Right then, a guy spots him at the entrance and hollers that someone's looking for Chris. Chris comes bolting out from the back, yelling that he's coming. Shin connects the dots and realizes that's his target. The other two grumble about how the guy spends every waking second obsessed with gears and machines. Shin thinks that even if the guy is a certified prodigy, getting treated like a total weirdo is pretty wild. One teammate asks about the latest rumors, and the other explains that a dreaded Halifax spawned down on the 20th floor. That has literally never happened in tower history, but it's almost certainly connected to that new rogue player. Shin instantly knows without a shadow of a doubt that they're talking about Yiju. At least it wasn't a guide demon, considering only 5 out of 50 high rankers made it out alive back on floor 29. Back in Yiju's boss arena, he senses something foul in the air and wonders what kind of madness is unfolding. He aims his palm toward the corpse, only to realize Chang-soon's limbs are still twitching. A foul demonic mist crawls along the floor toward Yiju as the dead assassin slowly drags himself back to his feet. A guide is an elite demon from the netherworld summoned strictly through human flesh, an absolute catastrophe never seen in the lower 20 floors. Its demonic evolution is wrapping up, meaning he has to hit it with everything right now before it stabilizes. He unleashes a direct blast right at the abomination, but it catches the beam in its gaping maw and literally swallows his mana whole. As he squares up for the brawl, the stream chat frantically spams that its horns are the only true weak point. The guide's massive claw swipes across his chest, but Yiju snaps his cloak up to deflect the blow. Even with the parry, the sheer kinetic force nearly launches him across the room, leaving a bloody gash along his arm. He stares at the wound in disbelief, knowing for a fact that his defense was flawless. The weak spot is definitely the horns, meaning a direct hit from his mana cannon would do the trick, until he spots another massive problem. Plummeting toward the floor, he digs his gauntlet into the stone to halt his momentum. Yiju gasps at how close that was, but the second he looks up, the demon is already descending right on his head. He just needs one clean opening to stabilize, knowing that a clean shot to the horns will instantly end the fight. That's when horror strikes. He dropped his backpack, and abandoning it is out of the question since the sleeping Papoy is tucked inside. He hooks his coat onto the cavern wall, drops into the drop zone, and fires a blast directly at the guide's face. The beast snatches the falling boulder midair, glaring down at him with a sinister grin. Suddenly, a shadow tendril lashes out and locks onto its horn. With his backpack secured, Yiju pulls himself up and charges full speed right at the demon. Relieved that his setup actually worked, he hooks the guide using his coat and yanks himself upward. His next priority is pinning the guide completely so it can't break loose. Reaching into his inventory, he realizes his coat alone won't hold the monster for more than a few seconds. Besides, he's totally sick of letting this beast run the fight. He slips past another strike, fully aware that a direct blast from his mana cannon would easily be evaded. Instead, he condenses shadow energy into his palm and unleashes another concentrated blast. Summoning Dark Knight, he commands every thread of darkness to bend straight to his authority. The darkness obeys instantly, creeping into the beast and taking over its body. The guide brandishes its razor-sharp claws, barreling straight toward Jeju in a blind rage. Jeju just casually closes his grip, locking the beast entirely within a cage of shadows. A satisfied smirk crosses his face. The battle is practically over. However, his ring ends up guzzling way more mana than anticipated, draining his reserves like crazy. The surging energy puts intense pressure on his head, leaving him with zero time to second guess. She darts ahead, fully conscious that she's only going to get a single opening. Meanwhile, over at Taruha's central square on the American server, Lucan demands that the newcomers drop their gear and yield. Siha urges her to chill out, clarifying that they aren't looking for trouble and merely need temporary shelter. Lucan flatly refuses to allow an armed party inside the gates, creating an intense standoff. Palaham steps in, calling out Lucan's rigid attitude while defending the traveler's situation. Lucan snaps back, asking if he's trying to publicly humiliate her, which Palaham denies. He suggests that since neither party is willing to yield, they should settle the dispute with a clean one-on-one bout. When he asks for her identity, she gives her name as Lee Siha. Lucan scoffs at the ridiculous idea, prompting Palaham to cheekily ask if she's simply chickening out. Provoked by the remark, Lucan takes the duel, and Siha readily accepts the terms. Come sunrise, Palaham officially declares that the two will compete in an honest, regulated match. A massive crowd gathers around the arena, filling the air with deafening cheers. Lucan asks why she's unarmed, and Siha casually replies that she won't be needing any weapon. Lucan grunts that it's her funeral and charges directly at her. Siha stays locked onto her trajectory, easily reading a low kick aimed straight at her thigh. Lucan grins thinking she scored a hit, but that smirk melts away the moment Siha absorbs it without even blinking. Siha channels her strength and fires off a sharp high kick that Lucan just barely ducks under. Staggering back, Lucan curses at her cockiness, but Siha's punch is already closing the distance. The strike lands clean and heavy, immediately chained into a devastating spinning strike. Lucan manages to throw her axe up in defense, taunting that it takes more than that to bring her down. In response, Siha rains down an unstoppable storm of heavy blows. Lucan's axe shatters into splinters before Siha drives one final, crushing punch right into her chest. The force sends Lucan flying straight into the stone wall behind her. Palaham just lets out a disappointed sigh, remarking on how underwhelming the duel turned out. The audience is left speechless by how fast Siha wrapped it up, as Palaham names her the victor and tells the crowd to give her their full attention. Lowering her mask, she simply explains that she came because she sensed someone was in desperate need of a hand. Back on the trial floor, the arena is painted red from the aftermath of the fight. Jeju is entirely wiped out from the clash, feeling too worn down to care about the details. Every muscle in his body screams from total mana burnout, but seeing the guide sprawled out lifeless makes it worth it. Having passed the trial, the gateway leading to the 24th floor finally materializes. He grins, eager to claim his clear rewards, right until an unexpected notification pops up. Seungmin warns that things are getting dicey and mentions he's dispatching someone who vibes well with him for backup. On top of that, Siha insisted on coming along as well. Jeju is confused by the sudden fuss, sighing as he replies that he's perfectly fine and they can relax. He hasn't done anything special for Siha. In fact, he still owes her for that necklace, yet Seungmin had her tag along regardless. Navigating social situations is normally easy for him, but his focus quickly shifts when he notices the Papua shrinking further. At this rate, they could fade away for good, leaving him totally in the dark about how to save them. His only remaining bet is rushing straight to the 25th floor, where the Tree of Life awaits. He then checks out his stage loot, pulling out a bag of coins alongside a pair of Lonto pants. Jeju doesn't know the full details, but rumors say most players pawn them immediately because wearing them feels utterly bizarre. While he would have loved a shock nail instead, he figures giving them a quick test run won't hurt. The moment he begins changing, his live stream chat explodes, trolling him about whether the stream is going 18+. Flustered by the chat's teasing, he frantically turns on a blackout screen to cover himself. As soon as the pants are on, the bizarre side effect kicks in immediately. It feels as if an entire pit of snakes is slithering directly under his skin. Having consumed the magic stone earlier keeps him conscious, but the overwhelming sickness makes him want to tear the gear straight off. He tries talking himself through the pain until a sharp phantom bite strikes right at his heart. The sensation eventually settles down, though he has no clue whether the stat buff actually activated. Regardless, he doesn't have the luxury to stand around and test it. Time is running thin, and he has to pick up the pace. As he walks alongside the Papo, the administrator's prior warning echoes in his mind, making him grit his teeth. Tucking the Papo safely into his pack, he braces himself to cover the rest of the ground on foot. With 2 players now present in the staging area, the party requirements are officially satisfied. The next stage is ready to roll. The mission is to break out of the jungle before the clock expires, and Jeju immediately feels the suffocating heat and humidity. Given that it's a duo challenge, he looks around, wondering where his teammates spawned. Navigating toward the exit depends entirely on the players themselves. However, the zone's danger scales directly with player rank, spawning progressively deadlier beasts along the way. Anyone lacking top-tier combat skills could easily get shredded trying to solo this area. Out of nowhere, a girl bursts through the nearby bushes, wide-eyed, asking if he's actually ELP. Jeju asks if she recognizes him. She confirms she does, expressing shock at crossing paths in a zone like this. She explains that she caught wind of a magical beast seminar and was secretly hoping Emperor Lachanta Papoy would become her junior. Jeju gives a proper greeting, pointing out that she seems oddly well-informed about him. His observation makes her freeze up. Realizing she started oversharing, she admits she tends to blabber and talk to herself when excited. She doubts he'd recall her username anyway, considering how fast his chat scrolls. She reveals her stream handle is Popoman, a day 1 viewer from the first floor, while her actual name is Minhee. Jeju immediately remembers a diehard Papoy enthusiast in his chat who was super knowledgeable about magical beasts. Having received help from viewers before, he's amazed to bump into yet another supporter in a co-op challenge. Jeju points out the tiny creature resting on his shoulder. Right on cue, the miniature octopus named Laxa starts squirming happily. Jeju jokingly asks if Laxa isn't literally a noodle dish. She playfully asks if they don't look completely identical. She vents how annoying it was that she wanted to track him down earlier just to deliver something special. Jeju asks what she means, and she admits she's been farming here after noticing the Papua were in bad shape. Jeju asks if this zone holds an item specifically meant for the Papua. She reveals there's a hidden Easter egg here that she wanted to secure and gift to him personally. Jeju ponders whether a hidden treasure could really be tucked away here amidst all these hostiles. It's a palm-sized cradle artifact capable of restoring magical creatures. Its spawn point is completely randomized and heavily obscured, making it a nightmare to locate. Even Laxa, who was practically on death's door, made a full recovery because of it. Sure, there's a world tree on the 25th floor, but there's no telling if the administrator tampered with it. Knowing that, Jeju can't afford to let a golden chance like this slip by. He expresses sincere gratitude, but she brushes it off like it's nothing. Her original plan was finding it solo and handing it over, but since they crossed paths, they might as well team up. Jeju reminds her that mapping an exit is their primary safety net, since clearing the stage takes priority even if they come up empty-handed. A sudden rustle nearby instantly puts them on high alert. A massive gorilla shoves through the thick branches right beside them. It turns out to be the 20th floor's native jungle guardian. Several more begin circling in from the rear. Jeju assures her the numbers are manageable, offering to wipe them out while she carves a way forward. She draws a sharp blade directly from her inventory. She tells him to count on her, addressing him as Emperor. Jeju begs her to stop with the cringe title, but the gorilla leaps forward before he can finish. Its heavy fist slams down, only to swipe through the empty shadows of his cloak. The recoil from the missed swing leaves the monster's arm vibrating from shock. Spotting her opening, Minhee sprints ahead at top speed. She slashes down multiple trees in a flash to clear the lane. She launches herself high above the canopy. Upon touching down, she finds herself instantly boxed in by a pack of gorillas. Thankfully, Jeju blitzes in and deletes every single one of them in seconds. She's left completely speechless by his speed. Jeju warns her that diving in recklessly will just get her turned around, urging that they stick to a strategy. She fanboys over how he one-shot the boss, admitting that witnessing his gameplay in real life hits totally different than watching the stream. Jeju can only manage an awkward grin. Hours slip by, leaving them with barely 3 hours remaining to break out. Jeju realizes tracking down the Cradle of Regeneration is far tougher than promised, while Minhee worries they might have to abandon the search since night has fallen. While the cradle is crucial, Jeju accepts that securing their extraction has to take priority. Just as Minhee wonders aloud if any undiscovered beasts are nearby, she slams right into a solid, invisible obstacle. The air was completely empty a second ago, yet looking up, the beast is towering directly over her. Jeju is baffled by how the monster manifested out of thin air. He asks if destroying the cradle structure works, but she quickly warns him against it. Jeju passes her his bag and tells her to get clear because things are about to get messy. With that, he launches an attack directly into the dense thicket. Minhee screams in panic that his wild blast will destroy the relic. Jeju feels his mana reserves plummet, briefly second-guessing whether he just burned precious energy on a bad hunch. Suddenly, his energy blast ricochets off an unseen barrier near the trunk. He quickly points out that the item has to be right there since the attack bounced back. Confused by his logic, she still tags right behind as he marches forward. Jeju grins, announcing that he located the spot. Sure enough, the cradle of regeneration is resting right before their eyes. She confirms it's the real deal, totally floored by how he managed to deduce its location. Jeju casually plays it down, saying he just connected the dots. In truth, his calculated gamble paid off flawlessly. He had pieced together Minhee's story about hitting an invisible spot before the item suddenly rendered in. He deduced that this Easter egg required a specific trigger to spawn, so he pinpointed the exact grid to force the interaction. Jeju steps forward, and she passes back the backpack, fully confident that it'll cure the beast. A genuine smile lights up his face. Gently setting the Popoi inside the cradle, he silently prays for the healing process to take hold. Instead, an error prompt appears, warning that treatment is blocked due to functional limitations. Watching the prompt fail sends Minhee into full-blown panic. Jeju's heart completely drops. The clock is ticking down with barely 2 hours left on the trial. Right then, a different inventory prompt catches his eye. It's an enhancement rune that he had completely forgotten was sitting in his bag. Scrambling through his items, he pulls the glowing rune out immediately. He commits right away, applying the upgrade directly onto the relic. He keeps his fingers crossed as the rune explodes with blinding power. The gamble pays off. The artifact's tier successfully evolves. A brand new purification ability is unlocked to purge corruption from magical beasts. He triggers the cleansing wave right away, watching the corruption melt away as the Popwa finally open their eyes.